Okay, everyone. Well, welcome to day 2 of Save Ancient Studies Alliance 6th Annual Virtual Conference, Opening the Ancient World. My name is Abby Bertram, and I'm SASA's Virtual Conference Team Leader and co-organizer of the conference, along with Dr. David Danzig, who is SASA's Executive Director. And I would like to express how happy we are to have all of you with us today. This year's conference theme is Fashion Forward, Interdisciplinary Approaches to Ancient Apparel. SASA's executive director, David Danzig, is the co-organizer, and he holds a PhD in Ancient Near Eastern Studies from the Institute for the Study of the Ancient World of New York University. He's also an adjunct professor of history and Jewish studies at Yeshiva University and is a research affiliate at NYU. He started SASA over 6 years ago, and in that time, we have had a wonderful pleasure of benefiting from the time and effort of over 600 volunteers who help make all of this possible. Cindy Circa is SASA's programming coordinator, and she has helped us lead the way for the virtual conference team and was a great support here and in other programming that SASA provides. Cindy has a degree from the University of Pennsylvania in Near Eastern Language and Civilization, where she's named the 2025 Dean Scholar and is a team member of several archaeological projects with the Penn Museum. Cindy has also had many roles in nonprofits across New Jersey, including the Princeton Historical Society, Grounds for Sculpture, and the Princeton University Art Museum. She's an experienced nonprofit leader, a museum educator, and joined SASA about a year ago, helping us arrive at this wonderful event today. And my name is Abby, and I have a Bachelor of Arts in Art History, and I am beginning my master's program in art history this fall with a concentration in costume history. I got started with SASA as an intern in January and soon took the lead of the virtual conference team, and I hope we are putting on a great schedule for you guys today. We're very excited. Before we continue talking about the conference, I would like to make a huge announcement. It's a great, exciting accomplishment for SASA. Save Ancient Studies Alliance has been recognized by the Archaeological Institute of America with the 2027 Outstanding Public Service Award. AIA is the world's premier academic organization of classical archaeology, and SASA will formally receive this award at the AIA meeting this coming January in Boston, and we are very happy to have AIA support in our mission, and we are partnering with them to help bring this conference to more people and sharing access to the fascinating study of the ancient world. Now, our conference could not be possible without our amazing interns, volunteers, and partners. So a special thanks to Cindy Circa, Sophia Atkinson, Sophia Wang, Jocelyn Chen, and Heli Baez, who have been an instrumental team for me in the planning and execution of our conference this year. We also have other SASA teams who have helped us spread the word and create marketing materials, our mass comms team, access team, and outreach teams. Thank you guys all so much for your help in this. And then we also want to extend a huge thank you to our partners, Voices of Ancient Egypt, Past Preservers, Melissa in Denial, World History Encyclopedia, Archaeology Podcast Network, History Time, World of Antiquity, and Digital Hammurabi. Your participation and partnership to our viewership expands our reach and the ability to share a community around ancient studies. All right, now let's get back to our theme of the conference, which is Fashion Forward, Interdisciplinary Approaches to Ancient Apparel. We hope to explore the deep-rooted history of fashion from basic clothing to expressions of community and human creativity via dress and adornment, challenging the common assumption that fashion is primarily a modern phenomenon. The human experience of creating clothing items and body adornments is universal and timeless. Throughout antiquity, dresses, armors, jewelry, clothing styles, and weaving techniques and traditions have played a central role in material cultures across the world. By focusing on the comparative study of the deep past, SASA aims to explore both how ancient and modern societies constructed, understood, and expressed their identities, societies, and histories through what they wore. This interdisciplinary approach offers a broad cross-cultural perspective, challenging the typical privileging of the present moment and promoting a more universal understanding of human cultural activity. Now, today we open with our third and final keynote, Dr. Anthony Tuck. We are so excited that he's here. And then we have 3 more presentation sessions that focus on the encompassing of women, dress in the Greek warrior, and power within textiles. We've got some great presentations for you guys today. We also want to introduce our scholarship program that we have started. Attending a conference is often a pivotal moment in an undergraduate student's career, and as they get an exciting firsthand glance at professional academics and scholarship while making new friends, networking, and broadening their horizons. To help make opportunities for conference attendance by undergrads more accessible, SASA is launching a scholarship campaign to support undergraduate students attending ancient studies conferences. SASA now supports these wonderful experiences through individual grants to individual students. So if you feel inclined to donate, please consider that at saveancientstudies.org/scholarships. Today we have Matilda Seabridge and Chris Webster from the Archaeology Podcast Network as our moderators. We're truly grateful for your guys' support and participation in our conference this year. And now let's hand things over to Tilly to get our second day started. Matilda is an archaeologist and journalist specialized in prehistory, material culture, and science communication. And she works as a finds analyst in cultural resource management or commercial excavation, and as a social media marketing and events coordinator for the Archaeology Podcast Network. Through her platform, The Archaeologist Teacup, she aims to share her love for archaeology and prehistoric objects in an accessible and approachable manner. So Tilly, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you so much, Abby. Welcome everyone to day 2. For me, it's after lunch, so I'm having a lovely chill time. I know for a lot of people watching, it's first thing in the morning, so let's power through and carry on with this day. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our third keynote of the conference, Dr. Anthony Tuck, who is the Caroline H. Horowitz Professor of Mediterranean Archaeology at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. He serves as Director of Excavations at the Etruscan site of Poggio Civite in central Tuscany. I feel like I'm getting all the mispronunciations. I think that they've done this on purpose. There, the settlement's abundant evidence of textile production sparked in him a decades-long interest in this essential industrial behavior. One facet of his research explores the phenomenon of mnemonic devices that are sung by ancient weavers that encoded information related to textile patterns. Anthony's talk is entitled The Cloth of Helen, Textiles and Narratives Transmission in the Archaic and Classical Mediterranean. Now, Tony is here, so we'll be able to answer questions after the talk. However, I believe we will be showing a recorded version of the talk as he is currently away on excavation and so is therefore has slight technical issues and internet availability. So I will let our lovely digital elves in the background start off that recording. As always, if you have any questions, please do leave them in the comment box wherever you're watching. And again, the lovely digital elves working behind the scenes will forward me all of your questions so that I will be able to ask them to Tony afterwards. So yes, whoever's in charge of streaming, go ahead.
Digital elf right now, and I'm going to share my screen. I can read things. There we go. And we're going to get started with Dr. Tuck's talk just right now.
Thank you, David. Just to check, we can't hear anything. I don't know if there's supposed to be sound by now. It was how we fixed it last time was if you share the screen again, there'll be a little checkbox somewhere with enable sound sharing or something.
Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm. As I said, ladies and gentlemen, first thing in the morning for a lot of us, so please bear with us.
Well, let me just begin
Perfect.
by thanking the Save Ancient Studies Alliance and all of you here virtually for the opportunity to talk today about a subject I've been thinking quite a lot about for many years. Speaking to you from Poggio Civitate, an Etruscan excavation of the 8th through 6th centuries BCE that preserves a remarkable range of material associated with the daily lived experiences of a people about whom the historical record tells us really very little. Before showing you a few things associated with our work at Poggio Civitate, I'd like to begin by bringing to the discussion a character that the literary record remembers very well, although I'd like to reframe her story a bit to talk about fashion, identity, and narrative transmission. When the Iliad of Homer first introduces us to the character of Helen, it's in Book 3. And interestingly, she's weaving when we first see her. The text reads as this, but Iris went as a messenger to white-armed Helen. She found her in the hall, where she was weaving a great purple web of double fold, and thereupon was weaving the many battles of the horse-taming Trojans and the brazen-coated Achaeans, that for her sake they had endured at the hands of Ares. Now, of course, this is one of humanity's great poetic achievements, and so it's not surprising that the image is a compelling one. But what's especially interesting here, at least for our purposes right now, is that when we meet Helen, she's weaving a textile that depicts the story in which she herself is a character. When we think of Helen, we tend to focus on the romance of the story, the idea of the face that launches 1,000 ships, and the poem certainly encourages us to do so. But another, and perhaps more pragmatic way of understanding the situation in which the character Helen finds herself is really that of a captive. Her married life begins in Sparta, and she's taken by Paris off to Troy. And while this very famous example of a geometric vessel showing a man grasping the arm of a woman as he climbs onto a ship may or may not represent this aspect of the story, it's also true that mythological women, through a number of Greek narratives, find themselves taken from one household and into another, and are compelled into service that often involves the requirement that they produce textiles. Helen's counterpart throughout the Iliad is the wife of the great character Hector. And Andromache weeps at the thought of a future life of servitude that completes both sexual enslavement and constant textile production. And we learn of this in Euripides' Trojan Women. But Helen, interestingly, is not the only mythological character who weaves images of her own story. So this statue is called Acropolis 1358, and it was originally recovered in 1836 and appears to be the same statue described by the Roman travel writer Pausanias, who visited and described the environment of the Acropolis in the 2nd century CE. And he says, in the text you see here, there also are set up Timotheus, son of Conon, and Conon himself, Procne too, who has already made up her mind about the boy, and Etus as well, a group dedicated by Alcamenes. The statue was recovered near the northwestern tower of the Propylaea, which is roughly consistent with where Pausanias describes seeing this particular image. So we start with a question: who is Procne? Certainly not nearly as famous a character as Helen is, and why is there a statue of her in this sanctuary? Pausanias calls the image Procne and her son Etus, and we see an image of a child pushing against his mother's dress. So if this is Procne, what then has she made up her mind to do? Now this story is among the grisliest and most brutal to survive among a network of brutal mythological narratives, but the story goes like this. Procne is an Athenian princess. She is married by her father, Pandion, to Tereus of Thrace. She misses Athens and wants to visit with her sister, Philomela. So Tereus goes to Athens to collect Philomela to bring her back up to Thrace so Procne and Philomela can hang out. But on the voyage back to Thrace, Tereus rapes Philomela. And then, in order to obscure his crime against her, he cuts out Philomela's tongue, so she now can't speak. Philomela then produces a textile, and unfortunately the play in which this particular kind of narrative was captured by Sophocles, dating to around 430 BC, doesn't survive, or rather only survives in fragments, and so we really have to kind of reconstruct elements of the story. But Philomela then produces a textile, and she or somehow the textile is presented to Procne. Procne looks at the textile and knows what it is that Tereus has done to Philomela. So what Procne then decides to do, and this is the moment depicted here in this particular statue, is she takes her son Eetus and she kills him and cuts him up and bakes him or cooks him into a stew, which she then feeds to Tereus. She then announces to Tereus what it is that she knows what he's done to her sister. And then the play ends with Tereus attempting to, or rather we think the play ends, with Tereus attempting to kill Procne and Philomela, but being transformed into birds. A much later version of the story survives in Ovid as well. It's a horrible story. It's a truly, truly horrible story. But it does kind of leave us with this question. How does Philomela's textile communicate this kind of complex narrative to her sister? We're not really sure, right? But one of the things that we do know about the play is that it caught the attention of call him a theater critic, no less than that of Aristotle, who in Poetics, in describing the play, says that Philomela uses what he refers to as the voice of the shuttle to communicate her story. Now, precisely what this means is not entirely clear to us, but I think that there might be a way of looking at some available evidence that gives us a better sense as to how this actually would have worked. So Helen and Philomela possess very different character arcs, but both are, in some very explicit ways, marginalized women. Both behave in ways that are entirely consistent with what's expected of them as women. They weave. And in both cases, what they weave are physical representations of the myths in which they themselves are characters. So I want to pivot for a moment away from mythological narratives and talk a little bit about the practical lived experience of textiles producers in one corner of the ancient Mediterranean. In this case, this is Etruscan Italy. So this hill that you see here is a hill known as Poggio Civitate, and it's located in central Tuscany. This is where I've worked for the past several years and where I'm speaking to you today. Poggio Civitate is one of the very few examples of a very well-preserved Etruscan community dating to the dynamic years of the 8th through 6th centuries BCE, a time that saw significant social development and urbanism in central Italy. Poggio Civitate experiences three major phases of development, each phase typified by an elite domestic structure of increasingly monumental scale and ornamentation. The earliest elite palazzo consisted of a building with a smaller back room and a deep eastern-facing porch. This building was surrounded by several small, considerably simpler domestic structures and appears to have been dismantled sometime in the second quarter of the 7th century BCE. In its place was constructed a considerably larger elite household, and that's the building that you see on the top of the screen, the northern end of this particular plateau. And it was joined on the plateau by at least two other structures, an industrial building and a religious structure. We're actually excavating right now. We might have found a fourth building of this particular complex, but we're not quite sure yet. But in any event, this phase of the site was destroyed in a sudden and seemingly accidental fire around the end of the 7th century BCE and replaced by an even larger building that joined the various functions of this phase into a single edifice. So this phase, this final phase of Poggio Civitate, consisting of a four-winged structure, occupied the approximate area of a modern football pitch. So it's an absolutely enormous, enormous area. And it in turn was destroyed around the middle to end of the 6th century BCE in a deliberate and very violent event that saw the building dismantled, its architectural elements smashed and buried around the building's perimeter, after which the site was never re-inhabited. Actually, right now, we're excavating evidence of this particular event and kind of coming to better understand different dimensions of it as well. So it's really very interesting. So the abandonment there at the middle to end of the 6th century BCE of Poggio Civitate leaves us with an archaeological situation of unparalleled clarity in the region. And as a result, we're able to see details of daily life within the community that typically are invisible elsewhere. For example, one significant aspect of the community's economy was textile production, and this is reflected in the thousands of examples of loom weights, ceramic spools that we call rocchetti, and spindle whorls that are recovered around the site. The long duration of excavation at Poggio Civitate gives us the ability to see geospatially the different areas where these materials tend to concentrate. And unsurprisingly, they're most heavily represented in industrial and domestic areas. But a slightly more nuanced consideration of this same evidence reveals even more. As I expect many of you here probably already know, the process of spinning thread is realized through the rotational motion of a weight affixed to a spindle stick. A spinner will choose her spindle whorl based on what type of thread she intends to produce. As a general rule, like heavier, thicker threads benefit from the slower, sustained rotation of a heavier whorl, while especially fine threads benefit from the fast rotation of very light whorls. And here in this particular view, you see at Poggio Civitate the distinction between the larger forms and then much smaller forms. So as a result, with this information, we can use Poggio Civitate's excavation database and mapping tools to see that at Poggio Civitate, larger, heavier spindle whorls tend to concentrate in the industrial structure of the settlement's intermediate phase. And that's this area that you see just over the little icon of my head over here. And you've got that really high concentration of very, very large whorls right there in the middle of the floor of that workshop space. And of course, to the north, there are other concentrations, but again, we're interested there as well. But smaller whorls, the ones that are appropriate for producing finer threads, when we map those, they show a clear concentration within the same phase's elite resonance. As you can see over here, that's where they tend to cluster. The implication of this is clear. Heavier, coarser textiles are being manufactured in non-elite and industrial spaces, presumably for a range of intended purposes that we can't now see. But when women produce especially fine textiles in this kind of environment, they do so within the reserved, socially elevated space of an elite palazzo. And of course, it is reasonable to deduce from the available evidence that the women produce textiles throughout the region, but the form and style of textile that they produce is connected to their social status within the community. Now, I'd like to explore this question of social status a little further and show you another object recovered in association with this same phase of life here at Poggio Civitate. So this is an example of a spindle whorl that we recovered from the floor of a small, simple house dating to the same phase as those three structures that we just talked about. It has very deep grooves along the side, presumably to help secure the forming thread as the raw wool is pulled down. But when we found it, we immediately noticed something else about it. On its underside, before it was fired, and while the clay that formed the whorl was still soft, we think a child took her fingernail and pressed it into the clay, forming these really remarkably kind of subtle, sort of beautiful little crescent shapes. Now, I obviously can't prove what I'm about to say, but when I look at an object like this, I don't just necessarily see textile production. I see a relationship. A child whose finger decorates this whorl will learn how to spin thread from a mother, from an aunt, from an older sister. The practiced, learned experience of forming that thread, of winding it on a spindle and stretching it out on a loom to make cloth, is shared between these individuals and across generations. And I really want to emphasize that point because when we talk about the evolution of technological forms or the introduction of novel ones, what we're really talking about is the presence and movement of the people who possess and embody these capacities. And here, we might see a glimpse of a really lovely example of that relationship. But I'm afraid it's just as likely that the mode of technological change, when new equipment or new thinking about textile production enters into a community, may not always be quite so pleasant to imagine. So this is an element of a carved horn with a hexagonal perforation through its center. Now, for years, I wasn't really certain what this object might be, and until I encountered a rather different form of spindle whorl. Of the hundreds of specimens of spindle whorls that we recovered at Poggio Civitate over the years, all are conical in form and made out of ceramic. But there's another kind of spindle whorl that consists of three elements, two intersecting cross pieces held in place by a spindle stick. This modular spindle whorl represents a completely different technical approach to converting fiber into thread. And it's a form today that we call a Turkish spindle whorl, more generally recognized to not just be Anatolian, but kind of generally native to the Indo-Iranian plateau. So how does one end up at Poggio Civitate in Enlil, central Tuscany? Now, probably, once again, through a single person who possesses a knowledge and experience of this type of spindle whorl, originating in a part of the world very far distant from where she ultimately leaves us this faint trace of her experience in a place like Poggio Civitate. So was she enslaved? We can't say for certain, but we must admit that the commodification of people and the skills they carry with them is clearly a feature of the wider ancient Mediterranean economy. So if we're correct in interpreting this object as I've just suggested, it is clear that this is a different technological form, or rather a different technology of thread production that doesn't supplant the exponentially more common form of discoid or biconical spindle whorl thread production that we see across the site, and really throughout the whole region of central Tuscany. In short, if this is an element of a Turkish spindle whorl, it's the only one that we have at Poggio Civitate, at least the only one that we found. And it's the only one that I'm aware of in the region. But there is another aspect of textile production occurring at Poggio Civitate that definitely does profoundly influence the trajectory of fashion and textile production throughout the Italic Peninsula. So stepping back into Poggio Civitate's earliest phase, to the southeast, excavation has revealed traces of a structure located on a terrace below the main plateau, and you see it labeled here just to the side of my little icon, called Poggio, or rather called Civitate C. That's the name of that's the name of the area where we found this building. This structure preserves an oval floor plan and indications of a simple timber frame indicative of an early form of architecture characteristic of the Italic Iron Age. So within the 8th or early 7th centuries BCE. Now, these curvilinear huts are reconstructible to us because of the use of ritual burial customs in the area, wherein the cremated remains of individuals were placed in containers made to look precisely like this form of house. And you see one down here at the bottom of the screen. The way the physical form of houses was used to represent political, social, and ancestral authority is a topic that we could discuss for hours. But we're here to talk about textiles, and one of the things occurring within this space that you see here at Poggio Civitate, this Civitate C hut, appears to have been one of the peripheral aspects of textile production. What we have here are specimens of Bolinus brandaris, an animal native to the Mediterranean, some 70 to 75 kilometers distant from Poggio Civitate, and well known throughout the Mediterranean basin for its use in the production of purple dyes. And so we have a huge concentration of these shells, all of which have been broken apart from the floor of this hut structure. But as you can see here, this kind of Google Earth view, Poggio Civitate is a non-trivial distance from the coast, although it is connected to the coast by the Imbrone River that flows just south of the site. But even so, it's curious to see such a concentration of this specific marine animal so far inland. And while Bolinus brandaris is technically edible, a much likelier scenario is their presence here in this hut is that they're associated with a small-scale dye works. But there are additional factors to consider. Being as far from the coast as it is, it's unlikely that the people of Poggio Civitate in the 8th century were frequently engaged in such work. Moreover, the production of this dye, which involves the extraction of mucus from the living animal's glands, so the animal has to be alive when you do this, and it is an unusually noxious process, producing such an unbearable odor that the practice in better documented parts of the Mediterranean was left frequently to enslaved people. So with this structure, we have a simple form of traditional architecture that is dwarfed by a considerably larger building, employing a much more technologically sophisticated roofing system a bit further away, and evidence of an unusually difficult and disgusting activity occurring within the space that was almost certainly not part of the indigenous technological vernacular, which leads us to the possibility that this hut is occupied by a non-local person, bringing with them a set of skills associated with the production of a non-local high-value commodity. And of course, it's precisely this commodity that becomes an essential socio-political status marker in the later Roman world centuries later. Purple dye or purple cloth. And while we might imagine that the person tasked with producing purple dye at Poggio Civitate was valued for the work that they did, I'm afraid that a more likely explanation is that their presence at the site was an effect of coercion or enslavement. But even in spite of that, we can see and appreciate that such a person was more than just the faint traces of her experience that she leaves behind. She was potentially an origin point for influential technological and aesthetic forces within her new community. She possessed narratives native to her place of origin and novel within this new space. And over time, she surely developed a linguistic capacity to communicate these narratives to a new audience ready to incorporate them into their own indigenous paradigms. In short, this person, and many more like her, would have been a significant force for material and social change within a place like Poggio Civitate, even if she herself is largely lost to us. Now, I've been thinking a lot lately about evidence for enslaved peoples at sites like Poggio Civitate, and I think that there may be other material opportunities to see them. But you're probably wondering what this has to do with Helen of Troy and the idea of the movement of technological forms and fashions through the wider Mediterranean through textile production. Now, trade in textiles clearly occurred, although such material forms are usually archaeologically impossible to see because the textiles simply don't survive. But, as with Andromache and Helen, like whoever occupied our small hut here atop Poggio Civitate, another way that textile technology might move is through people possessing the knowledge and ability to replicate novel forms of non-native expressions of textiles in non-native spaces. Now, sometimes this may happen through the mechanisms of intermarriage between communities. We have good evidence for that. But also very likely through the less benign processes of enslavement, such as that imagined by the character of Andromache, who was a queen reduced to servitude through the fate of war precipitated by a different captured queen, Helen. And of course, when such movement occurred, these were real people, bringing with them the stories and ideas native to their homelands. And there's another feature of the wider technological process of textile production that could have also encouraged aspects of meaningful cultural exchange that we see throughout the Mediterranean during this period. So in addition to my work at Poggio Civitate, another branch of research that I do involves thinking about narrative transmission, like specifically how do stories move between communities across regional, linguistic, and ethnic boundaries, across languages. And interestingly, there's a feature of the technical process of textile production that relates directly to this question. When you encounter texts like Homer's Odyssey, you'll find a number of women engaged in the act of weaving. And one consistent feature of these episodes is that every time a woman is described as weaving, she's also singing as she works. And interestingly, once you look for it, you find a remarkable number of literary references across ancient literature that describe episodes connecting the act of weaving to singing. So why do these mythological women sing while they're weaving? Well, not very many modern scholars have asked this question. When they have, the answer is usually to say that the repetitive rhythmic act of weaving encourages them to idly sing. They're so like field songs or military cadence songs to coordinate action and flow. But if we look into the field of ethnomusicology, we can see that something much more significant is at work. When we know what to look for, a few additional clues begin to emerge. Now, for example, British colonial interest in Central Asia in the 18th and 19th century resulted in a few commentators noting a strange process whereby textile producers sang while they worked, just like we see in Homer. It was clear to these European observers that there was a relationship between the song and the patterning of the textiles. But this was really never pursued beyond a few very brief comments, which is to say, it was clear to the occasional European observer that this wasn't simply idly singing while working. So John Mumford here in 1900 reports, but in the more remote sections and among the nomads, the women do all the weaving. They are the designers too. They invent from year to year all the modifications of the old patterns. The head woman makes a tracing upon the earth, doles out the wool, and in some tribes chants in a weird sing-song the number of stitches and the color in which they are to be filled as the work goes on. So we even, if we kind of, again, once we kind of know to like look for this particular question, we even have references to what the women are singing to each other while they're working. And very curiously, in some instances, it appears that they're communicating mythological narratives to each other. In Euripides' play Ion, we have the highly unusual opportunity to observe a literary expression of Greeks observing their own iconography. At the outset of the play, the chorus of Creus's retinue look up at the metope of the Temple of Apollo at Delphi, describing the mythological adventures depicted on the building. They say, "Is it he whose tale is recounted to me as I stand at my weaving? The warrior Iolaus, who bears with the child of Zeus all his labors." Now, of course, this particular sculpted metope here is from the tomb of Zeus at Olympia, so it's not from Delphi. But it probably it represents the kind of image Euripides intended to provoke in the minds of his audience. But notice, the chorus indicates here that the story of Heracles' encounter with the Lernaean Hydra is something recounted while the girls stand at their weaving. And then later in the text, the nature of the stories that they hear while weaving is specifically contrasted to common talk. So neither in stories at the loom nor in common talk have I heard the children of gods partake of happiness for mortals. So it's as if the nature and form of one kind of recitation is knowably different than the other. Common talk is different than how stories at the loom are then communicated. How? Why? So when we see a representation of women working at a loom, like this example of a Lekythos painted by the Amasis painter, or this wonderful image of Penelope weaving the funeral shroud of her father-in-law Laertes, there's reason to believe that the audio environment involves singing that communicated pattern-related information that were also sometimes apparently connected to the recitation of mythological narratives. When we consider the technological instruments used to produce these textiles, we can make some educated guesses as to why numerically sequenced mnemonic devices might have emerged as they did. Textiles produced on looms are essentially grids created by the intersection of the vertical threads of the warp and the horizontal threads of the weft. Simple repeating designs of a tabby weave are created by consistent intervals of jumping over or under the vertical warp threads, a technique called warp floating, that appears to be reflected in representations of pattern textiles. Now, obviously, we can't use the tools of archaeology to reconstruct what Helen, Philomela, or Penelope sang while they weave, but there are still some regions of the world where traditional textile production gives us a sense of what that environment might have sounded like. In southeastern Iran, there are vestiges of this tradition called nashke khani, or pattern songs. So these songs consist of repeated musical phrases that carry lyric explicitly instructing weavers producing knot pile carpets. So let's see. Here we are.
بایسته دوتا بادومی داره عقل چلی بچینه جا خور عقل سفید که از آخر دارشتن یکی سفید از اول شارت من بچینه عقل سفید که از آخر بایسته یکی بچینه دوغیه لاکی دارن رونن دوتاره دارشتن یکی سفید از اول شارت من بچینه دوغی میشه
So what we hear are a series of repeating musical phrases and lyric that specifies the color of knots tied at precise count points along the length of the loom. But the piece of this that's especially intriguing, at least to me, is the repeating musical phrases, for it's similar to another form of ancient song performance, specifically epic poetry. The near victories of the Trojans or the tragic kind of final duel between Achilles and Hector. All of these episodes are poetically constructed according to specific but flexible metrical rules that would, when performed, have sounded quite similar to the Iranian women that you just heard, singing out pattern information with repeating tonal points of emphasis. So before my many good friends in the discipline of philology completely lose their minds, I want to emphasize here that I'm not suggesting that the Iliad is itself a secret textile code. That's not what I'm saying. But I do think that it may share some aspects of a lineage that was once more directly connected to textile production. And when we consider that lineage, we see some very curious points of similarity. One of those places is in the poem's metrical structure. In the form of Homeric epic that survives today, the poem's metrical form is that of dactylic hexameter. And so those of you familiar with metrical forms will recognize trochees and iambs and any of the other arrangements of stresses that typify traditional poetic forms. In Homer, each line consists of 6 metrical feet, each foot consisting of a long vowel followed by 2 shorts. And critically, each line ends with a spondee of 2 long vowels. So the idea here is, if you'll indulge me, is to imagine that the metrical structure of the Iliad operates a little bit like the percussion of its performance. Now, clearly, we're missing a lot of information, but what might that percussion tell us about a possible pattern that could emerge if it were associated with textile manufacturing? That is to ask, what would happen if we took the entire metrical sequence of the Iliad and represented it as if it were a textile, graphing each short vowel as a point above the warp and each long vowel as a point beneath the warp? So this is what it looks like. Not very impressive. However, as I mentioned earlier, the Iliad, as it survives today, is not a textile pattern code. Instead, it is the surviving version of an initially oral and later textual tradition. When rhapsodes would perform episodes of the poem, they did not need to concern themselves with adhering to strict metrical rules and could substitute any number of variations and jammas and metrical substitutions however they wanted. Now, once we introduce the technology of literacy and people begin to textualize the tradition, we introduce another layer of potential distortion to the text that we're graphing. But one of the best things about working with this project is working with people who aren't academics. One of those folks who helped with this project was not a philologist or a programmer, but rather a weaver. Adriana Barton learned the technique of inkle weaving from her Armenian grandmother, and it was Adriana who suggested that maybe each double long of each Homeric line's concluding spondee didn't represent 2 points, but rather was just a single point, as if the spondee didn't just audially signal the end of a line, but could also signal the end of an element of patterning. And I certainly know that Adriana suggested this before we had access to the video of these Iranian weavers who conclude each phrase of pattern information with that change of pitch that you hear. So when we tell the code to represent the poem's scansion in this manner, we get something considerably more interesting. Now again, this is a graphic representation of the Iliad's meter at the end of the millennia-long process of change and evolution from an orally performed into a textualized poetic expression. But within it, when we graph it in this particular manner, again with the spondee as a single point, we begin to see a much greater degree of pattern coherence. And if we imagine not the flexible rhapsodic tradition, but rather the representation of dactylic hexameter sequences without any variation, we see something very interesting. This graph shows us what pure dactylic hexameters look like when graphed at a point count of 775, what would be 775 vertical warp threads. But because there's, of course, another variation we haven't accounted for. We can clean up the Iliad's text and represent metrical sequences in this manner to show what a warp float would look like along the horizontal axis, but we don't know the count sequence of the warp's vertical axis. So that's a critical missing piece of information. How do we solve for that? Well, that's not that hard. Now, unfortunately, the ancient representations of looms are not sufficiently detailed to show us that information. But thankfully, we can ask our Python code to show us as many variables as we'd like. So what you have here, like this count sequence, shows the representation of pure dactylic hexameter at sequentially increasing point counts. And as a result, we see 7 repeating variables that reflect the positional shifts of those 7 metrical feet. What we see are either twill-like herringbone patterns, vertical columns at some number at even numbered points of the sequence, and the checkerboard pattern that presents at 3 of the 7 sequential point counts. And you see this as it extends out. This can go on for a while, but you get the idea. Vase painting. Designs are very closely packed together in registers of variable geometric patterns. So people have long suspected a relationship between this style of decoration and textile production, arguing that this dense decorative design is exactly what you'd expect from a textile, where you don't want a large space between design elements because the weft threads would catch and snag. Now, on this example, which was used as a grave marker in Athens in the 8th century BCE, we see a scene of prothesis, the laying out of the dead body as mourners gather around. The body is shrouded, and the shroud is lifted to reveal the deceased. And the shroud is shown to be a checkerboard pattern, akin to what would be produced by the replication of metrical sequences of pure decalic hexameter transformed into a woven textile. In fact, in dozens of examples of similar vessels representing prothesis scenes, the same checkerboard pattern is used to represent the shroud. But other geometric patterns commonly used to decorate pottery of this 8th and 7th century period can be produced by different shifts in emphasis. So this gets really very interesting. A study conducted in 2012 revealed that the most common metrical substitution throughout the Iliad is to place a spondee at the beginning and end of a given line. And when we do this, the resulting graph creates zigzag forms, which is to say that basically, like, you can think of this, if one of these like pattern songs wants to produce a zigzag form, then you would have a recitation of a narrative or something like a narrative, something like that, where the spondee is substituted there at the first position, which then would create this pattern. Other common types of positional substitutions can create the entire range of geometric motifs. So you have like this zigzag pattern over here produced by virtue of the first position spondaic substitution. Over here, this band that you see right over there would then be produced over here by a first and fourth position spondaic substitution, which again is all found throughout the Iliad, kind of as if it kind of captures elements of this tradition in sort of its fossilization in this particular form. Now, I could talk about this phenomenon for hours. This really is just sort of like a little tip of the iceberg here. However, you guys have a conference to get to, and I have an excavation to run. So I will wrap things up by bringing us back to where we began. If we were to strip away from the character of Helen the romantic and the femme fatale notions that have been attached to her, really, well, you can see elements of this in the Iliad itself. And arguably in the Odyssey too, that amazing episode of Telemachus visiting Helen and Menelaus. It's a remarkable poetic description of we'll call it marital friction, for want of a better word. And again, the character of Helen is problematic in that particular way. But again, in later retellings, in the subsequent kind of remembered iterations of the Iliad, like Helen again is sort of viewed. Again, maybe femme fatale is maybe a little bit too strong a word, but you get the basic idea. Even so, we can also see her as a woman violently taken from her household and placed within another. And if we see her in that way, we might see in her character a distant reflection of the experience of countless girls and women throughout the ancient world. These people would learn and develop the techniques of textile production native to their homes. But when circumstances fell to pull them from that security and place them in unfamiliar spaces, they would still embody those native skills in unfamiliar lands. And in so doing, especially if we imagine a phenomenon. I mean, I personally love to imagine the idea of someone coming from outside Poggio Civitate and producing a textile. As she does, she begins singing as she understands how to do that. And I can imagine how everyone here at Poggio Civitate would watch her do this and be completely puzzled by what she's doing. As they do, I can certainly easily imagine that they say to themselves, like, well, what does this mean? And as the woman communicates and explains what it is this song means, we have both the opportunity for the transmission of an unfamiliar, non-native technical process of textile production. But if we look at those amazing passages in the Ion, we can also imagine a scenario where the community of Poggio Civitate is potentially hearing Greek mythological narratives, Eastern Mediterranean mythological narratives, Cypriot, Anatolian narratives for the first time. And it's, for me, like incredibly exciting and compelling to imagine what that catalytic experience could be like. If we do this, we might see in this group one of history's forgotten but potentially profound influences for change and innovation, not only within the sphere of textile production. And if you'll just indulge my imagination for a moment longer, in Helen, we see a girl performing the Iliad in a household, in an environment, in a language in which it had previously not existed. A girl atop Poggio Civitate, born to a native world of the Eastern Mediterranean, but compelled to live out her life in central Tuscany, could thus be a profound agent of influence, not only with her technical ability, but also potentially with the narrative she employed to animate and ornament the cloth she produced within that space. So their names may be lost to us, but I suspect that we see things in these objects like mute spindle whorls, a diaspora of a vast number of catalytic experiences, bringing innovative fashion, bringing novel technology, bringing dynamic narrative into every corner of the ancient world. So thank you all so much for listening to me talk about the subject. Like I said before, this is something that I've been fascinated by for quite a while. I'm currently speaking to you as a recording, but I am also here and would be delighted to try to answer any questions you all may have about this really amazing phenomenon. So I'm going to switch modes, and I'll see you in just a moment.
Perfect. Well, thank you to Digital, Tony, for that wonderful presentation. And now we will move on to real Tony, who hopefully is here somewhere there. Yes, you are. Hi.
I'm right here.
Nice to see you in person. Really amazing talk. That was so fascinating and extremely timely as well, I feel, considering the latest, cinema releases that are happening at the moment. I think
That hadn't
people will
even
be
occurred to me,
looking.
but absolutely.
I haven't been to see it yet. I will go and I will look at the textiles and think, what were they singing when they were creating those ones? We have quite a few different questions related to different parts of your talk, so it might be that some of them are sort of near the beginning. Talking about the spindle whorls and the kind of actual spinning from the site, I'm imagining, of Poggio Civitate. Someone is asking about the weights of the kind of the large and the small whorls that were shown on the slides at that point.
The largest of the weights are probably in the neighborhood of 250 grams or so. The smallest are probably fewer than 50 grams. So
Yeah.
the smallest ones really are quite small.
Okay. Someone's also talking about the weight and the spinning direction of whether one is spinning or plying the yarn, as the plying is opposite
That is
of
a
the
great
single
question
thread.
too. Yeah. So we have only a very, very few examples of textiles that are preserved as mineral preserved organics on the surface of metals from a few of the burials at Poggio Civitate. And they do appear to be using both Z and S spins. As far as the plying goes, we just simply don't have the textiles preserved to know.
Okay, fair enough. Are there any plans for any kind of experimental archaeology or sort of replication of that?
Oh, on a weekly basis. A large crew of students who at the moment are now being tormented by being forced to make tablet weaves, and so that's their project of the week. So
Fair enough. And a lot of people were talking about, were during the talk, mentioning about, the similarities in other places. So sailors and their shanties, Roman drums. I immediately thought of like the Orkney women doing the wool
Hmm.
working as well. Do you think that this kind of sort of these sort of songs may have been also used in other technology? So I was immediately thinking of like mosaic patterns or something, whether that could have been some kind of similarity. Is there any reference to that at all in the text?
I genuinely don't know.
Mm.
We like we have very few literary descriptions of women working at looms. We have, so
Mm.
far as I know, I don't know of any examples of people describing themselves as producing mosaics. We do know that mosaic production, at least in the Roman sphere, is informed by the existence of pattern books.
Mhm.
And we can certainly see now that that the value of textiles is such that the mechanization of their production in Central Asia and or in Anatolia will often kind of default to pattern books as well. And so this
Mhm.
phenomenon of mnemonic devices that are sung while these textiles are produced appears to be a surviving tradition within, well, for want of a better word, like less technologically developed, less economically developed spheres. They clearly and one feature of that video of the southeastern Iranian women weaving is that the song also helps coordinate action. Like the first time I encountered this was in 2002, and I was in Northwest India, and was watching women producing textiles, and it was very clear that the singing it wasn't just communicating the pattern information, it was also coordinating and syncopating the production of in that case a knot pile rug by three different knotters all at the same time. And so in that regard, I do think that these mnemonic devices probably serve to coordinate action the same way field songs or military cadence songs will do. It just also has this additional component, which is communicating the pattern information that's being produced by the performance of the mnemonic.
And is that something that then is, because I can imagine you were talking about, Helen moving into a new culture and everything, and I can imagine that therefore the patterns that you learn must be different, surely, in the different places. Or do you think it's one of those things? I mean, I'm just thinking nowadays, I'm not in any way a knitter or anything, but I know that in some different countries you have slightly different words used, or patterns,
Oh, absolutely,
technologies. Yeah,
absolutely, yeah.
yeah,
As I say, like it's a sprawling topic.
yeah.
I think that there are some traces of evidence that suggest that or not well, there's compelling evidence to suggest that some of the earliest textiles are being produced in the area of the Caucasus in the sixth or fifth millennium BCE.
Hmm.
And this, of course, this gets very thorny and very complicated, and I'm slamming a lot of information into a very short period of
Yeah.
time. But of course, this is the same region of the world that is generally suspected to be associated with the emergence of the Proto-Indo-European language form. And as you have then the diaspora of Proto-Indo-European language speakers, you see, I suspect what we then see is the spreading of this technology. Now, my suspicion is that this
Mm.
kind of mnemonic actually exists even at such an early point, which is why we see, well, I mean, even like an idiom like spinning yarns or weaving stories, which we have in English, that idiom exists in literally dozens of different Indo-European languages.
Mhm.
Which and so the folks who kind of look at the question of linguistic evolution through Proto-Indo-European would argue that the presence of these common mythological, common linguistic, or in this case, common technological phenomena probably relates to original root form present within that early community. Um,
Mm.
Sorry, that doesn't really answer the question exactly.
No,
It just
no, it
relates
does.
to how
So
complicated the
it's
whole
sort of,
thing is.
there
Yeah.
was probably
Um,
indeed some kind of shared understanding and loosely
but
shared understanding.
exactly.
Yeah.
As an Indo-European population moves
Yeah.
eastward, they take with them this particular technical form, but then it evolves on a different trajectory, which is completely
Mm.
separate from what we see occurring within the Greek sphere.
Okay.
Yeah, and so as a result, they share some structural similarities, but begin to evolve radically in different directions, and for different technical, different social, and different economic purposes within these new and evolved spaces.
Okay. Yeah. We do still, by the way, have 10 minutes. So if people have more questions, please do put them in the chats. I have a few questions here, so we'll have time to type them down. I'm just curious. I can't remember if you mentioned it specifically. Apologies if you did. What kind of spaces were people actually doing or are still doing these kind of mnemonic things? Because I can imagine that you'd have to be quite skilled. It's more of a production space. Were they also happening in private spheres, or would it be sort of a family, so a mother teaching her daughters also using the mnemonics? How would you foresee that happening?
Well, there are, again, very, very few opportunities to see women in the ancient world producing textiles.
Hmm.
There's, of course, the very famous episode in the Odyssey where Penelope describes having produced the textile, but the text never shows us her working on them.
Hmm.
But when the text describes Circe and Calypso, they're both introduced to the reader as producing textiles. They're doing so singly, like they're doing so as
Okay.
individuals.
Hmm.
And what is actually kind of interesting about the episode with Circe is that the companions of Odysseus approach her house and they hear her singing. And the text is very, very clear. They can't see her, but they hear her singing, and that's how they know she's weaving. That there's something about how she's singing that communicates what she's doing. So before they ever see her, they recognize that she's engaged in weaving because of what the song sounds like. Yeah, and so in that instance, you have a description of but of course, like Circe and Calypso are mythological characters. They're quasi divinities or witches or whatever. And so how true to real experience is this? It's really impossible to say.
Yeah.
There are I've found one 18th century description of a Khanate court in Bokhara, where young girls who grow up within the court, who typically are abandoned, that they're left with the Khan to because the families themselves can't afford to raise these girls. But girls who are capable of memorizing or developing or creating their own forms of textile production will often there are documented cases of them marrying into noble families of Bokhara because of their capacity to produce textiles in a novel way. So clearly there's innovation as well. And even in that Mumford quote, he seems to be saying that there are different kinds of innovations. And so effectively, what he seems to be describing is someone tracing a pattern just in the dust on the ground and looking at it and then translating that pattern into a performative code, which then creates that pattern. There's a modern phenomenon in Afghanistan of they're called like picture carpets. They're images they're non-traditional images. It's Afghanistan, and so kind of sadly, a lot of these non-traditional images are images of weaponry, and these things are called war rugs. And I had a friend of mine in the State Department I was talking with about phenomena associated with this, and showing this friend of mine examples of some of these war rugs that were referred to as war on terror rugs, and these dated to around 2002, 2003, where what you previously had were Russian weapons, and now all of a sudden they were American weapons. And there were strange little phrases, or an American flag and an Afghan flag would be stuck together. And I was asking my friend in the State Department what he thought of these things. He immediately recognized them as representations of propaganda leaflets, which were being dropped down into the Pashtun regions of Afghanistan. And so once I realized that, I then got in touch with somebody in Kabul, whose aunt was producing some of these things. And I asked, like, what is the process with this? And her first answer was like, well, they just fall out of the sky and we make them into rugs. And I was like, well, okay, but what happens then? And she would describe looking at the image and translating the image into the song. And so so just her this is a woman who was, I mean, like, illiterate, somebody who never had the opportunity to learn how to read, but had this remarkable cognitive capacity to look at any image and translate it into a code, which could then be produced in this pixelated form.
Interesting. Which actually, a couple of questions just come in related to that. Because I guess some of the ones you mentioned are more like specific patterns, but this person's asking, how relevant do you think song is in regards to plain weaving? So I guess sort of the majority of classical Greece, you have just very plain textiles. Would that also have been used in that respect?
I don't think so. I think that this is a phenomenon that's reserved specifically for pattern textiles. So again, this is really kind of a sprawling conversation, so I apologize for jumping
That's
all over
why
the
we're
place.
here. I mean,
Right, right.
don't
But
worry.
to go back to those passages in the Ion, where you have girls looking at the decoration of the Temple of Apollo at Delphi and describing and recognizing what they're seeing because they're stories that they hear while they're weaving.
Mm.
Um, they're talking specifically about an episode in the Labors of Heracles. But the text then continues to say, oh, and there's another one. That's the story of Bellerophon riding around on Pegasus. And then the next five episodes that they describe all come from the Gigantomachy. And so the battle of the gods and the giants. And what's interesting to me about that is that we actually know that the peplos that was worn by the sacred statue of Athena, the statue of Athena Polios, that was produced every year by elite girls in Athens, depicted the events of the Gigantomachy. And so here you have a reference in Euripides of someone connecting the mythological narrative they're hearing to the depiction of a myth that we know actually existed in that particular form.
Yeah. So it does have the link. Someone else, I don't know, this might be a little outside the sphere, although it sounds like you have a very wide sphere, asking, has this also been connected to Semitic language speakers? Al Kilmer gave a talk about a connection between the visual patterns in cuneiform epic poetry and the likely patterns in woven textiles. Don't know if you have anything.
Could you please send me that reference? I would love
There we
to
go.
read it.
We will.
That
We
would
will
be
find it.
lovely. Thank you.
Anne Kilmer. So there you go. Well, we will look that up.
That would be
Um,
lovely. Thank you.
but I think David, you said you had a quick question. Do you want to pop in and ask that yourself?
Thanks, Anthony, for this wonderful talk. It was really absolutely fascinating. And I love how you're weaving together musical concepts and literary concepts and mathematical concepts, because all of these different types of forms are basically different types of repeating patterns, what we call translation symmetries. And that's basically how you're representing them in the Python code that you're writing is making them translations as they're moving in the directional space over time, over space. So the one area that I found really fascinating about your talk, aside from all the other fascinating parts, is how this might have been an interaction space between cultures. And I mean, I've worked myself on interethnic cultural contact and how that leads to changes in cultures and how cultures meet. And one of the ways in which I think about it as of common vehicle for this is brides moving from one family to another and potentially from one culture to another when they move towards their husband's family, which is generally common in many ancient cultures, and many cultures today. Um, and but you're really fleshing out a vehicle for cultural contact that moves through the language barrier also, which is usually going to be an issue for quite some time. And I wonder if you could talk some more about how you see this and what instances this is something that we can foreground potentially in intercultural contact, and maybe some places where it's less likely to lead to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fascinating kind of space to kind of point our thinking because, I mean, certainly as an archaeologist, that we are sort of at the mercy of the material record. That's what we do, right? And given individuals' ability to affect and influence a visible material record is contingent on their place within a given community. And so, certainly working in central Italy, we have extensive cemetery areas, but it's very, very clear that we're missing significant parts of the demographic of these communities. They're just not there. They're not treated in a way that allows us to archaeologically see them. So the kind of things I'm hopeful are going to evolve. I mean, this will have to be people other than me. I mean, younger and more enthusiastic and smarter scholars than I can be at the moment. But very, very careful consideration of textile equipment to see variation in forms. Now, in the example of the Turkish spindle whorl fragment is just one example. At Poggio Civitate, what we're doing right now is a comprehensive geochemical survey of all of our textile equipment. And what we're beginning to see is that there are a couple of examples of usually spindle whorls that are geochemically distinct and not local. And for other reasons, it would seem that one of the things that women would bring with them when they marry into a new community is textile production equipment. Now, partially that's because what they're doing economically, but also, there is, and you see it there in the Odyssey with Penelope, like the virtue of Penelope. Penelope's, like her goodness as Odysseus's wife is very much bound up in the fact that she produces textiles. And so the idea of a virtuous woman is the one that produces textiles becomes something which continues all the way through into the Roman sphere. But we really don't kind of focus on the fact that what producing a textile does is it gives a man the ability to leave a household and then come back at a later point and see that the woman has been there. The control over a woman's ability to produce a child is central to male thinking about controlling women's sexuality throughout the ancient Mediterranean as well. Sorry, I'm going all over the place, but the movement of women into communities and that phenomenon of examine like clearly exists within a space like Poggio Civitate. And so what I'm hopeful is that we can establish certain kinds of technological and interpretive approaches that can then be models for other communities to look to.
That's interesting that you're just connecting to perhaps the idea of the virtue of weaving to her showing that she's staying in the home, which is maintaining her sexual virtue also at the same time. Interesting.
Well, as fascinating as this discussion is, and I wish we could just spend a whole conference talking about it, which maybe, in future years, David, could be a good, good topic. Thank you so much, Tony, for a really fantastic talk and really interesting discussion. If people definitely want to learn more about it. I can see from the comments, everyone's really interested and going, wow, fascinating, amazing. Where's the best place for them to find more information on this? How can they potentially contact you if they would like to?
They're welcome to contact me. My email is atuck@classics.umass.edu. Now, again, I'm an Etruscan archaeologist, and I'm usually bogged down with all kinds of dumb projects that spill off of my excavation. So I don't get to work on this as much as I would like to, but I do have a group of publications which are already out on the subject, and we're currently working on a book project that will kind of sew a lot of this together as well. Please feel free to reach out to me. I'd be happy to. Right, yeah, of course, that was accidental. But I would really welcome the opportunity to talk with people about this. I mean, I'm genuinely thrilled by the subject and incredibly fortunate to work in this particular space, and would really love to share the opportunity to talk more about it with everybody.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Anthony.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So that slides beautifully into our next session 4, which is on the topic of women. And our first presenter is B. Lana Guggenheim. And B. Lana Guggenheim graduated from Hunter College with a bachelor's degree, having had a triple major in classical archaeology, media studies, and political science. During college, she volunteered on excavations, primarily at the Ramat Rachel site, under the joint auspices of Tel Aviv University and Heidelberg University. She went on to attain her master's degree in conflict studies at the London University of Economics and Political Science, with her graduate thesis focusing on the politics of archaeology in Israel-Palestine, also very topical at the moment. For the past 13 years, she has been volunteering with the Society for Creative Anachronism, a 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to recreating aspects of history and culture from all over the world before the year 1600. In this setting, she has focused primarily on the material cultures of the Eastern Mediterranean, particularly the Bronze Age, Iron Age, Hellenistic, and Roman periods. In the Society for Creative Anachronism, she has earned multiple awards for contributions to the group, for teaching classes, writing papers, and contributing garments for others' use. And she will be talking to us today about her paper entitled Dressing Ariadne, a discussion of reproducing women's garments from the Middle Minoan Palatial period in the 2nd millennium BCE. So take it away.
Thank you so much. It looks like I am not able to share my slideshow. Is that something you could please help me with? Also, I no longer hear you. I'm sorry.
It's okay, that's because I've muted myself. Where are you? Here. I can probably do it, but David, if you're able to do that in the background, that would be wonderful. Where are my host controls?
Apologies for the inconvenience. And of course, like everybody else, I'm sure I was consistently fiddling with it until the very last minute.
No problem. That should be possible now.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
No worries.
Okay, share this screen. Is it working?
Yes, looks good.
Fantastic. All right. So, hi, thank you so much for having me. It's an incredible honor for being here. My name is Bracha, and as you had mentioned before, I have a relevant degree, if only one of them, and I mostly have not been working in the field. Most of the time, folks in the SCA, my fellow reenactor peers, are primarily focused on Renaissance and medieval history rather than Bronze Age, Iron Age, etc., which means I spend a lot of time thinking about how to think about, talk about, and present what I learn in a way to people who are not necessarily familiar with this field at all. They're not familiar necessarily with the history or the archaeology or anything like that. And just my presentation going forward is made in that context. So if it's a little basic for some of you, my apologies in advance. I know that we're familiar with the Minoans. They're kind of hard to miss. They are not called that by themselves. That was a name invented by Sir Leonard Woolley for the civilization that emerged in Crete. We primarily know them for their brilliant frescoes, their palatial architecture, but in Egyptian contemporaneous texts, they are referred to as the Keftiu. This may or may not be the same as the Kaftor that appear in the Torah, the Old Testament. Unclear. It could also refer to Cyprus. We were not sure. They did eventually come under the domination of the Mycenaeans and are eventually subsumed into Greek culture. We also don't know what language they spoke. We have yet to decipher Linear A or any of the hieroglyphics that preceded it. We don't really know much about their religion. All the documentation that I found is fairly speculative on that. We know that they were a major maritime power, a major cultural power, documented trade links and artistic influence swirling all around the Eastern Mediterranean. Today, it's very easy to consider Crete as simply part of Europe. But I personally would caution against imposing modern borders on ancient populations, as the Eastern Mediterranean was its own highly interconnected region. Areas that we now define as being separate areas, North Africa, the Middle East, Southeastern Europe, were at the time very deeply connected politically, economically, and culturally. And they were so interconnected that multiple times throughout history, you had the rise of a shared art style, fittingly often referred to as the international style, particularly when it comes to Bronze Age diplomatic trade and elite trade diplomatic goods that have this shared iconography and shared style. I do think we understand a lot more about Minoan culture when we understand it in that international context. And going forward, you will see that I do sometimes turn to the neighboring cultures to shed light where it is possible on what we can understand about Minoans. It is also important to note that there are no surviving Aegean textiles from this period. We are left to images like these to discern what we may as to what Minoans may have been wearing or how these garments may have been constructed. At the same time, we have to be careful when we read these frescoes because these are not photographs, right? They don't depict what our eyes would have seen at the time. You're going to have artistic conventions. You're going to have symbolism that as modern people, we may not have the context for recognizing or understanding. Some really brilliant details that have been preserved through us for many thousands of years may not represent real life items at all. So experimental archaeology and trying to recreate it using what we know existed for the technology at the time can help us kind of make a little more headway in understanding what is likely to be real physically about these items that we see and what is artistic representation or something symbolic. Now, from these images, we can discern, is this not clicking forward? Okay, there we go. Now, from these images, we can discern 2 or sometimes 3 layers on these women's garments. Dr. Berenice Jones refers to them and others as well as the heanos. You have a pleated kilt and sometimes you have a veil. I took these photos myself. I'm very proud of that. It was almost a spiritual moment to be able to see these frescoes personally. The heanos, as we can see, is an open robed garment worn next to the skin. So this seems to be worn directly on the skin. It is often, but not always, depicted as sheer and was likely made of linen, but we do know that cotton wool, and even silk were fabrics that were employed for garment use during the Middle and Late Bronze Age periods. It can be solid colored. It also can be patterned. It may be hard to tell from these photographs, but you can see these kind of little saffron flecks on this sheer blue garment on the Haenos on the left. So that's an example of a pattern that you may or may not see on these garments. And it seems that it is opened all the way to the hem. So you shimmy yourself into it like you would a coat. You just shrug it up. It was wrapped or belted in place, though there are some depictions of this garment that seem to have cords attached to the bodice so you can tie it closed instead. It does seem to have bands along the opening down the front, across the shoulders, down the arms, and around the elbow. By the sleeve elbow, there is sometimes a tassel. That tassel can be beaded, knotted, or both. The bands across the back and down the sleeves of the garment are probably, if I had to guess, a woven selvage edge. And that selvage edge could also is a place for a lot of adornment and really complex patterning. Whereas the bands down the front must have been applied rather than woven in. Sometimes they are the same color, sometimes they are different colors. So you do kind of get a hint from the images itself that they may or may not be matchy all the time. In her book, Ariadne's Threads, Berenice Jones does discuss different ways to get the Haenos to fit the body. In this depiction, a little bit differently, you do see that the Haenos seems very loose. You have almost like a dolman sleeve. You have all this space between her arm and the body, and then it cinches up at her waist. But in other depictions, it looks very skin tight. And this bears the question, how does that even happen? The simplest way is to simply cut the garment to fit, which is in fact a method that I used when I was creating my own version of this garment. And that will work, but this method does generate a lot of fabric waste. Fabric is incredibly labor intensive and expensive to produce. And if you don't believe me, start drop spinning thread and see how long it takes you to eventually weave the garment. It is very, very labor intensive, and cutting away a large amount of fabric is unnecessarily wasteful, especially for the expense that we're talking about. And that to me indicates that it was probably not the most correct method. Jones does seem to agree with me and points how to, in some depictions of these garments on statuary, there seems to be indications that there might have been darting to bring the garment a little bit closer to the body. I have that here. It's again a little hard to see, but you can, but the darts on some of these garments, they are shown as stripes on the garments coming together and narrowing down. That's really difficult to weave into a garment. That's much more likely to be a result of a garment being taken in and darted. There are advantages to this much more labor intense method, mostly because that not only preserves the fabric, it allows the garment to grow with the wearer throughout their life. Our bodies change throughout our lives, and that way the garment can be adjusted to fit you. It also means that if the garment survives, it can be adjusted and taken in or let out, not just for pregnancy or body changes or whatever, but also to the next generation. So you would get multiple uses out of the garment. So they were making them to last for quite a while. However, this is also assuming that these representations are accurate representations. They may not have ever been that skin tight at all. This is where I am turning across the water to Egypt, where the Minoans had a very, very well-established trade and political relationship. And the reason why I want to take you to Egypt is to show you this really, really cool late Bronze Age tunic. And it, as you can see, is one giant square. It is very loose, very easy on, very easy off. It'll fit everybody throughout their whole lifetime. It does have woven bands applied as decoration, and it's contemporaneous with the Minoan civilization, and so is this tomb painting. And you'll notice that these garments are painted as very skin tight, but compare it to the actual garment. This is very loose. So the artistic representation of the garments are not photographic, right? The artistic representation of the garments portrays something very skin tight, so you can see the figure, but the garment itself is very loose. There is no guarantee that the Minoans were using Egyptian artistic conventions, though there is indications that they may have used them some of the time, and this may have been one of the conventions that they picked up. For example, we have very gendered representations of skin color on Egyptian wall paintings, where the women are almost always presented in a lighter skin tone than the men. That is not how skin tone in human beings work. That is not how that works at all, but it is something that we regularly see in Egyptian wall paintings. We also see it not as consistently, but we do see it, that similar skin tone convention in Minoan wall paintings as well. So this is an example of how certain cultural conventions will travel with trade and diplomacy. This kind of representation for clothing may or may not have been something that was adopted by the Minoans as well. We don't know. It is a conjecture on my part. But you can see that there are certain construction similarities. A woven garment with applied selvage bands that was very loose and portrayed as not very loose at all. Though, of course, that being said, you can see that Senefer in this photo of the wall painting, he's wearing a pectoral collar. So there's also not a guarantee that's the exact same garment as the photograph I just showed you. I think it's fair. I think it's very likely, just judging by the fact that he has applied bands on this tunic as well, and he's wearing multiple layers. So it's something to think about. It's something that I've been thinking about when it comes to making choices in my garment reproduction from these civilizations from this era. I would like, again, to talk about those brilliantly decorated applied selvage bands and the woven bands. Some of the bands at the elbow, wrong slide. Some of the bands at the elbow do terminate in tassels, as we can see here. And they could be knotted or beaded. Sometimes you also see depiction of tassels on men's kilts. So this is not a gendered item. The kilts are over here. So you can see those are some pretty long tassels over here as well. I personally do suspect that the tassels were warp threads that, rather than being cut and sewn under, were used to create further adornment. And otherwise, they could simply just be made separately and then physically attached to the armband on the sleeve of the hanos. They could be tied or sewn, please pardon me, onto the garment as well. Tassels are also not a uniquely Minoan construction. We can see from some, oh, here we go. Here's more beaded tassels. So you can see one of these are just kind of a loose tassel on this young woman in red. You can see that hers look a little more knotted. That may or may not be a representation of glass beads or simply decorative knots. This one is very clearly glass beads. And then you have another wall painting that shows a Minoan and someone from the Levant, possibly Syria or possibly also Canaan, but I suspect Syrian. And you can see that all of these individuals have tassels on their clothing. So you're all looking at brightly patterns that are applied to the garment in some way, either woven or painted, we're not sure, and tassels being used as decor. And all of this is something that you'll see across the Eastern Mediterranean, albeit in different ways. I haven't seen other garments represented with tassels coming from the sleeve. It's more that you see tassels beaded and knotted at all. Jones does argue that the stripes in Mesopotamian garb on kings and deities, like the striped and slit tunic of Ishtar in the investiture painting from the palace at Mari, that is possibly related to the knotted tassels that you see on the Jewish talit. That is still something done to this day. An Iron Age, it rose in the Iron Age, but has older Bronze Age roots. And as well, the use of murex dye is something else that was spread throughout the region by the Minoans, and then in some places is still used to today. So this is the beaded tassel slide. I do want to address the elephant in the room about Minoan open-chested fashion. Were they going around like that? Well, we have no way of knowing because none of us have visited them. We can't go back in time to check it out, but my instinct as a woman suggests not. Jones does suggest that this is likely a ritualistic pose, so the art is ritualistic rather than photographic. It's possibly a fertility-related pose. We also do see that Mycenaean versions of the fashion show them wearing a little bolero and that their breasts are covered. So that may have simply been a regional variation, but it may also have simply been maybe a depiction of, we're actually this is a little uncomfortable and the sun is out, so we're gonna cover up. It's not a particularly supportive pose. Again, I cannot promise you that, but I'm going to express significant doubt that they were going around like that all the time. So that is the basics on the Hanos. This is an example of West Asiatics, Levantines, possibly Canaanites, possibly Hyksos. Again, bright patterns. Not evidence of tassels, but evidence of those really riotous patterns and colors that we do see from the Minoans. So you do see certain use of color throughout the region. We saw this one already. Sorry, I talked ahead of my own slideshow. I apologize. The kilt is, as we have seen before, multi-layered, brightly colored. There's a couple of different variations. I see this variation on the frescoes most often, which is to say 3 or 4 layers. They have that labrous double axe shape. Men's kilts, in contrast, tend to be much shorter. Occasionally on women's kilts, like we saw in the statuary, it's like 10 layers and these little flounces going all the way down, kind of like those big dance skirts that you see. This kilt is never not vibrantly colored. It is literally always a treat for the eyes. They are always some sort of wrap garment. They are belted and tied. I am not clear on if the belt is something that is sewn into the skirt or woven in so that it's attached and you tie it like you would tie a wrap skirt, or if it's something that is a garment that you apply on top of the wrap skirt to keep it closed. There does seem to be some bulk, especially on some of the statuary, that indicates that maybe the hem was rolled or that there was something else that was applied to kind of give it that fluffy bulk. But on these frescoes, it looks like the tie is just part of the skirt and there is much less bulk. So there may be multiple iterations of skirts going on. There's almost always some sort of pattern. The simplest ones are solid colored with these stripes, but other patterns have these dots, these diamonds, these sort of interesting X shapes, just a lot of different patterns. Those stripes may have been woven in, they may have been painted on, or they may have been applied bands. Again, we have no surviving textiles from the Aegean, so it's really hard to tell. But they also could have been embroidered on or beaded. We do have some evidence that that was technology that was being, textile technology that was being used in the Near East. So it's not like it would have been unknown to the Minoans. So this could have been just a garment beyond our wildest dreams. I do personally suspect that there is a relationship between the woolen flounced garments that we see a little bit earlier in Mesopotamia, which do date back farther than the period we're currently talking about. Jones does experiment with a variety of flounced constructions in her book, but she does not attempt to mimic the woolen flounced garments that we see in Mesopotamian garments or compare them to how they may or may not have made a Minoan shaped skirt. I just want to show you some examples of what I'm talking about when I talk about Mesopotamian woolen flounced garments. These were generally created from edges that were allowed to fray to create these fringes or tassels. And we see a couple of different variations of skirts here, including, if you look at that cylinder seal press out, you see that like many layer flounced skirt, which to me, just going all the way back to show you directly, looks very similar to this snake goddess statue that we see on the right. That is, to me, it looks like a dead ringer. I do think there is a relationship. I cannot prove it, but it does strongly suggest itself. And we also see evidence of wrapped garments. You see these slit skirts that 2 of these other figures are wearing. So that is just something I would like to point out as another potential relationship across the Eastern Mediterranean. And it does mean that the Minoans' flounced tiered kilt is simultaneously akin to Near Eastern flounced garments, and also very obviously and clearly its own distinct, unique garment in the entire region. It's shorter. It seems to be constructed of a pattern cloth rather than just frayed wool. It has that unique double-headed axe shape. It could have been cut to shape. When I made my own reproduction, I did cut it to shape, but it could also simply be achieved by stretching the fabric. If you cut the fabric on the bias, if you've ever made your own clothing at home, the instructions often tell you to hang it up in your closet and leave it there for a few days, and only then trim it and hem it. Because if you don't, it will eventually stretch out in a wonky way. So there is no reason to think that they didn't know how fabric works. They could have just simply allowed it to stretch in the way that would create the shape. You could also probably roll up the hem of your skirt in a certain way in order to create that interesting high-low hem. That is also something that could have been how they structured that skirt. So my initial assumption that these were cut to shape is probably wrong. They were probably either stretched or rolled to use a rectangular piece of fabric that does not look rectangular when it is hanging on the body. So again, these are all conjecture, no surviving garments. We can probably, though, surmise not just the source of fabrics like we discussed earlier, but also the source of dyes. We know that they were using saffron. We have crocus picking as a subject for a number of frescoes. We also know that Minoans were very proficient in processing the murex snail dye to make a brilliant and colorful dye. We're used to hearing about it as purple, but it also is used to create blue if you just tweak the processing system a little bit. And this dye was known to everybody in the Eastern Mediterranean. It was an incredibly valuable dye. It was worth more than gold. It still is very expensive and very smelly to process. When processed as blue, it was known to the Assyrians and then later the Israelites as tachlitu or techelet. Techelet is still produced and used for ritual garments in this way. So in that way, we have a very distant echo of Bronze Age garments still being used with us in this modern day, which I think is super cool. But even back in the Bronze Age, you're talking about a dye and a color or series of colors that are associated with specifically divinity and kingship. I would last like to, oh, I have not a lot of time yet left. I'll speed through it. Veil, hairstyles, and jewelry in 5 minutes or less. Another thing that we may have seen as an influence from the Egyptians is hairstyle. We see some of these young women with little pigtails, and that looks to be a shaved or growing out hairstyle. I suspect we are looking at young women who have just crossed the threshold from childhood to adulthood. We do see veils. Rarely, but we see them. They seem to be sheer, brightly patterned. It seems to be not dissimilar to the later Greek himation, and probably used in a similar manner for fashion, for cover-up, for social signaling, etc. For jewelry, we see all sorts of brilliant jewelry depicted on these frescoes, some of which I don't know how it's staying on their hair. That could be fanciful, it could be not. But we also do have some surviving pieces that also seem to echo either Near Eastern or Egyptian motifs. This one is from the Heraklion Museum, and you'll notice the papyrus shape, which I think is just very self-evident for the kind of cultural sharing and also just really brilliantly elegant gold work. The gold work from this area will show regional influences from all over. Aegean trade goods and wall painting have been found in Egypt and the Near East. So this is not at all a one-way sort of influencing system. Everybody was part of this great cultural exchange. And of course, this was my own reconstruction. I tried to do a tie closure. I eventually did choose the looser fit, but I did not do the darts or the shirring that Jones had recommended because I was running out of time for an event. The trim is purchased. It does not go all the way down. I did not weave it because I don't know how to tablet weave. And it was selected to mimic shield patterns that I've seen in Mycenaean frescoes. So I was making an attempt. That being said, I do think I selected trim that was far too wide. Narrower trim would have been a more accurate choice. I used house paint on cotton to make my skirt. So I made some very not historically accurate painting choices, but I did create the stencils myself out of craft foam to mimic the ones that I've seen in frescoes. So all of the patterns were taken directly from frescoes. The color choices were all taken directly from the frescoes. So there was an attempt to mimic the look of it, but I assure you the Minoans were not using house paint. They were probably doing something else. This is what the completed skirt looks like. The band that I applied is actually relatively thin, but it is very, very tightly woven. So it's very strong. It's very easy to wrap around. It does not go anywhere. There are no modesty problems. And here are some photographs of me literally dancing around in a tent in a field. Everything stays exactly where it's supposed to. So you could actually do a lot of activity in these outfits. And I assure you, you will not have any problems. So that was my little experimental archaeology study. And I apologize if there were any tech issues or me issues. And thank you so much for your time and your attention.
Thank you so much. That was really interesting. We had so much discussion going on in all the comments sections of all the different streams, people saying, oh, what about this? And oh, how about this? And I think this could have been it. I don't have time to go through all of them. I think most of them, to be honest, were just people discussing it amongst themselves rather than actual pictures, but people were really interested. One thing that I did see come past, and full disclosure, I'm also not a specialist in textiles archaeology, so I may be saying this weird. Talking about the tablet, the bands, weaving in warp-weighted looms requires using integral bands to both start and end the piece. So some people are asking whether it would be possible that front trim could actually have been applied as an integral tablet woven band. And someone else mentioned similarly that Nordic Iron Age clothes have tassels at the end of those tablet woven bands.
Yes, I did know about that, about the Nordic Iron Age and the tassels, because I have friends who do Nordic Iron Age, which is so cool. But I don't know as much about it. I don't know about the first comment you said about weaving it that way. That is something I probably should have considered but didn't. I know weavers, but I am not a weaver. I'm very strictly a sewist, and a person who likes to read all of these books on your screen for fun. So I have never tried that, and I think I would need to learn how to weave and then give it a shot, and then I will report back eventually. That might be a few years from now. I'm not very good at it. I tried it once. I couldn't even set up this tablet weaving correctly, but my friend does have a loom in her living room. So maybe we can kind of do that as a joint exercise.
Indeed, there's lots of people now saying, yes, you should definitely, lovely construction. Now you should learn tablet weaving.
Now I should learn how to do that. And then I can come back and be like, well, here we go. Here's the better version.
I think also just to share with you as well, my favorite comment was when you were mentioning about the bare-breastedness of it, someone mentioned they probably weren't carrying snakes around either. So
probably not. Probably not most of the time. I feel like you probably need your hands to do lots of other things in your life besides carry snakes, but possibly carrying snakes in a ritual contest? Yeah, I would believe that easily. They probably weren't having cats on their heads all the time either. Maybe sometimes. That depends on the cat.
One final quick question is someone is asking where the dye comes from that you had mentioned.
The murex snail dye, it comes from a snail. There are 3 different species of snail: Trunculus, murex type 1 and murex type 2. I'm sorry, I don't remember their species names. But those are the snails that when you kill them and gut them and process them, they make which is a very, very stinky process. They do make a very color fast dye. You can get purple from other snails, but they're not nearly as color fast. They don't stick around. The fact that we like I said, we have no surviving textiles from this civilization, but we do have surviving Iron Age textiles coming out of the Near East that show traces of purple and blue from Techelet processing. And this is not just Israelite or Canaanite. This is the Phoenicians example became very well known. So we have this the remains from the vats where they process the dye. We do have remains from the vats where Minoans were processing the dye. So the idea that Minoans were probably the first in the Mediterranean to process and export this dye as a luxury good seems fairly well established until or unless new data comes out to upset that conclusion, and then we start all over again, as will happen sometimes. But that seems fairly certain. But we do know that Techelet specifically is a very, very color fast dye. And in fact, in the talit that I own and that I use every week when I go to synagogue, it has tzitzit, the knotted tassels, and it has a blue string of Techelet, and it's made with snail dye. And when I told my friends, they were very disturbed, but it is very, very appropriate for what I study.
Well, thank you very, very much for your talk. If people want to get in contact or learn more about what you do, where's the best place to find you?
That is a great question. I guess my personal email, I'm going to put it in the chat right now. So feel free to share that with everybody. I hope it's okay if I don't say it out loud for the YouTube, because I don't need that much. I don't need that much. Thank you.
That much. Great. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
We will now be moving on to the next talk, which will be by Sydney Chavez, who I believe is here already. Yes, there she is. Sydney Chavez is a PhD candidate in classical philology at Yale University. Her dissertation project is titled Textile Realities in Homer and explores the language of textiles and textile production in the Iliad and the Odyssey. I'm starting to see a link with these papers today. She argues that understanding the physical realities of textile production is critical to understanding the significance of literal and metamorphical references to textiles. Currently, she is particularly interested in exploring how the sensory and technical experience of textile production is reflected in epic language. So to do this, she integrates material culture and experimental archaeology into her literary study. In addition to Homer and ancient textiles, Sydney is interested in Greek and Latin poetry more broadly, ancient magical practices, and women in the ancient world. Originally from LA, California, she received her BA in Classics from Cornell University, where she wrote her honors thesis on the relationship between female persuasion and agency in the Iliad and Odyssey. She has spent time abroad in Germany at the Ruprecht Karl University of Heidelberg and in the UK at the University of Cambridge, Pembroke College. She's also conducted summer study at the University of Copenhagen's Centre for Textile Research, the Textile Research Centre in Leiden, and College Year in Athens. In fall 2026, she will be an IAKA Fellow at the University of Zurich in Switzerland. When not reading or traveling, you can find Sydney singing show tunes and weaving on her recreation of an ancient Greek warp-weighted loom. And today, Zoe will be talking about female fashion designers, women as designers of textiles in Greek literature. So feel free to share your screen there.
Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, great. I will share my screen now. All right, is that working?
Yep, that looks great. Take it away.
Okay, great. Oh, my screen just glitched. All right. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to present my work with you all, and it's been so wonderful listening to everyone else's presentations as well. As you just mentioned, my name is Sydney Chavez, and I am a PhD candidate in classical philology. And for those who might not be so familiar with the term philology, that means that I work primarily with texts, but my main research methodology actually brings together many different fields like archaeology, art history, and of course, textile studies. My aim is to bring an understanding of objects, art, technology, and materials back into our understanding of Greek literature. And that's exactly what I'm trying to do in this paper here that I've entitled Female Fashion Designers, Women as Designers of Textiles in Greek Literature. Women in Greek antiquity have long been associated with textiles. The earliest forms of Greek writing, found in the Linear B tablets from the Late Bronze Age, list women as the spinners, weavers, and wool workers who produce textiles. Tools related to textile work, like spindle whorls and loom weights, are commonly found in female burials. The patron deity of weaving is, of course, the female goddess Athena, and across Greek literature, figures like Homer's Penelope link textile work with what it means to be a good woman or good wife. And recently, scholars like Elizabeth Barber and Lynn Foxhall have shown that these associations are grounded in ancient reality. That is to say that women were, in fact, the dominant producers of textiles. In this paper, though, I'm not so interested in women as producers of textiles. Instead, I'm interested in women as designers of textiles. This is a small distinction, but I think a very important one. When scholars focus on women as producers, they often focus on the tangible material steps involved in textile production. So combing the wool, spinning the thread, weaving the cloth, and all the tools that go along with these processes. What then gets lost in the scholarship is the mental processes that accompany this work, the choices that must be made to get the desired end result. It's these mental processes combined with the technical skills of production that I refer to as design. By focusing on design, I also want to signal that textiles are not just utilitarian objects, but wearable works of art, and thus we should consider the women that designed them as artists too. I'll begin by examining two objects that exemplify this combination of physical and mental skills that are required to design a textile. Then I will return to examples from Greek literature, where we see women using their skills to design textiles. I'll look at two lines from Homer's Iliad, an epigram by the female poet Gnossus, an epigram by Antipater, and I'll end with a fragment from the female poet Erinna's poem, The Distaff. In antiquity, fashioning a textile was a long and laborious process. The raw materials, either wool from sheep or linen from the flax plant, must be processed into usable fibers, cleaned, sorted, all before being spun into thread and woven on a warp-weighted loom, like the one depicted here on the left and this one here. A warp-weighted loom, as has been mentioned in previous presentations, is a type of vertical loom that stands upright and uses weights, these tiny weights here, that are tied to the vertical warp threads to hold them under tension in order to facilitate weaving. After the cloth is woven, it is cut from the loom and then goes through further processing and laundering before it's ready for use. Experimental archaeology has shown that a simple linen tunic could take approximately 355 work hours to produce, with the spinning of thread and weaving alone taking up 80% of this time. And it's this 80% that is represented in these two objects shown here. So on the left, we have the Penelope vase, which depicts Penelope here seated and her son Telemachus in front of a warp-weighted loom. And on the right, we have the Amasis painter Lekythos, with its central scene here that has been sort of unraveled and flattened into this long image at the bottom. So the Amasis painter Lekythos shows us the major steps in textile production. On the left, we have women folding cloth, followed by a woman spinning thread, another woman preparing the wool to be spun, two women in the center here working together on a warp-weighted loom, two women weighing out wool. So we have a scale and the wool and these little bundles they're weighing, another woman communicating with them, maybe instructing them on how much to weigh out, and two more women here preparing wool to be spun. Now, all of these steps have to occur in order for the cloth to be made, and the women carrying them out must be in communication with each other, since small changes in any step of the process can greatly impact the end result. So, for example, the way the thread is spun, how thick or thin, is affected by the quality of wool chosen and how that wool was prepared, in addition to the physical way that the spinner spins it. These qualities of thread, in turn, affect how the thread behaves on the loom and how soft or translucent or dense the resulting textile is. The ability to produce figural designs and patterns, like the ones depicted on the Penelope vase, is also dependent on how the threads are arranged on the loom. This means that their colors and positions must be carefully chosen in advance. And this is contrary to what a lot of modern translations and commentaries say when they use the word embroidery. But we can see here the designs on the loom and also the designs on these ladies' garments would have been woven and designed into the fabric of the textile itself. So they were not added later through embroidery or through dye techniques like we might do today. So women making the textile then must envision what they want the end result to be long before the loom is even set up. And it's this complexity and the elements of planning and design that I want to bring into our reading of textile scenes in Greek literature. So I'll now turn to an example from the end of Book 22 of Homer's Iliad. Just prior to these lines, Achilles has killed the Trojan hero Hector, but the news of his death hasn't yet reached his wife, Andromache, who we find here working peacefully in what has often been read as a sort of typical textile production scene. So she is weaving a web in the innermost part of the lofty house, a purple double-folded cloth, and she was sprinkling in colorful flowers. Two design elements are immediately clear. The use of purple thread, implied by the fact that the cloth is called porphyrein, purple, and the fact that the cloth is diplaka, double-folded, which may refer either to its large size or to it being a reversible cloth. Another design element is hidden in the use of this word epasa, combined with the preposition en, meaning literally to sprinkle in. Translations of these lines will often use the verb embroider. However, we can see the cloth is still on the loom, right, weaving a web. And just as we've seen with the Penelope vase on the previous slide, these type of designs could be created while the cloth was still on the loom. And additionally, we know from other literary, archaeological, and art historical evidence that embroidery was just not common in antiquity. And so within the context of this passage, this verb must mean to weave in. So in reality, to create a purple cloth with a woven in flower design like this must have taken a lot of foresight. Implied in this scene is the fact that Andromache must have from the start envisioned what she wanted this cloth to be like. She must have procured the right amount of thread that was dyed to the precise color. She must have set up the threads on the loom in such a way to facilitate the making of a double-folded cloth, and to her being able to weave in this colorful flower design. Though Andromache in these two lines is depicted as the sole weaver, she will also have to have been in communication with other women in the development and realization of this cloth. She would have sourced and procured materials, much as modern fashion designers do. Her cloth then is designed from the start and achieved from her own creativity and her own skill, but also the skill and creativity of others. And so we can see her as a sort of fashion designer in the very literal sense of the phrase. She both fashions and designs. Obtaining the knowledge necessary to know how to bring a design like Andromache's colorful flowers out of the abstract and into the cloth is no small feat. And research into the transmission of textile knowledge in contemporary weaving societies shows that knowledge is most often passed down generationally, so from grandmother to daughter. And this intergenerational transmission of design knowledge is also what we find in Greek examples, like this epigram from the Hellenistic poet Gnosis. She writes, "Revered Hera, who often descending from heaven look on your Lacinian shrine, fragrant with frankincense, accept the linen garment which Theophilus, daughter of Cleopa, wove for you with her noble daughter Gnosis." Here, Gnosis encourages the goddess Hera to accept the offering of a garment she wove together with her mother. Her mother is the grammatical subject of the verb, huphanen, to weave, and as the more experienced weaver, naturally would have taken on the bulk of the weaving. But the specification of Gnosis herself as the one accompanying her mother is significant. Her name occupies the first word of the final line and completes the phrase begun at the end of the previous line, metapaidas agawas Gnosidos, with her noble daughter Gnosis. Here she is still learning. She's still a paidos, a child. And learning from her mother, Gnosis, as the author of this epigram, also acknowledges the woman that her mother learned from, her grandmother, Cleopa. The construction of the last line of this epigram then forms a sort of genealogy of women that also preserves the genealogy of textile knowledge from youngest to oldest. Gnosis, who learned from her mother, Theophilus, who learned from her mother, Cleopa. Textile knowledge then doesn't come from nowhere. And this knowledge isn't simply restricted to the physical task of weaving, but to all the design elements that accompany it. The specification here of a linen garment is significant to this. Linen was a common material used for textiles by this point, but requires very different treatment from wool. It cannot be as readily dyed, but it can be spun into thread that is much finer than wool and thus poses its own special complications while being woven. The choice to weave a linen garment, then, must have involved its own set of considerations and lessons for the young Gnosis to learn in her journey to becoming a textile designer. Girls' learning, though, was not done alone. Just like the women working together on the Amasis painter Lakitos, girls worked together too. There are numerous epigrams that describe this, but this one by Antipater describes girls working together to execute their designs and then dedicating them to the gods. He writes, "Artemis, fairest of virgins, sovereign lady of women, we three wove this border for you. Bitier wrought the dancing girls in the crooked stream of winding meander. Blonde Antianera devised the decoration that lies on the left side of the river, and Bition that on the right, measuring a span and a palm." So we can see here that learning how to fashion textiles was also an integral part of a girl's childhood. And this is further exemplified by the Hellenistic poet Erinna's work, The Distaff, a poem whose name itself refers to the long stick used to hold wool while spinning. So we see this example here from the British Museum of a woman spinning with a drop spindle and holding a distaff with this little red blob of wool on the top. In this poem, The Distaff, Erinna laments her childhood friend Balkis, who was recently died just after getting married, and she recalls memories from their shared childhood. The text is very fragmentary. That's what these little brackets indicate. Those are all spots from where the text has had to be reconstructed. And so as such, I'm following the interpretation and translation of Josephine Balmer. Erina recalls, as girls, we played weddings with our dolls, brides in our soft beds. Or sometimes I was playing mother, allotting dawn wool to the women, calling for you to help spin out the thread. Here, Erina remembers the imaginary games that her and her friend Valkis would play, acting out scenes with their dolls and role-playing mother and daughter. In the role of mother, Erina would assign wool to the women, which have sometimes been interpreted as the dolls from 2 lines prior, and she asks for Valkis's help in spinning the thread. These scenes are remembered as games from a happy childhood, but are tinged with sadness, as Valkis will never have a turn to be mother, as she's just died after her wedding. And she will never have the opportunity to pass down her own design knowledge and skill to a daughter. We can see real examples, though, of what one of the dolls Erina and Valkis may have played with looks like. It has movable arms, one of which is now missing, a miniature chair and shoes, and this doll also has a miniature epinatron. Epinatra, for the plural, are hollow, sort of half oval shaped knee covers used to help prepare wool for spinning. And this miniature one, here's a larger picture of it here, fits the dimensions of the seated doll's knee perfectly and would have been used by girls to mimic the actions of the adult women around them, and in doing so, to learn these skills through play. By playing at spinning wool, like Erina and Valkis, girls are not only learning the physical movements, but also the mental ones that accompany it. They're learning the set of skills that constitute design. So in this talk, I've shown how the combination of physical actions, communication with other women, and mental planning involved in fashioning a textile constitute design skills. We see in Gnosis how these skills and knowledge are passed down through generations. In Antipater and Erina, we see these skills honed between friends. And in Homer's Iliad, we see adult women like Andromache as the ultimate designers. She possesses the knowledge and skill to envision how she wants her textile to function and to look like. And she is able to fashion that design into reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a really fascinating talk. It fit beautifully with our earlier keynote as well from Tony. So really nice to see the kind of other side of that. And I'm curious whether you know if there are other material evidence. I mean, you mentioned the toys there briefly, but if you can expand on that a bit, whether there's other sort of material evidence that would link to those concepts that are discussed within the texts.
Yeah, so we have, I'm thinking of one, I don't think I have it in this slide, no. There is a miniature distaff from Roman Gaul that still has wool on it that seems like it was maybe a toy or either instructive or just like a toy in the more simple sense that girls could have used or could have played with, or just to be exposed to these types of techniques and skills earlier on. As far as other evidence for example, the types of borders that Antipater is describing. So it says, we three wove this border for you. I noticed in the comments from one of the earlier talks, people talking about the sort of borders used for warp-weighted weaving. It's thought that this might be what one of these borders is, that girls learning to weave would start by making these borders. So like a simpler, smaller project that then could be used to set up on a larger loom by more experienced weavers, like their mothers or other women in the community.
I see actually someone, sorry, I see someone commenting on about, this is earlier on, so this might have been in relation to that point, brocaded in perhaps, question mark, is that?
Yes, so there's, I didn't bring it in for this talk, but specifically when we're talking about like designs that are woven in, like we also see here, there have been many different experimental archaeological sort of investigations into how this could be done. Brocading, I think, is one of them. Elizabeth Barber in her larger volume, Prehistoric Textiles, and the later chapters of it describes evidence for maybe using tapestry weaving or supplementary weft weaving, which are techniques that I personally don't have so much experience with, but I have seen them in action on warp weighted looms, and people have tried reconstructions with them to create things like this, and it works. People have also used tablet weaving. So there's a recreation of this exact garment, actually, by, I believe her name is Ellen Herlisius Klug in Germany, in Munich at the Deutsches Museum, who has recreated this exact figural design using tablet weaving and doing so on a warp weighted loom. So it seems like there are a lot of different techniques that could have been used to create these.
Yeah, someone else has just mentioned could potentially be woven to have the double layered top folded down. Would a garment like this would have to have had the upper design woven upside down? I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. Yes.
Yeah, that's another possibility for deep waka. So double woven could be either like reversible. Some people think it might just be double the size, but would mean that there would be double the amount of vertical warp thread. So you're like literally weaving with each pass, you're going in and out the other side to create a cloth that is double the width of what the warp weighted loom could accommodate, because as you can see, this is pretty much to scale of what most recreations of warp weighted looms are. And so they are sort of, horizontally bounded by how long you can get these pulls to be. Though of course, vertically, you can add as much thread as you want and tie it onto the bottom of the weights and just keep rolling it up and keep going.
Yeah. And do you have, and this is sort of quite a broader question, I suppose, so apologies if it's a bit outside the sphere, but in terms of sort of apprenticeship or learning, and there's so many different archaeological theories around that, how do you think that plays into this idea of then people sort of teaching their daughters or daughters learning? Can we see that through the material, through the text at all?
So as far as Greek antiquity goes, so up through like the Hellenistic period, from what I have been able to tell, we can't really find much evidence for sort of apprenticeships. It seems more that women were taught at home, either by their mothers, or once they were married, were sort of overseen by their husbands' mothers or the other older women in the household. And we have some examples of that are coming from Plato and from Xenophon. But once we get past like the Hellenistic period, there are some letters from Roman Egypt talking about people sending their daughters, to the next town over to learn a particular textile skill. So it seems like by the Roman period, things maybe were getting a little bit more like industrialized, for lack of a better word. And then there were maybe some more like standard workshop practices in place to get people to learn these skills in a more structured way, I guess, than we would think of just than learning something at home.
Yeah, that's fair enough. By the way, if anyone else has any further questions, please do pop them in the chat of wherever you are. I do have a feed in front of me of all the different chat channels, so hopefully it will come through in that and I'll be able to answer it. In terms of, obviously this session is about women in antiquity and in the past, but do we only see it referenced to women in terms of the textual evidence? I know you mentioned at the start of your talk about having a lot of textile remains in graves and female graves and stuff like that, but how gendered is it, especially in the earlier periods?
Yeah, this is a question I've really been wrestling with, and especially in my dissertation work, which is focusing specifically on textiles and textile production in Homer. So I'm sort of imagining this late Bronze Age, early Archaic sort of fantasy lands and using evidence from that. But it does seem like women in this period, at least from the late Bronze Age into the Archaic period, and I think even extends into the Classical and Hellenistic period, that women were really the only ones creating textiles. There have been some publications in the last 20 years that have argued against this. But I think Lynn Foxall in this article here, Women's Work, Who Made the Textiles in the Ancient Greek World, she sort of re-examines the evidence and shows that really that male weavers and even male managed workshops are not really the case. We have, I believe, one example from the Linear B tablets of a man's name as part of these lists of textile workers. But it's thought that maybe he was a manager, or maybe he was somehow otherwise involved. We do know that men were they were the primary farmers and the primary sheep herders, and they were the ones that would cut the fleece from the sheep once shears were invented in the early Iron Age. But it seems like beyond that, and also men seem to have been primarily doing the finishing elements of textile production. So fulling the cloth, like making it fuzzy, sometimes laundering it as well. So men were definitely involved in textile production. And in my dissertation, I actually argue that they know a lot more than what we would maybe think, because they grew up around, women doing this. And I guess then it's also worth mentioning too that this sort of gender divide is maybe more specific to adult men and adult women. We do find children of both genders listed in the Linear B tablets of people that were helping their mothers or were somehow in these workshops. So it seems like maybe the gender division only happened at adulthood. But yeah, but then in the Roman period, though, we do see some men in textile work. I found one example of a male spinner in a Roman sarcophagus from Ostia that blew my mind. But,
Interesting. And I guess that sort of leads nicely too. So we talked about age differentiation, gender differentiation in terms of class or kind of hierarchy. Would there have been a differentiation? So someone even in the comments mentioned potentially weaving for upper classes, spinning for lower classes, or is it sort of a mix?
Yeah, so from the evidence that I've seen and that I've worked with, it doesn't seem like there was so much of a mix between classes in terms of lower classes spun, upper classes wove, but maybe more so in how much control you had over the work you were doing. So for example, we know, especially in Homer, we see enslaved women and women being taken captive specifically for the reason of being textile producers. And perhaps these women were specialized in spinning or weaving or one or the other, but they're not always differentiated in that way. But we do see upper class women both spinning and weaving. So in the Odyssey, for example, we have Helen spinning and Penelope is weaving. And in the Iliad as well, we have a scene where Hector tells Andromache, go back to your spinning, go back to your weaving, when he doesn't want her to get involved in the war. So it seems like it was maybe more of a differentiation between whether you were weaving and spinning what you wanted to be weaving and spinning whether you were doing that weaving for your own project. So like Andromache making her own cloth versus I am making the thread for Andromache's cloth.
Right. Okay, great. Well, thank you very much again for a very interesting talk, very interesting discussion. If people want to find out more about your work or get in contact, where's the best place for them to go?
Yes, you can email me and you can feel free to contact my Yale email, sydney.chavez@yale.edu. Perfect.
Great. Thank you so much, Sydney. We'll be moving on. Thanks. We'll be moving on now to the final talk of this session from Princess Ornica August. And Princess Ornica August is a St. Lucian writer, feminist, biblical scholar, and historian who examines how gender, mythology, the Bible, autonomy, violence, and the sacred interact across cultures. She holds a BA, an MDiv, and an MTS, and is currently completing a Master of Arts by Research. Her scholarship seeks to reclaim erased female voices and challenge dominant narratives. Her writing appears in Christian Feminism Today, the Shiloh Project, Pop Culture and Theology, and the Bible and Critical Theory Journal, where she published Reclaiming the Sacred, the Bible, Critical Theory, and Caribbean Identity. Her contributions also include explorations of Greek mythology and chapters on feminist legacies in pop culture. Through her work, she weaves history, theology, and pop culture to amplify the voices of overlooked women and inspire critical engagement with the past and present. And we'll be talking today Oh, right, okay. And she will be presenting today her talk entitled "She Painted Her Eyes and Called His Name: Judas, Esther, and Jezebel and the Weaponized Body." So if you could, I see that you have shared your screen, but it's on a different window, I believe.
Oh. Can you see the
The
screen?
conference schedule for anyone who's interested is up now. We can see the conference schedule at the moment.
Okay. Can you see my screen? Is it? Can see the screen? Can you?
We can see your screen, but it's currently on the conference schedule rather than your presentation.
Oh, escape.
Which is also wonderful to look at. So it's good to remind people of what's coming up.
Oh, sorry. Let me
No
just
problem.
close it. Let me just close off. Okay. Screen share. PowerPoint. The beginning. Can you see the screen now?
Not yet. I don't think I can. I don't know if anyone else here. Oh, no, it's starting. Swirling for me.
Oh, let me close this one. Email. Okay. Can you see the screen now?
It just went away again. It might be that you need to share the whole screen rather than like a window or the PowerPoint, and then it will go.
Okay. Can you see the screen now?
Getting there. Okay, yes, that looks good. So it's now on the edit version. Yeah, from beginning.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My talk is about she who paints her eyes. And it's about Jezebel and Esther and Judith and their bodies. So in biblical texts and in early Christian interpretations, women who wear makeup and jewelry and elaborate hairstyles and hairdos are deemed to be vain, and they have moral failure, or they are trying to seduce men, or they are wicked, in the case of how Jezebel is interpreted. And this traditional view creates a binary situation where women are interpreted and viewed as a threat or a sinner. So a new framework I'm using is called the weaponized body. And so it's a key concept is rejecting the idea that women who wear makeup or jewelry or have elaborate hairstyles or dress elaborately are sinners or seductress who trying to seduce you, or they're wicked or they're evil. And instead, they're using these types of avenues to assert their bodily autonomy and their political agency. So I use Judith Butler's performance, and she's like saying that identity is not innate, but it is acts that are repeated and who are stylized acts. And so jewelry adornment is a performative act and produces and asserts a powerful identity. So I'm reading these ancient texts through a feminist lens, where the adornment, jewelry, makeup, and other similar activities represents women's agency and lived experiences. So I'm arguing that for Jezebel, Esther, and Judith, they wearing makeup or being adorned was not about being vain or seductive or wicked, but it was a tool of survival, defiance, and power. They were actually using these acts to demonstrate their bodily autonomy, and they were using these deliberate acts of self-fashioning. So they were choosing to create themselves, or like I said, self-fashioning themselves in what they want to be. So we go with case study, Jezebel. And she's in the Hebrew Bible, Old Testament, 2 Kings 9:30, and it says when Jehu came to Jezebel and Jezebel heard of it, she painted her eyes and adorned her hair and face and looked outside of the window. So this is not a desperate act or a prophetic act. This is actually a powerful royal assertion. And we know how she is interpreted. Jezebel is interpreted as a evil woman, and she is a wicked woman. And some people even interpret her as a seductress when she was actually not a seductress. She was married to one man, Ahab, and she wasn't trying to seduce Jehu. She was actually asserting her royal power by having makeup, dressing up herself, adorning herself for the arrival of this usurper. She reclaims her royal identity and her agency. And her adornment is just an act of resistance against a usurper, a powerful man. And she's showing that she's not just a helpless woman, but a defiant woman. A quote from me, Jezebel uses her makeup to assert her defiance. And so for Jezebel, scholars like Janet, who Gaines, questions how evil was Jezebel. And so she kind of supports my argument that Jezebel was not exactly evil, and she painted her face to reclaim her agency, her bodily autonomy. And then you have scholars like Tamara Lomax with her book and Jezebel and Hinge, and she talks about how the Jezebel, it becomes associated with black womanhood, and how black women are called Jezebels, and because of that connotation, black women are interpreted as sexualized, sexually promiscuous, or wicked, or evil, and that is not a right label, because even Jezebel was not sexually promiscuous. And I would not necessarily call her evil. She just used those avenues of jewelry and her makeup and her hairdo to reclaim that agency, that bodily autonomy. She was performing to reassert herself. And then we have Esther. I call Esther strategic beauty. We know that in Esther 2, chapter 2, that she goes into the harem, and they say that she was beautiful and had a lovely figure, and she listened to everything that Haggai, the king's eunuch, tells her to do. So, because Hagar was in charge of the harem, and because he found Esther to be more beautiful than a lot of the girls that were kidnapped and trafficked to the harem, he gave Esther more beauty products, more food, just gave her more assertion. She could walk through the palace because she was the most beautiful woman there. And so we have to also take in consideration that Esther, along with other young girls in the book of Esther, will kidnap or and human traffic, and that beauty contest was not just a beauty contest. Scholars like Randall C. Bailey and Erica Demba say that contest wasn't beauty, but was a kind of a sex contest, and it wasn't a beauty contest. It was who can please satisfy the king sexually, and Erica Demba calls it that these girls and Esther were human trafficked into the palace, and so Esther, being human trafficked and thrown into this sex contest, has no autonomy, but because Haggai finds her to be the most beautiful and the most lovely, she kind of uses that to please the king, to be the one to please the king sexually, because she has no choice. She's a human trafficked girl. She's a kidnapped girl, and the only thing that she can do is make herself look beautiful and sexy and adorn herself with makeup and jewelry and perfume to have bodily autonomy, or to assert that bodily autonomy. And so her preparation, a year of cosmetics and oils, is a strategic process of bodily autonomy, and which is to become queen and to save her people. So she used her body, which was weaponized already, because again, she's trafficked. She's a kidnapped girl, to not only bring up herself into power, but bring up her cousin, uncle Mordecai, and also save her people. Esther employs beauty to navigate the Persian court, because she has no choice but to do that. Case study 3, Judith. Now, Judith is not in the Hebrew Bible or the Old Testament. It's in the Catholic Bible. In the Catholic Bible, I'm Catholic, so that's where I know where it is come from. So it's in the Catholic Bible, and I think it's in an extra. The Protestants call those scriptures that didn't make it into the canon something else. So yes, so she's in the Catholic Bibles, and so in Judith, she has a whole book for herself. So Judith, in Judith 10, 3-4, she puts on her beautiful garments. She adorns herself with jewelry and fine clothing for charming of the eyes of men. So Judith's adornment of makeup and jewelry and fine clothing is deliberate. It's actually a premeditated act of war. Her beauty is the primary weapon. She infiltrates the enemy camp by weaponizing her body to disarm her foreignness. This is a violent, powerful act of bodily autonomy in service of a righteous cause. So her foreigners is and his army is trying to attack the Israelites, and Judith uses her beauty, the makeup, the fine clothing to go into his camp, making him think that he's going to have sex with her, and then she kills him. And so Judith adores herself to infiltrate the enemy the enemy. And so she has bodily autonomy from the get-go, and she reclaims it and reasserts herself by doing that. Then we move on to the New Testament. Now, the New Testament is totally different from the Old Testament. You see that, Judah, Esther, Jezebel, it's free for them to. They use makeup, they use jewelry, they use fine clothing, and all that to reassert their bodily autonomy. But the New Testament restricts these acts of bodily autonomy, which I consider. 1 Timothy 2:9-18, women should not adorn themselves in clothing, should adorn themselves in clothing, modesty, and be discreet, and not with braided hair or pearls or costly garments. And then you have 1 Peter 3-5, that basically tells them that being adorned is wrong. And then in early Christianity, one of the church fathers, Tertullian, writes against women's adornment of beauty and having makeup and jewelry and fine clothing. So, and in a way that the New Testament is adhering to the Greco-Roman culture, particularly the Athenian Roman culture, where upper class women supposed to be subdued and modest, and they're not supposed to wear elaborate stuff. So they're there. So, but when we come to the New Testament, we realize these New Testament writers are adhering to the Greco-Roman culture that's surrounding them, that's oppressing them at this time. So while the Hebrew Bible gives, even though that it condemns Jezebel in some ways, it actually gives women more rights to assert their bodily autonomy we see with Esther and we see with Judith, even though Judith is not really in the Hebrew Bible, but it is still part of that ancient Near East, ancient Israelite society compared to what the Greco-Roman society tells them to do. And so women, the women in the New Testament and in early Christianity, have limited autonomy in the public sphere of the church. Adornment is frowned upon, and so that is a significant shift from the Hebrew Bible and the ancient Near East to the New Testament, early Christianity, and Greco-Roman society. So, two worlds, two visions of bodies. In the Hebrew Bible, tool of power and agency, a certain identity, performed for a purpose, survival, liberation, emancipatory, self-fashioning. New Testament is adornment, jewelry. Fashion is a symbol of worldliness and vanity. It helps you to conceal your identity, and it constrains for control, and it limits women, and it poses modesty. So a transition, a narrative shift from recognizing adornment and agency to condemning it as a threat to social power. So I'm advancing this conversation, and so what my work does, it unites feminist hermeneutics and sorry. It unites feminist hermeneutics and biblical scholarship and fashion and ancient Near Eastern history to study on intersect bodily autonomy and fashion and how women of these texts assert or reclaims body autonomy. I don't think that like how adornment is interpreted that it is a sin, but it is a core element to help women achieve female bodily autonomy. And it challenges the traditional scholarship that Jezebel is evil, critiques Esther and how she uses her body. And it doesn't downplay Judith and her use of their bodies. So I'm showing that how these women use their bodies to reclaim power and to reinsert their bodily autonomy and to examine the gender struggles over identity in ancient texts and modern interpretation. So, key takeaway, the stories of Jezebel, Esther, and Judith show that the female body has always been a battleground. The acts of autonomy were radical assertions of selfhood in a patriarchal society. And the shift in the New Testament is not just about fashion, but really about a broader project of limited female agency. So understanding this ancient history is critical for how we critique how women's bodies continue to be police control in contemporary religious and cultural discourses. And questions, comments, and thoughts.
Thank you so much, Princess. That was really interesting. It's so fun to see like a different aspect of what we've basically been talking about throughout this session as well, in terms of the power of women and kind of the hidden power of women in that respect. We have a few minutes for questions. If anyone has any questions for Princess, please do post them in the comments. We have one here asking about whether the idea of modesty corresponded with rising male dominance in the early church.
Yes, it does. Because remember, by the time we get to the New Testament, Rome has conquered Israel, Palestine, that area. And so they're adhering to the Greco-Roman society of manhood and womanhood and patriarchy. So yes, that's what the early church seems to be doing. It's about the modesty is imposed because it's about patriarchy and power. And if you look at, because not all of Greece, ancient Greece, was so imposed about modesty, particularly Athens. And then even within the Rome, is mostly the upper class women that have been imposed to dress modest and to not to have elaborate hairstyles and stuff.
And would you say that sort of obviously this is kind of a critique also in light of our modern view of, you know, these things, but do you think that, especially seeing the difference in the Old and the New Testament, that was how it was originally intended to be written? Actually, it wasn't intended to be shaming or anything like that. It was intended to show that female power.
I think the more so in the Hebrew Bible, that's what the authors were trying to do. Yes, they had their agenda. If you look at what they did with Jezebel, but in general, they were trying to show that when female power, female agency, female body autonomy within a limitation. They supported it, but they believed that it should have been. I think that the writers of the Hebrew Bible and the Jewish text and the would probably, yes, we support women having a little rights and agency, but within restrictions or within limits. Because if you look at Jezebel, she acted way out of that limits, and so they considered her evil.
Yeah. I've just noticed, by the way, I'm so sorry. I think you have a camera cover on. I'm sorry, I was looking at your presentation and I didn't even see your video.
Oh,
Do you have a little cover on your camera or something?
do I have what?
A cover on your camera?
No.
No. Oh, unfortunately, we can't see you. We can just see a pink prick of light. Sorry, I didn't even see that before. I was so focused on your presentation, I didn't look at your video. It's okay, we're at the end anyway, I'm sure, hopefully. So my final question indeed is if people want to learn about your work or to see your beautiful face, then where can they find you and how can they best contact you?
Well, they can find me on you can email me, Princess Onaika Ogis at gmail.com, and they can find me on Facebook or yeah, Facebook or Instagram.
Okay, great, perfect. By the way, if anyone, all of these contact details we've been getting from people, if anyone wants to contact any of our speakers and can't find them, and they've said they're happy to be contacted, please just contact us at SASA or contact the team at SASA, and they will forward them on. Thank you so much, Princess, for your talk. Really interesting, and was great to hear from you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now that is the end of session 4, and we will be going now into the next session, and I am handing over to the next moderator, who is a fellow member of the Archaeology Podcast Network, Chris Webster, who is actually the founder of the APN, runs several different companies, including Digitech, Cultural Media, and has proved invaluable in terms of promoting the approachable and accessible dissemination of archaeological knowledge through the medium of podcasting, but also through other medium as well. So take it away, Chris.
All right, thank you. Good to meet everybody and then to join in with this. I've been following over the last day and a half or so of the conference. It's actually the first one I've followed, and it's been really interesting so far. So thank you, David, and the SASA team for putting this on. So I'm gonna do my moderator duties here and say something about the scholarship really quick. Attending a conference is often a pivotal moment in an undergraduate student's career as they get an exciting firsthand glance at professional academics and scholarship while making new friends, networking, and broadening their horizons. To help make opportunities for conference attendance by undergrads more accessible, SASA is launching a scholarship campaign to support undergraduate students attending ancient studies conferences. SASA now supports these wonderful experiences through individual grants to individual students. Consider donating to the new scholarship campaign at saveancientstudies.org/donate. Okay. All right, let me share my screen with the slides. Okay, so let's get on to our next speaker. That is going to be Patrick Clancy. Okay, Patrick Clancy is a current PhD student at the University of Birmingham, UK, researching the importance of athletics and athleticism in classical Sparta. Patrick earned his undergraduate degree in classics from Canisius College in 2011 and his master's degree at the University of Buffalo, SUNY, in 2020. He currently works as an academic advisor at the Bryant and Stratton College online. Okay. So let me stop my share and we'll bring Patrick in. Patrick, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Perfect. Let's go ahead and see if I can also share. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. All right, go ahead.
Perfect. All right. Hello, everyone. First, before I get into anything, I do just want to say a huge thank you to um, everybody at the Save Ancient Studies Alliance virtual conference team. It's a difficult thing to put a conference together, and everybody's been working so hard. Also, want to say a thank you to fellow presenters for all their hard work as well. Really, everybody involved with today, even if you're viewing. We're all preserving ancient history through scholarship in an accessible way, and it's a great thing to see that's happening. So, for my analysis today, we're doing athletic dress in classical Sparta. So I'll be discussing classical Spartan fashion, how it was focused around highlighting the athleticism of a Spartan body rather than expensive materials or technical skill in tailoring. This athletic fashion was introduced to Spartans at a young age and reinforced throughout their education. The Spartan style imposed a uniform seemingly based in equality amongst the in-group, while at the same time excluded outsiders. This research will focus on literary sources and examine a small sample of Laconian artifacts depicting Spartans with connections to athletics to illustrate how the material culture reflected the written accounts. So, how were the Spartans depicted in the classical period? What about their fashion features set them apart from the other Greeks during this time? For the Spartan women, they were often depicted or described as athletic in a very stark contrast to other Grecian women. For the classical Spartan men, their athletic participation was heavily recorded for their schooling and their martial training, which shaped their bodies. Additional fashion accessories included simple cloaks accompanied by long hair and beards. I don't have the long hair though. So we'll start off with some best surviving examples which depict athletic Spartan fashion for women. These two bronze figures, we'll refer to them. Figure one is the top one, figure two is the bottom, both dating roughly mid-6th century. In figure one, it's pretty evident from her short chiton and exposed right breast that this is a runner in the Heraea race. The Heraea was a festival open only to women, which featured a foot race that took place before the Olympic events. Since Spartan women practiced in athletic competition daily, there is a high likelihood that many of the competitors in the Heraea were Spartans. In figure one and two, they both closely resembled the description provided by Pausanias of an athletic woman wearing a short chiton with the right breast exposed for the Heraea race. Now, while figure two does not have the exact same chiton with the exposed right breast, it also may be a representation of a young Spartan maiden or Parthenos participating in the Heraea. So general human features of Laconian workshops were lean bodies with comparatively slim, short torsos, long legs, strong thighs, long noses, and prominent chins. For female figures, other characteristics also included underdeveloped chests and long necks. Of course, these observations could entirely be artistic styling, though this may have been intentional design on the artist's part to convey typical characteristics that they would have observed. The diet, along with rigorous exercise typical for a Spartan woman, helped them to develop into their tall, athletic figures, which were generally reflected as beautiful in the ancient Greek world. Aristophanes notes this in his introduction of the Spartan character Lampito, who is described as both beautiful and strong, enough to strangle a bull. Both Aristophanes and Euripides state that Spartan women did participate in athletic contests such as running and the bibasis, thigh flasher, or butt kicker dance. This dance would stimulate the calf, thigh, and gluteal muscles, all of which are prominently displayed in figure one and figure two. Running would also utilize these muscle groups as well as aid in maintaining that slim torso, both of which prevalent in these statuettes. Thus, these statuettes match the written description of Spartan women and illustrate how their athleticism was on full display not only to each other within the community, but those viewing from the outside of their community. So Spartan women had their own educational system in the Roman period where they learned their culture and practice athletics, albeit there is no direct mention of such a system during the classical period. They potentially had a similar system then. For boys, the state mandated education known as the paideia, but more commonly known during its Roman period named the agoge, was very well documented. Their education established the norms of Spartan life: obedience, teamwork, communal living, hunting, participation in athletic contests, and even basic literacy. For the paides, these were boys age 7 to 12 or 14. They were only given one cloak, himation, a year to better deal with facing the heat and the cold, and went barefoot. Xenophon heavily implies this lack of clothing was for the practical purposes of becoming accustomed to the difficulties while faced on campaign. Spartan soldiers needed to have tough bodies for fighting, which could adapt to changing weather, as well as keep stable footing on all surfaces. It's not entirely clear from the sources on whether the paides were given just one himation to last the entire year, or they were only given one type of cloak, so forcing them to adapt a single style of himation to work in both hot and cold temperatures. So whichever was the case, they either had a mismatched himation for the weather, or they had a worn out piece of rags by the end of the year. This would help distinguish them within their age class. The paides, as well as the paidiskoi, which ages 12 or 14 through 18 or possibly 20, would all have closely cropped hair, giving them all a similar appearance as well. There is some debate on whether the paides, the paidiskoi, they would have short hair, but getting into the hebontes, so these were men aged 20 to 30. These were citizens who were on probation, would eventually become Spartiates or full citizens. A Spartiate was permitted to wear the red himation and grow his hair out to length to give them an appearance of being taller or more ferocious, with a wild look as an intimidation factor. So there's some debate on the length of the hair, if the hebontes were allowed to grow their hair out long, or if that was reserved for full Spartiates. I tend to agree with Lipka's translation that this was for full Spartiates. So this tradition of sporting long hair in Sparta goes back to their victory over Argos in the contested Battle of Champions in 546 over the Thyrea area. This long hair and beard was particularly Spartan. So Plutarch notes that Alcibiades, who was used to being a social chameleon, blending in wherever he went, was unable to fashion himself in neither the hair and beard styles of Sparta while he was there, nor adapt his daily regimen to include physical fitness. So was this Spartan hair length just a fashion statement? Did it more broadly associate them in their practice with athletics or demonstrate athletic prowess? The Spartans' long hair signified themselves as men of leisure. Long hair was a luxury in ancient Greece, and it hindered manual labor. Perhaps this has also played a role in why the Spartans did not participate in certain events such as wrestling, boxing, pankration at Olympia. We're told through Plutarch as well as Philostratus that the Spartans were not permitted to participate in sports where one could surrender. Conversely, having long hair or a long beard may have been a disadvantage in these sports. Long hair and beards could have afforded extra places on which an opponent could grab. A physical toughness or penchant for pain while being struck would matter less if someone could achieve athletic victory by pulling a long beard or hair, just as Leontisicus, the Pancratinist, won by bending fingers rather than going through more difficult submissions. So, despite all the training and everything, the uniforms, not everyone could become a Spartiate, and they could always still lose their citizen privileges at any time. Degradations of citizenship would have been taken against cowards or tremblers, the treantes, who were typically ostracized, stripped of their Spartiate status, and were dishonored, Xenophon says, to the point where death seemingly may have been preferable. Plutarch gives examples on how a trembler had to distinguish himself apart from full Spartiates. He says they wore patchwork cloaks and had to shave parts of their beards so all could plainly see that someone was a coward. Xenophon states that no one wanted to have a coward as their wrestling partner and that he would not be welcomed as a messmate. When teams were picked for ball games, they were decided, last. Everyone was picked before a coward, and in choral dancing, cowards were given shameful positions in the back where no one can see them. Many of these punishments centered around athletic competition, which were integral to Spartan life. So, although beards and cloaks were important to distinguishing the Spartan style, the main fashion focus of the Spartans was on their athletic physiques rather than expensive materials and fine tailoring. Spartans trained twice a day while on campaign, focusing on important muscle groups such as arms, legs, and neck equally. So, in the spring of 395 BC, Agesilaus stopped at Ephesus to train his army in athletics and prepare their bodies and spirits for the coming campaign. They exercised in the gymnasia for ways of war, and prizes were given to hoplites who had the best bodies, while special units like peltasts, archers, and cavalry would practice their specific skills like archery, javelin throwing, and horsemanship. It appears that hoplites simply had to look physically fit. Their appearance was enough of an indication of their skill level. They were likely judged on who had the best physiques, and prizes were distributed accordingly. Judgment may have gone much like the euandria, masculine beauty or manly excellence competition, which was almost like a male beauty pageant organized around strength and physical fitness, where the strongest, most handsome man would typically win. Although the euandria was unique to Athens and the Panathenaean Thesia festivals, Spartans also often judge on physical appearances. When Agesilaus showed the Spartan army naked Persian captives, they were elated to see them because they believed fighting against them would be easy since the Persian bodies appeared to be soft, unused to toil, and pale, much like mine is. An echo that we can see of this is in American football NFL combine. The combine is where players are stripped down to tight compression clothes in what was formerly just their underwear. And when I say formerly, I mean early 2000s. This is Tom Brady to participate in what was called the meat market and given an unofficial name of the Underwear Olympics. Players were judged on their appearance for potential growth or performance, as well as their ability to perform certain tasks in these revealing outfits. So, indeed, those who did not use their leisure time productively by participating in athletics or exercise may have found themselves in a similar situation to Nauclides, who was fined for being too fat. The genesis for this focus on athleticism of a physically fit body over clothing can be traced back to when the Spartans first discarded the perizoma loincloth exercised in the nude whilst anointed in oil. Before 720 BCE, during the 15th Olympic Games, Greeks were embarrassed to exercise in the nude. This changed after Acanthus discarded his loincloth during the Dolikos long-distance race, and he won. So indeed, the gymnasion is derived from gymnos, naked, and the gymnasia was a place where nudity accompanied athletic performance. So nudity appears to start as a marked method to denote special occasion from the 6th century Koroi statues, which coincided with the Spartan introduction of nude athletics. So nudity was used for religious or initiatory rites, as well as for erotic stimulation, all where the athletic body was celebrated. Although nudity could be used to denote depictions of heroes in artwork, it was primarily associated with athletics and sex. Nudity was portrayed more often on red figure over black figure vases, and old men were always depicted as clothed. Hard working, it's perhaps it's hearkening to how older men are in less shape, and therefore their significantly less fit bodies were not in line with the athletic beauty standards of ancient Greece. So indeed, nudity for men in Greek athletics pertain not just to the athletes, but also to the trainers. Pausanias relates the story of Calipatria, who disguised herself as a male trainer only to expose herself while celebrating the win of her son in his Olympic victory. Thus, future trainers were required to strip naked before entering the arena. It's unlikely that Spartan women during the classical period exercised entirely nude, like their male counterparts. It's even less likely they utilized nudity in the way that Plutarch describes them as exercising nude in front of males. Alternatively, Spartan women likely exercised wearing the short chitons, which facilitated a greater degree of freedom and movement. Although there was less nudity, this outfit was still perceived as provocative, and Spartan women were thus labeled as lewd for their participation in athletics. So figures 3, 4, and 5, going from left to right here, they're all nude, wearing reed hats, typically associated with the Carnea festival, or if these are palm hats, could be associated with the Gymnopedia. There's no possible, it's not possible to accurately distinguish these hats for completely accurate identification. However, it is enough for this analysis to know that these figures were associated with either festival, which both festivals had culturally significant attachments to athletics. Figures 3 and 5 are likely from the Archaic period with no specific identifiable dates, whereas figure 4 in the middle is potentially mid-6th century. Figure 3 has long hair, but does not wear a beard and has a youthful appearance. So in those figures, we have, I'll go back to that. We have their muscles, looking similar, but slightly increased on their lower half of their bodies compared to their upper half. Nothing appears overdeveloped, and all feature slim, athletics, Laconian art style. Xenophon is the only classical source mentioned that Spartans included exercise in their daily regimen in preparation for war. He doesn't mention the exact exercises, but we know those muscle groups would be focusing on the legs and arms and neck equally. Potentially, they obtained more developed quads and glutes and calves from running and wrestling, and we have more records of them participating in these events, which heavily rely on the lower extremities. From the brief evidence that's available, the development depicted does match what Xenophon wrote about, and thus I believe that this material culture can be reasonably accurate within the limits of artistic style to display Spartiates in how they maintain their athletic bodies with visible focus on calves, glutes, and quads, not overly developed chests or arms. The same can be said about the conditioning in figures 6 and 7, so the top and bottom, which both depict a nude male rider from around the mid-6th century. They were both completed by the rider painter. However, these may have been copies of Naucratis painter. In figure 6, he appears to be receiving garlands from a winged daemon, In figure 7, it appears the garlanding daemon, maybe leading a procession of the subject. This piece may be interpreted as an aristocratic male in his procession. Both pieces may depict a triumph or athletic victory, perchance a hippic event. This procession may have also been in connection with the Artemis or Theia, due to the waterfowls accompanying the rider. In both portrayals, the subject has well-defined calves, quads, glutes, a slim core, and well-toned chest and shoulders with nothing too overly developed. So in summation, Spartan fashion was all very centralized on athleticism of the body. Spartan women, whether their written accounts or material culture, were clearly identifiable by their athleticism and the short chitons that displayed their musculature. As Paides, Paidiskoi, and Hebontes, the Spartans in training would have had years observing Spartiates they would eventually replace, and after their intensive training. The hair, beards, cloaks, as well as their physiques were all pieces of that uniform that united Spartans together as warriors and homoioi, peers, more accurately, similars. All of these fashion features of Spartan athletic Greek dress allowed Spartan men and women to stand apart from cowards and other Greeks. Here I have bibliography, which I know is a little too small, but can be shared if anyone has any questions on that or would like to know my sources. I'm happy to send.
Okay, thank you. That was awesome, Patrick. I've just got a couple of questions here. Actually, one question from the chat is, did the Spartans use archery?
So we really don't have accounts of Spartans. So we when we think of like the Spartiates, there were other people in their armor. They would have perioikoi. So these are the dwellers around. As we get a little bit later into the classical period, they rely more heavily on their the helots, which are their enslaved people who are enslaved to the land. It's almost more like a serfdom than it is chattel slavery. They would typically be javelin throwers, slingers, may have been archers, but as we get later in, when we hear more about archery, they're typically hired out to Cretan mercenaries rather than the Spartans would really the Spartiates would be hoplite soldiers first and foremost. Other aristocrats may be hipes or knights. Or they would be cavalry, but the cavalry was less of a desired position, unlike it would be in other Greek polis, because they really want to focus on their athletic performance. They're a hoplite soldier.
Sure.
That's more of the focus that they had.
Okay. All right. And I've got a couple questions. The first one is, well, it's really more of an observation. I'm a little disappointed you didn't wear the costume behind you for this presentation. Is that wearable, or is it just is it decoration?
It is. Yes. This is Penthesilea. So it's a female mannequin. On top of the armor. So it's off of Penthesilea from the Iliad, where Achilles is killing her and falls in love with her as he notices that she's a beautiful Amazon warrior. So I thought, very fitting for my female mannequin to have male armor on. Yes, no,
right.
It can be worn. It'll take some time that I won't do that, but I'll do the questions with the helmet. How does that sound, everybody?
Nice. Getting in character.
Yes.
I love it. This is perfect. Well, we just saw the Odyssey Friday night, so it's bringing me back.
How did you feel about that?
Honestly, I liked it from it's a fictional account anyway, and it's a Matt Damon movie. He's always pretty good. But as far as historical accuracies go, I know there's a lot of chatter about that. It is fiction, I'll give you that. And they do take their license, but putting all that into account, I gotta say the only comment I would have on it is it was a little slow, right? For like a 2.5+ hour movie, it was a little slow. They probably could have sped it along in some places, but aside from that, I think it's definitely worth seeing. So there's good acting and good cinematography in it if you want to look at it from that standpoint. So,
Yeah.
okay, one more quick question for me. You mentioned cowards and how they have, different hair, different dress, and they're treated differently. How did people redeem themselves from being a coward?
Usually by killing themselves. That was
That's it.
tended to be, when we have, I'll bring it back up. I do love the movie
Yeah.
300. Like you say,
Yes.
we're never going to get historically accurate movies. But we have Aristodemus. He was, he had ophthalmia, so he was sent back, and then he came back, and he did it how I guess he saw it as a heroic thing. He went, outside of the phalanx and was cutting down Persians left and right. And he, there was some debate with Herodotus on whether he was the bravest of the day. You would get an award for being the bravest soldier. There's some debate on it, and he ultimately did not win the award because the others saw it as, well, he was just trying to have a heroic death and redeem himself. So, he'd rather, and this is, kind of the beginning where we get, they'd rather die than be a coward. And I'm blanking on, because there was another survivor from Thermopylae, and he killed himself too. So
Wow.
this was also I'm getting a lot of feedback here. So
Yeah.
take that off.
They didn't make those for video interviews.
It was not for yelling, because you get an awful lot of sound bouncing back. We also have the Spartans who were envoys to the Persian king when he said, we want you to offer up earth and water. They killed themselves. This was also something that was passed down. If your father was a coward, you were a coward.
Sure.
Your whole family was cowards. Now, we do have with Pylos Sphacteria, we do have these men who were captured. This is the only time Spartans were captured. They eventually regain their full citizenship status. We have some that obtain office. So we know that you don't have to kill yourself. It just happened more often. So you can get it back. It really just feels on how the assembly feels, on if it's been a sufficient amount of time, if that defeat was enough of a disgrace or weighing in of that. They wouldn't want to lose too many, a whole swath of citizens. So yeah, for purpose of this, they would have to distinguish themselves physically to stand apart from the others.
All right. Well, I actually have so much more, but I feel like I'm doing a podcast interview, but I'm not. So we have to go and move on to the next one. But thank you very much, Patrick, for your presentation. It was very interesting. And we'll be moving on to the next one. Thank you. All right. Patrick may have froze up right at the last minute there anyway. All right. So let me share. Give us just 1 second here. Okay. We just got to figure out how to, I think Patrick froze up on us, so we got to figure out how to get him out of there and unshare his presentation. Give us 1 second. There we go. Okay. All right, let me bring up mine again. All right, now we're going to go on to Dress and the Greek Warrior with Finlay Osborne. All right, Finlay graduated the University of Leeds in History and Ancient History and St. Andrews with an MLit in Classics. His research focuses on understanding the lived experiences and emotional impact of ancient warfare. His MLit dissertation recontextualized perceptions of betrayal, alcohol abuse, and expressions of antisocial violence on Alexander the Great's campaign as indicators of a widespread trauma response within his army. He was invited to present this research at the Homerton Psychiatric Hospital at their clinical sciences meeting in 2025, where he developed his work on how cognitive analysis of ancient texts could be assistive to trauma sufferers. He has additional experience with living history and experimental archaeology as an educational vessel. His BA thesis focused on recreating a Macedonian cavalryman's panoply uniform. Sorry for pronunciations there. Conclusions about the field, maneuverability, and practicalities of a rider in Alexander's companions. He is currently refining his PhD proposal, which will use an interdisciplinary approach combining psychology, linguistics, and sensory archaeological models to analyze the emotional realities of war in antiquity. All right. Finlay, welcome to the conference.
Hello. First of all, can you see and hear me?
We can, absolutely.
Excellent. Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for the introduction. You've saved me about 5 minutes of my presentation, so I really appreciate it.
No worries. All right. I'm going to hand it over to you, so feel free to share your presentation, and I'll just mute and listen.
Excellent. Okay, let me just figure out how I'm going to share my screen. But yeah, I feel incredibly flattered by that. Share. Entire screen. Okay. I just want to say, can you see my screen there?
Yeah, we can see it, the full slide presentation.
Excellent. Fantastic. Yep. Right, let's get it up. So today I'm going to be exploring the relationship between clothing, armor, and the senses in ancient Macedonian warfare. Now, first of all, I'm going to go a little bit through what the Macedonians were actually wearing, what was in their panoply to begin with, and then the importance of the psychological impact of arms and armor and clothing, because I feel like, certainly in warfare, it's very tempting to forget that this is a real person behind that armor and within that panoply. And then I'm going to go into a little bit about the environments that Alexander the Great's men encountered, because it's not just warmth, because I think we assume Persia, India, the Near East, it's going to be quite warm, but Alexander the Great's army encountered some truly brutal weather conditions, and I'm going to discuss how what they were wearing might have impacted their experience. And then I'm going to discuss how clothing can be used to explore core concepts of identity in this period. So a little bit of introduction. Well, that's been done, so I'll gloss over that. The time period we're going to be dealing with is roughly between 356 BC and 323 BC. So the life and times of Alexander the Great, with a little bit of leeway either side. Why clothes? Clothes can be used as a way to discuss these grand ideas about identity and culture and social mobility, but also it's something that I'm wearing right now. I chose this shirt because I like to wear it. It's got a nice pattern. It's something that can be so reflective of the personal lived experience of someone. And I feel like warfare puts up this barrier that people assume you can't study somebody's lived experience because they've been to war. And I'm trying to break down those barriers. And a little bit about sensory archaeology as well, just as a bit of a foundation to my school of thought and the way I'm approaching this. Sensory and cognitive archaeology is using our senses, so sight, hearing, taste, smell, and also cognitive perception, so the psychological perception of the world around us. And I'm applying these theories and these senses to the ancient world. And as you can see on the right there, I spent a lot of time, I think it's about 200 hours I spent making that armor, but I have painstakingly gone through the sources to try and recreate a panoply of one of Alexander the Great's companions as faithfully as possible. I've done a lot of experiments going through sand, through snow, on horseback, to try and simulate some of these conditions his men might have felt to inform my conclusions today. And yeah, let's get into it, because I am conscious of time. So what were the ancient Macedonians wearing? There's no one easy answer to this, because as we know, clothing, it changes, it varies. And although the Macedonians, there's a very famous quote from Demosthenes, the Greek orator. He says that the Macedonians, I'm horribly butchering this, but he says the Macedonians were sort of too Greek to ever be considered fully barbaric, but they were also way too barbaric to ever be considered fully Greek. And their clothing sort of reflects this, because they wear the broad strokes of a rectangular tunic, a rectangular or a square cloak, which is, again, very Greek, very Hellenic. But then also they're quite iconic for wearing these little hats called kausia, or the kausia, which we think Alexander might have brought back from Afghanistan. I've got some pictures of those a bit later on. They were an equestrian culture, so they were iconic for wearing knee-length boots, as they would have called them, although they had open toes. So we might call that a sandal or a thong. The ancient Greeks would refer to that as a boot, but they were very much knee length. Although we have some limited sources, the sources, as we can see here from the Aggai tomb, are pretty good, certainly for depicting that Macedonian clothes were exceptionally colourful. Even the chap in the upper mosaic here holding the red shield with the purple center, he is probably some sort of page, some sort of cupbearer, and even then he's got quite a nice saffron yellow tunic. So we know they really, really liked color, which is something I will discuss later. And very broadly, bare arms and completely bare legs. The bare legs is a point of identity for both the Greeks and the Macedonians. If you are to wear a clothed leg, that's a sign of barbarism. And despite being in very hot climates, you want to cover up to protect yourself from the UV, and also in cold environments, it's an extra layer of warmth. The Macedonians still seem to refuse to do that, which is a very interesting reflection on how they would rather be sort of stubborn to their identity than they would actually protect themselves from the cold. So yeah, as I've said, armor adapts, it evolves, and yeah, I've pretty much summed all of this up. But why I think we have this concept and this idea, which is purely informed by Hollywood, which I'll go back to this slide to sort of emphasize this point, that soldiers, they have the biggest gun, the biggest rucksack, and they have grenades and webbing and lots of ammunition, and they are these super soldiers. And I think we have a bit of assumption, because of 300 probably, that soldiers in the ancient world were these sort of super soldiers to be deified and heroized. But if you ask any soldier, and throughout my master's dissertation, I did work with a lot of primary accounts from soldiers who were in the War on Terror in the noughties. And the first thing they'll tell you is, what can we get rid of? How can we lessen this weight? How can we get rid of this bit of armor, these ammunition magazines? How can I downscale my weapon? What is essential? And this is sort of reflected. Like, these chaps in the mosaic are probably elite bodyguards. They're probably the hypaspis of Alexander. We are talking the elite of the nobility. And even though they're in repose, they are depicted in a helmet with a shield and a spear. Within Alexander the Great's campaign, the point I'm trying to emphasize is the environments he is fighting in are so diverse, so flexible, and so ever-changing, and the environments are so hostile. What is the minimum amount of weight that they can carry onto the battlefield and get away with while still being operationally effective? So that's a little bit of a misnomer that has been pushed in academia for a long time that I'd quite like to dismantle. And here are some examples of the panoply that I have created based on the historical sources, mostly the Aggai mosaic. So now we're getting into the nitty-gritty, the psychological impact and the effect of armor. I've talked about how the Macedonians may have gone to battle in a helmet with a shield and a spear. But let's think about the Macedonian phalanx. So the phalanx, for those of you that are not aware, is the evolution of the hoplite in ancient Greece. The hoplite with this big round shield called the hoplon, a helmet, maybe something on their chest, and a 8 to 9 foot spear. That's taller than I am, but it's still not incredibly long compared to what the Macedonians were bringing to battle, which was an 18-foot long pike, which is longer than a bus. And you have to sort of imagine that the Macedonians, when they're on the battlefield, they have these serrated ranks where they are standing in the battlefield. They have this 18-foot long pike in front of them. The rows behind them are holding this pike out. So you're not really actually going to be able to see where your enemy is, nor are they going to really be able to see you, because there is just this serrated wall of metal that you're going to be facing, which would be very auditorily stressful as well. So that's the visuals that we're working with in the infantry of Alexander's army. But when you see a lot of his infantry, they are wearing a very small helmet called a pilos cap, which was very associated with the Spartans as well. Now, the pilos helmet's interesting because it's effectively just a little round bronze cap that they wear. There's nothing that goes on the cheeks or around the face. It's very, very simple and leaves a lot of your face exposed. And there's a very interesting idea that if you look at medieval knights, for example, or indeed ancient Corinthian helmets, they completely enclose the face and it dehumanizes the individual. it takes away their humanity. And if you look at Greek theatre as well, they are embodying another person. They're embodying this person that they're not. So they have to cover their face up, because if you see someone's face, it's a very easily recognizable touchstone. Whether you like them or dislike them, it will conjure an emotion in you. If you put something in front of your face that completely strips you of emotion, that can be incredibly insidious and quite sinister, which I believe armies used as a terror tactic on the battlefield. Medieval knights, the best example of that. When they go into war and they want to know who has killed them, they will lift their helmet up. But if they are cutting through these ranks of their enemies, they will put their visor down. Alexander's phalanx relied on very tight social cohesion. And if they have the enemy at the end of this 18-foot-long pike, they don't really need to wear something on their face to scare them. And if they're relying on this human connection with the person next to them, that they would be able to, and I'm sorry, it's very graphic and horrible, but they will be able to smell their sweat, their urine, the blood, the gore. They would be able to hear them screaming if they got injured. You are very, very close to this person next to you. But actually being able to see someone next to you, it's reassuring. If you have trained together, if you've grown up together, having an open-faced helmet in this phalanx would actually be a way to promote social cohesion and also remind you the person next to you is a human. They're a friend of yours. They are fighting and they are going in this exact same direction as you are. And it goes down to even the Macedonians having bare arms, showing their skin on the battlefield. It reminds your side that you are human. And by keeping your enemy, which I hate to say in most cases probably were the Persians for the Macedonians, by keeping the enemy at the end of your pike, it means that any of these ideas about trying to cover yourself up to make yourself dehumanized, you don't really need to. And I think it brings me on to my next point, which is very pertinently summed up by our last speaker. He put his helmet on, said he was getting lots of feedback. When you're on a battlefield, it is loud, it is stressful, it is noisy, it is incredibly hard to hear anything, to see anything, because there's going to be dust. And the more enclosed that your helmet is, the more difficult it is going to be for you to have spatial awareness around you. And it's why if you get onto Alexander the Great's cavalry, they are quite commonly shown wearing the Boeotian helmet, which is this shell-like helmet, which I have got a recreation of in the right there when I'm wearing the purple. The amount of auditory perception I can have when I'm wearing this helmet is incredible. And especially if I'm someone on a horse, I'm able to actually take in, right, I have a elevated position. I can take in the battlefield around me, which is a much more beneficial helmet to wear for someone who's on horseback, as opposed to someone who's in the phalanx, who just needs to be put, right, you're going that direction. Don't step out of line, otherwise things will go wrong. And there's also something very psychological to be said about wearing a helmet. There were lots of tests done in the 18th century around the American Revolutionary War, which is where they ask soldiers, why do you wear a helmet? Because if you shoot it or cut it with a sword, it'll just it comes off, it breaks. It does not protect you in any way, shape, or form. And the soldiers replied and said, it's psychological. It is having something over your head that reminds you, okay, the most vital organ of my body is protected. I'm going to be safe. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not, but just by having that tokenistic gesture on your head is a very, very important thing that a lot of people forget about ancient battlefields as well. Now, going on to the experience of the environment, and I'm going to read out two quotes, which are probably not what people assume about Alexander the Great's campaign. The first one is, the heat of the summer sun scorches the sand and everything on them is baked as if by perpetual fire. That is taken from Alexander the Great's crossing of the Gedrosian Desert, which is in modern-day Pakistan. And then the next one is, the blazing heat and the lack of water caused innumerable casualties. Most of the animals died of thirst or from the effects of the deep burning sun-baked sand of the same crossing. Now let's compare that to slightly earlier when Alexander the Great was up in northern Afghanistan. And Curtius also has to say, the perpetual snows, which violence of the cold had bound with ice. That seems to be a little bit of a dichotomy. And the experience of the environment and the weather is something that hasn't really been studied within Alexander scholarship. And you have to imagine that this Alexander's army has been taken from quite fertile, quite warm, fuzzy Macedon and northern Greece. They've gone into the Near East, sort of down through Turkey, which can be quite mountainous and get very, very hot, but then very, very cold at nighttime, down through Syria into Egypt, which is very dry, very arid, into Iraq and Afghanistan, which is, again, really dry, And I think they would have had quite a similar shock to a lot of soldiers who went to serve in Afghanistan and Iraq, that a lot of the Western perception, which has informed a lot of scholarship, might I add, the perception of the fighting wars in the Middle East was informed by Kuwait and Iraq, which was very dusty, very sandy, really arid, and incredibly difficult to maintain rations and hydration. But then when the coalition deployed to Afghanistan, they realized, oh dear, this is actually very mountainous, very snowy, and very cold. And I've attached a picture at the bottom showing the American troops wading through the snow in the Kringle Valley. These are the same environments that Alexander the Great's troops would have been facing. And it's that you have to go back to those initial depictions I showed you of Alexander's men wearing bare legs, bare arms. They would have had a cloak made of wool, maybe a helmet, maybe a woolen hat, but their protection against the environment was woefully limited. And we know by the casualty numbers he suffered specifically in northern Afghanistan in November through to January, and also crossing the Gedrosian Desert in the late spring, early summer. It killed more of his men and his stock animals than any battle, any altercation combined in his campaign. And there's a little bit of a misnomer as well, because we assume that the ancient Greeks wore either textile armor made of leather or linen, the linothorax, or the muscled armor made of bronze or maybe iron with silver plate. If I said linen armor to you, that sounds quite nice and refreshing. However, a lot of experiments that were done at the reenactment events in Plataea of men and women who put this armor on, made of maybe 15, 18 layers of linen and leather pushed together, they actually found it took longer to heat up, but once it heated up, it did not let that heat go. And if you imagine you are stuck in the middle of a phalanx, in the middle of the desert, wearing this kind of armor, you are going to probably die of heat stroke before you're going to get killed by your enemy. And the ancient Greeks, they did acknowledge that heat stroke existed. And although there's no specific mention of this word that I've put in the Gedrosian crossing, we know the ancient Greeks were aware of the dangers of heat. And I think it emphasizes how stupid or hubristic Alexander the Great's behavior was when he made his men across the Gedrosian Desert. Because he knew what heat could do to an army, and it culled them in half, which was awful. But if you look at modern... I know environments have changed and temperatures are going up in the world, but if you look at a lot of modern meteorological studies of the route Alexander the Great made, specifically from northern Afghanistan down into India, he was crossing it when there would have been sandstorms, malaria. The waters are starting to evaporate from the rivers, so it's going to be intense monsoons as well. And there is a very famous anecdote, I believe it's in Curtius as well, where Alexander's men get into India and they say that they are physically having to burn their clothes because they're so trashed, so ruined, their supply lines can't keep up with what they're wearing. Their journey would have been so deeply uncomfortable and deeply unpleasant in ways that very few people today can even imagine, and also their contemporaries couldn't imagine as well. So the environment is a very underrated enemy, and indeed Alexander the Great's biggest enemy, I think, is the point I'm trying to raise here, based on what the Macedonians were wearing. And I'd like to cap this little section off by talking about clothing and identity, and going back to one of my favorite things in history, which is color, and talking about how the Macedonians were incredibly visual people. All ancient cultures, historical cultures, are very visual people. But it ties into a very core concept of their identity. The Macedonians were a very competitive culture, which is reflected in their social and military customs, and especially in their drinking customs. And we know Alexander the Great famously promoted individuals based on martial merit and their ability to perform in battle. But how, in an army of 32,000 soldiers, how are you going to pick an individual out? There is an argument which is proposed, which is the symbols you see on the shields there and the colors of the helmet were used to segregate ranks and units and maybe sort of where someone has come from in the Macedonian army, a little bit like how tartan and kilts were used by the British in the early 19th century, which I think it definitely rings true, but it goes a bit deeper than that. If the Macedonians are very socially cohesive, but also competing against their fellow men to be promoted, are they using color as a way to make themselves more flashy, make themselves literally peacock on the battlefield, so it's easier for one of their officers to point them out and say, oh, that man killed 5 Persians today, I can remember him because his helmet's painted blue? It's something that there is no rhyme, reason, or cohesion to the symbols and the colors that you see come up within the Alexander sources, which may indicate a higher level of personalization. And that is something that does come across very true. It's these individual and unique symbols that you see presented on the shields and the helmets. And even you can sort of see very vaguely the purple embroidery around the edge of the companion's cloak. Color is being used as a way to not just distinguish yourself on the battlefield, but actually reflect this core concept of competition and the desire to be martially superior within the Macedonian army. And this leads us on to the color purple. And of course, purple, if I say, please tell me a time in nature that you can see purple, I can think of lavender, maybe a sunset, but there are very few animals that are purple, limited amount of flowers that are purple. It's not a commonly naturally occurring color like, say, green or blue is. But indeed, the ancient Greeks didn't actually have a word for blue. But anyway, purple is a very peculiar color. And Alexander, we know, promoted officers and generals and gave purple to his companions to distinguish them as being affiliated and close to Alexander. And we know his bodyguards had what's called a dark purple cloak, whereas his more junior officers had a lighter purple cloak. So purple is used as a visual way to psychologically segregate his army based on status and martial supremacy. But also, as Joel comments, we know Alexander the Great probably decimated the Eastern Mediterranean of Murex supply because of how much purple he was funneling out to his men. But it would also be a way of veterans coming home to say, look, I served with Alexander the Great. I think it's Craterus brings back a purple hat. And people point in the street and say, oh, that's Craterus. We know he went to India because he's A, got the hat, and B, it's purple, knowing he was one of Alexander's bodyguards. So purple is used as a byword for almost a veteran association affiliation in Alexander's army. And I'm going to end on a slightly down note, but it ties into my dissertation research, which is there a link between psychological trauma and clothing in Alexander's campaign? I touched on it briefly, and there's not enough evidence to corroborate it, but I think it's an interesting idea that when he gets to India, his men actually have to burn a lot of their clothing. They've gone to Persia, they've raided the Persian treasury, they're wearing these lovely purple tunics and this lovely new armor. They get to India, it rots, it falls apart, and they have to burn it. And we know when Alexander's army gets to the Hyphasis River that his army has this complete psychological breakdown because they're treading in a land that even the gods couldn't tread in. They're scared. They're uncertain of where they're going. Alexander's slightly losing it a little bit. And I think having to get rid of this clothing, this armor, they feel like they've hard won and hard earned. It's almost this breakdown of their identity and breakdown of this cohesion. It shows how important they felt like they'd really earned this kit, that they've earned this color purple. They've earned the right to wear it by serving with Alexander. And I think that genuinely having to get rid of all of this in India is a contributing factor to why they just are so psychologically done when they get to the Hyphasis River. But yes, I will round up here, and I just want to emphasize how when looking at arms and armor in history, never forget there is a person behind that. They are wearing it for reasons beyond it just looks pretty. Armor is never, ever worn for purely pragmatic purposes. It is psychological, it is emotional, it reflects things about identity. And within Alexander the Great's campaign, there are very few campaigns in history that go on for long enough that you can really see this change, this evolution, how armor is reflecting on the emotional and psychological well-being of an army. So here's my bibliography. Feel free to pour through that if you so wish. And thank you very much for listening. I really appreciate it.
All right, awesome. Thank you. So we have a couple of questions and a few minutes to answer those. We have about 4 minutes. So let me get into it.
Absolutely.
The first one is you spelled Macedonian either with a C or a K in various places. Can you explain that?
So yes, in ancient Greek, the letter kappa can be either used for C or for K. When you see Macedonian, as in pronounced Macedonian, as in a soft C, that's much more of a Koine Hellenistic thing. So we're talking language is becoming much more accessible to more people, and it's a more modern way of pronouncing it. I'm also of that slightly conservative school of thought that says that the language the Macedonians were speaking might have been this very old, prosaic, Homeric kind of Greek. They'd had so much linguistic isolation, they'd not really evolved at the same rate that Athenian and Attic Greek evolves. So their Greek might have been very rustic and very harsh in its enunciation. But yeah, so I'd say using the K is potentially slightly more quote unquote accurate, but I'm no gifted linguist, so there's a lot of caveats to that.
It's like if we were talking about Neanderthals versus Neanderthals.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like octopuses and octopodes. It's like they're both fine.
Indeed. Okay, referring, I think, to the picture that you had where you were wearing purple, and you're talking about the helmets. We had a question, how do they ride horses without covering their legs?
With great discomfort. No, the Macedonians we know they were an equestrian society, and there's a really incredible bit of archaeological work that's been done in Boeotia and Thessaly, which corroborates the written evidence we have, which says that Alexander the Great's father would pay his retainers and bodyguards inland to raise horses to be his bodyguards. It's a very transactional relationship, but he said, right, I'm going to completely re-landscape southern Macedon and Thessaly. If you train horses, you protect me on the battlefield. Right. We know that in visual art, they might have worn a saddlecloth. Alexander potentially would have been a leopard pelt for him, but there's not a lot of evidence to corroborate that. They would have had maybe a rug made out of wool or padding, maybe leather. Where that ends, the Macedonian crepidae comes up to their knee. So although they would have been having skin contact with the horse, they're doing everything they can to try and protect themselves from chafing. I believe it's in Xenophon's on horsemanship as well. And he says that some Greeks who are of an equestrian class, bear in mind he's talking about the Athenians with this, they may have shaved the outside of their legs, but kept the inside of their legs hairy. So it kind of interknits with the horse's hair and gives you a little bit of a stronger seat. I'm skeptical about that because I've ridden horses with saddles and bareback for a lot of my life. I don't know how effective that would be, but we know the Macedonians were exceptional horse people and they were doing it. They could ride before they could walk. So they probably would have just got used to it.
Yeah, I would imagine. Okay, one more quick question from me. Yeah. The 18-foot pike, is there evidence of whether or not they, say, went on campaign and built these on site if they were going into battle, or did they actually travel with these things?
So there's two main schools of thought. If you look at the only metallurgic evidence we have of the pike, it's got big counterweight at one end, pike bit on the other end, and then a metal sleeve in the middle. Some people think they would have carried them. I am of the belief that this metal sleeve in the middle would have attached to one end, and then they could have taken them in half. So they could have actually dismantled them, which also might suggest that if they did get into much closer proximity, they could use it like a more conventional classical doru spear. But we have so limited evidence of the actual metalwork of the sarissa, it's very difficult to say with any certainty. But I think it would.
All right, awesome. Well, that's all the time we have. Thank you. That was a fascinating presentation. And
good. I'm glad. No, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And take care.
Awesome. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Okay. Well, I'm going to hand it over to the folks at SASA for some announcements. Let's see who's taking over next. While they're getting situated, I've got to mention too, there's a social hour right after the end of the presentations today. You have to sign up for that separately because there's a Zoom link that you join on. It's not part of the live stream. So go over to the Save Ancient Studies website and sign up for that social hour. It's free. You just have to do it to get the Zoom link. So if you want to participate in that. All right.
Hi, I think I'm up next. My name is Nicole Honnold. I'm going to give a short presentation about my work here at SASA and what my team does at SASA. So I'm the current team leader for the Inspired team, which is a social media campaign that runs year-round. We have our own social media accounts, but we also post to the main SASA social media accounts. So if you're familiar with any of our platforms across social media, barring YouTube and Twitch, you've probably seen Inspire content. And what Inspire does as a team is we try to bridge the gap between academia, and especially higher levels of academia, and people who are maybe more hobbyists or have an entry-level interest in ancient history. So we make content primarily for young adults and older teenagers, usually in the college age range, and it's typically content that is supposed to be more casual and fun-toned, but is also rooted in academic research and work. So we try to keep things fun and interesting, but also rooted in something that is real and foundational in education. So I always like to say that we are an educational social media account, but we also do a lot of creative works, and we've also done a lot of outreach sort of social media projects. Currently, we are doing a writing contest, which is something that we do every summer to try and get up engagement with our followers on social media. And it's a great way to bridge kind of the gap between follower and social media account. And it's also a great way to get people interested in ancient history because it's an ancient history writing contest. So that's a really great example of the kind of stuff that we do as part of the Inspired team. My interns and volunteers are extremely creative and intelligent people. Most of them are researchers and historians themselves who are very familiar with different parts of the ancient world. And they kind of come up with different ideas and different ways that we can engage with our audience in the series format and post format. And we have had really great volunteers in the past. Ironically enough, Finn Osborne, the presenter who I just got the tail end of his presentation, he started with SASA in the Inspire team. We're very proud of him. And he actually is a super great example of the kind of work that my volunteers and interns do at SASA, because he, as part of his time on my team, he came up with a series that we ran for about a month and a half called Where in the World is Alexander the Great? And this was this January. And it was a very engaging kind of series where we followed Alexander through a series of places in his life and after his death where his legacy continued on. And that was completely thought up by Finn, and he wrote for it and he created for it and he did all of that kind of that work. And it ended up being a really fantastically popular series. So he's a prime example of what we do in Inspire. So I was really happy to see him presenting here. Other things that we do with Inspire is we also brought back some of our real content, video content. We restarted, I guess, the TikTok page where we post now content that is originally from the Inspire page. It's originally Inspire posts, and we make it real content to kind of broaden our engagement with our audience in a different avenue. And that's been wonderfully successful as well. And so we try very hard to keep things interesting and engaging for our audience, but we never forget that our roots are as an educational, academic-based kind of social media page. And so that's really where we kind of end up. So that's really all I have to present. It's a simple team, but we do a lot, and we try our best to keep everything fresh and engaging and fun. I'm open to questions. I know I ended a little bit early. I don't know.
Okay, I think we can just give Mark a little bit more time if there's no questions. All right. Thanks, Nicole, for that. Appreciate the presentation.
Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you.
All right, you too. Okay, next we're going to bring up, let me pull up the information here. Next, we're going to bring up Mark Cartwright from the World History Encyclopedia for a presentation called The Forsaken 14th Century, A Global History. Mark is WHE's publishing director. He's a professional writer, researcher, historian, and editor. His studies at the University of York and University of Teesside focus on political history, constitutional theory, military history, and political philosophy. He has been a history writer since 2012. He is a prolific writer for World History Encyclopedia, having authored over 100 articles, some of which appear in the new book published by World History Encyclopedia, The Forsaken 14th Century, A Global History. World History Encyclopedia has been a close partner of SASA for over the 6 years of SASA's existence and is an excellent platform that truly brings quality and digestible scholarship about the past to the public. He will now present about this book, which takes a fascinating approach to history by zooming in on one century and viewing events at that time in connection with one another across the globe. He will also touch on areas in the book that connect to the topic of clothing in the 14th century. Mark, welcome.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Yes. All right. Feel free to share your screen, and you got your video on there. I will go away and enjoy.
Okay. So I have a few pictures and slides. Let me see there. There we are. There's our name and logo. So yeah, I'm from World History Encyclopedia. It's great to be here. We had, as you said, a long partnership. For anyone who doesn't know, it looks like that. The homepage of the encyclopedia. So we publish free online resources, articles, maps, infographics, videos on all history. And we've recently started print books. So I can show you this one. Yeah, the Forsaken 14th Century. I've been invited today to talk a little bit about this. Maybe not ancient, but I suppose it depends in the world where you're talking about. For some cultures, 14th century is still ancient. So yeah, the idea, like the encyclopedia, we wanted to sort of attack history from a global perspective. So you can see the 9 chapters there on various parts of the world, or all parts of the world, really. So the idea was just to take a snapshot of the world at a particular century. The 14th century seemed a particularly interesting one. As you can see from the cover, the suggestion there of the plague with the rat, and the figure is Mansa Musa in Africa, supposedly the richest man ever. So yeah, there is sort of fashion in that book. So I'd like to just maybe pick out 2 cultures, because I don't have long. It's the Mongol Empire, I thought we could talk about, and the Incas, or sort of neighboring cultures in South America, and see what they were doing with textiles and fashion. So let's start with the Mongols. So just to refresh where they were, that's where they were. That's Genghis Khan's empire. They did get a bit bigger than that a little later, moved a bit south, but you can see they're right across the Asian steppe and then into China. So the clothing of the Mongols, I think, reflects the way they lived. They were nomads in a harsh climate of the Asian steppe, which could be -30 in winter, or it could be very hot, short, but very hot summers. So they needed a variety of clothes. So they have long jackets with loose sleeves and baggy trousers and felt hats, which I think I have a picture there, the Mongol scroll. These are some Mongol archers. So their clothing was meant to keep them warm, but also in summer, you needed to be cool. So it's often layered, so they can take off layers. So yeah, because they're nomadic, I mean, you can imagine a nomadic life. You don't have much space to carry things, not much space for clutter. So clothing was very practical and therefore highly valued. I mean, cloth was given as dowries amongst the Mongols. Ornate belts were a common gift for sort of rulers to semi-rulers and lieutenants and things like that. The most common material was felt. So that was used for just about everything, really, from clothing, boots, blankets, their famous yurt tents. And then they could add a bit of fur trim. So let's have a look at a sort of a sumptuous example, perhaps, of the famous deal robe. This one's embroidered silk with a bit of fur trim. So fur could be basically any animal you could catch. So sable, fox, wolf. but the most prized was naturally the most difficult to catch. So things like snow leopard, lynx fur was highly prized amongst the elite. And fur was often worn in sort of two layers. So you had the hair sticking out against the skin, but also the other layer, it would be the fur sticking out away from your body to capture warm air. So this kind of jacket that we're looking at hasn't really changed even today. It's still worn, folded over the chest, tied with a leather belt, which could be hung with leather pouches, which would compensate for the lack of pockets in Mongol clothes, really. So you could keep all your bits and bobs in these pouches. One of the funny things about Mongol fashion is commentary from Westerners, people like Marco Polo and travelers who went around this area, and they often commented that they were quite dirty, the Mongol clothing. So a bit critical, but there is a possible reason, is that they also commented that when they ate meals, the Mongols would wipe their hands on their clothes. But a possible reason for this is that the grease was actually good, because it made the clothing waterproof and windproof. So that could be why they did that. So I suspect the Mongols were a bit like me in the rain, sort of shabby but dry. Anyway, so that's the Mongols. I want to look at South America, if I can. The Inca Empire. But before that, I'd like to look at the Wari. But I have a map of, again, if you're not sure where they are, there's the Incas. So that's the sort of maximum extent. So the Inca Empire is like 13th, 14th century. But I think they took a lot from their predecessors, as many other cultures do, and their neighbors. And so I'd like to look at the Wari, because they're very interesting, the Wari civilization. And they lived where that sort of purple part is in the map, along the coast, which was later taken over centuries later by the Incas. But yeah, the Wari were sort of 450 to 1000 in the highlands of Peru. They forged their own little empire with the capital at Huari. Unfortunately for people who like textiles, it survives well because it's very dry in this environment, and people were buried in textiles. So it's been a good source that, unlike in other parts of the world where it's a bit damp and textiles usually perish, of course, we have some pretty good survivors. I mean, also chroniclers came from Europe and drew pictures, and so did the people there themselves, the Andeans. So we have some visual records as well of what was worn and patterns and things like that. So the Wari in this purple area, let's show you something to look at while I speak a bit more. Like most Andean cultures, the textiles were highly prized and well woven, so it was a real skill. But what they liked was geometrical patterns. And you can see that in their culture, in things like the layout of cities would be very linear blocks. But then the interesting thing is, within that block, you could do what you wanted. So you had lots of irregular buildings within regular squares, and the textiles reflect that as well, and art in general, I think. This idea of sort of regularity. I mean, common topics, subjects for textile weaving would be sort of all the flora and fauna you could find, like cacti, llamas, impressive animals like condors and jaguars and stuff like that. And you can see from this example, which is a textile panel, that it shows heads. If you see the head maybe at the bottom left, that's a human head, and then it's mixed with supernatural beings. And that's so the one next to that, at the bottom on the left, with a sort of tongue sticking out and looks like it's teeth. So maybe it's some kind of snake type thing, I don't know. But that's a sort of mix there of two different types of heads. You can see the colors, which were quite popular with all Andean cultures: reds, blues, greens, as many as possible, really. But what's interesting about the Wari is that they had this idea of irregularity as well. So you look at that textile and you think, well, they're all quite similar, aren't they? What they're doing is repeating certain ones that are exactly the same. But in fact, they're never exactly the same. I mean, if you look at the bottom right, you've got that sort of pink head. And then you look above a little bit to the right, there's another pink head. And it looks the same, but it isn't actually. If you look at the crest, the little staggered diamond at the top of the head is a slightly different color. And so that's a very sort of typical of Andean textiles. And one thing the Wari did was deliberately put in a color that's not used anywhere else in the textile, just with maybe a very small dot. So you can't actually see one on this example. I couldn't find a picture that I was able to publish legally. But if you do have the chance to see Wari textiles, I mean, they're in Americas, of course. The Metropolitan Museum has quite a few. If you have a look, study it, you'll find probably a little area of color that seems to be wrong. So it could be a little yellow dot or little green or indigo were quite common. And so scholars have wondered, well, why did they do that? It could be that it's a signature of the weaver. But I think I prefer the other suggestion, that it's actually to reflect the idea that although the textiles are very geometrical, very rigid patterns, that they sort of broke the rules in one part, so that the idea that maybe rules are meant to be bent a little bit sometimes. So this kind of little irregularity. The other thing that they do is sort of, it's very abstract. So these heads pretty much recognizable still as heads, but it could become a lot more stylistic than that. And most Andean cultures pursued that idea. So it could be a cacti that becomes almost unrecognizable. But so scholars wonder, well, why did they do that? Well, it could be that it was a sort of the elite sort of keeping this communication amongst themselves. Only they could interpret what these things actually signified. Then again, it could just be imagination. I mean, in Andean cultures, in the religion, you had shamans, you had drug-induced parts of religion, ceremonies, and the idea of transformation is very important in all Andean cultures and art and religion. So the idea that creatures can change from one to another, so a snake can become an eagle or even a mix, and so maybe this sort of abstract idea, like we see here with the supernatural head, it's not like the human head, but it's similar. Maybe it's a bit of a snake as well, or something like that. So this idea of like transforming was very important for the Wari. So they influenced cultures that came after, like the Lambaek, which were more or less similar in the northern part of where they were, the Wari, in that purple area from that map. And they had, again, finely woven tunics, very important. But they also added gold. There is one surviving tunic that has 2,000 squares of gold sewn onto it from the Lambaek culture. But generally, I mean, talking about the Incas, textiles, we think of them, perhaps from a European perspective anyway, you think of it as gold and silver cultures where those materials were very important, which they were, of course. But I think you could argue that textiles were just as important or even more important, because it's interesting that, for example, in diplomacy, when the conquistadors first came, and which they did with some groups, they tried to collaborate in order to defeat the Inca Empire. Diplomatic gifts would be textiles. It wasn't actually the gold or the silver that the conquistadors wanted. It was bundles of textiles. This was very common. I mean, tax was often given in cloth in Andean cultures. I mean, for the Incas, men and women were weavers, both. It seems to be a skill that all classes had. So it was sort of something that was valued as a skill that any younger person could learn. The finest materials, as in other cultures, clothing often similar between classes, but the difference was the material. So the best material for the Incas was the super soft vicuña wool, and that was reserved for the Inca elite. Nobody else could wear that. And I've got, I'll change picture there. I've got another tunic. This is a Inca military tunic. So again, that geometrical emphasis, and also colors had a significance. So you have here red represents blood and conquest, whereas black represents death. So that seems a suitable combination, doesn't it, for a soldier? So easily identifiable members of the Inca military from their tunics. So we had vicuña wool, I said, and also wool from llamas, alpaca. Also, they made textiles from plants, from like the magui, the succulent plant, often confused with cactus, but it isn't. That's sort of, they made clothing from those fibers from that plant. Colors like here, the red and the black, they came from natural dyes of plants, minerals, crushed insects, shellfish, as in many other cultures I'm sure people have talked about today. What else I would say? The wearing of certain colors was restricted. So not only material, but apparently foreigners or non-Incas, better say, non-Incas in the capital, Cusco, were forbidden to wear colors. They had to wear black clothing, in fact, when they were in the capital. We can see these designs. So let me show you my last picture, which is an Inca royal tunic. So obviously that's going to be one of the best, isn't it, really? So again, you've got these geometrical patterns, lots of repetition or seemingly repetition, but maybe not exactly repeated. You have to look very carefully. But you can see in there, if you look carefully, you can see that tunic, the military tunic there, you can see that repeated in that royal tunic in many of the different squares. So perhaps to represent the fact that this wearer was a general or something in the armed forces, perhaps, yeah. And another thing about Incas and weaving is that they had distinctive patterns for distinctive geographical areas, because, as I said, textiles were given as a tax because it was so valued. And so in order to identify which region was giving what, they would have their own distinctive weaves and patterns. So they became identified with particular regions. So I think that's all. So that's the book that's two of the cultures. So the idea is to look at that, not just that subject, of course, because we're looking at everything, politics, elite, but also society, fashion, China, Australasia, what did people wear in that? So that's kind of the idea of the book.
All right, Mark, thank you very much. I got a couple of questions for you. First
Sure.
off, I was wondering the title. What makes the 14th century forsaken, so to speak?
Yeah, well, we tried to get a catchy word, of course. So people would say exactly that. Well, why is it forsaken? Well, there's a lot of conquering going on. I mean, you could say that in any century, I suppose. But you had the Mongols in China, so that's a big rift from tradition. You had the African empires were really growing at that time in the sub-Sahara. Like we said, Mali from Mansa Musa, the rich guy there. So that was a big change. The first real sort of like big African kingdoms, empires, let's say, not kingdoms, empires. And the plague as well that caused so much disruption around the world. And it was a global effect. Obviously, if a lot of people tend to focus on what happened in Europe, but of course it did have consequences in all kinds of parts of the world. So yeah, that was really. But there seemed to be a lot of bad things going down in the 14th century. It's one of the ones you might want to miss if you were reincarnated going back in the past. Don't want to be in the 14th one. But so it was just an interesting one as well, because we wanted to present that global perspective to really sort of give, like the Americas as well is just like, obviously it's got a longer history, but I think it's true to say that we know more about certain parts of the world from that period. So that was another reason as well that we could really shine a light on different parts of the world which maybe are not so commonly looked at.
Yeah, interesting. A couple of questions from the viewers. So regarding, I think this was written when the Wari textile panel was up. They were wondering how they made that. Is it a special type of weaving? And is it a normal type of weaving that we're familiar with around the world, or did they have their own techniques for that?
Yeah, well, I'm not actually a specialist on that, or I don't
Mhm.
remember because I wrote it quite a while ago. But I would say, yeah, I mean, I remember reading. I mean, I'm not a specialist in that. I don't actually understand when it says something like so many weaves per weft and all this. I don't
Yeah.
actually know what that means, but it was very technically accomplished for sure in Andean
Mhm.
culture and story. Compare it if you took a textile and you compared it with one made from, I don't know, Persia or somewhere like that, they would hold their own and probably have more concentrated threads, I would say, in layman's language, per millimeter, per centimeter,
Sure.
square centimeter. So they're very technically accomplished, but using simple spindles and as most cultures really.
Yeah. Another question regarding the checkered pattern. I think in the image before this on that tunic, do we have any idea why they might have chosen a pattern like that? Is it to help break up the person so it's harder to focus on them, like camouflage type of thing? I mean, I don't know of any checkered patterns in nature, but if you're amongst a whole group of people like that, maybe it'd be hard to distinguish one from another.
No, I suspect the opposite. I mean, yeah, military history is one of my things. Camouflage is quite a new thing. So it
Yeah.
was. I mean, you only need to look at the British Army with their red cuts. It was like we only got rid of those and had khaki in the late 19th century, but because we knew that it made people distinctive. But that was the point. So I suspect the Incas were exactly the same as the British Empire soldiers. Is that we are soldiers? Be afraid of us. You can see us. We are professional people. We know what we're doing with our weapons. We are armed, and you probably aren't, and you certainly wouldn't know how to use a weapon like I do. So I think all of that messaging was part of that. So I would imagine, as you said, it's not in nature. So it's and it's actually. I mean, I don't remember seeing so much check patterns in Andean art. So it's almost as if they also chose a pattern that was deliberately. It's like this is different from what we normally do, as you can see with those tunics. And it's often figures, often animals. So to have purely geometrical, I think would have been quite striking. So I think, I mean, I'm not saying I know, but my guess would be that that's deliberate. Yeah, to make them conspicuous. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for that conversation. I'm sure everybody can go check out the book and take a look at all the history and the focus. I really like my own podcast, The Archaeology Show. Sometimes we do an episode called Timelines, where we take one sort of anchor culture that people might know about, or event, or item, or something like that, and then we look at two other cultures or two other things happening simultaneously around the world. And I really love looking at, taking a slice of time, so to speak, and seeing what's happening around the world at that. Yeah, it's really interesting to see how different cultures are, like where they're at.
Oh yeah, I mean that's one
things.
reason why I do my job is I mean, you said in the introduction wrote 100 articles. Well, I've actually written 1,500. But the reason why I'm interested and motivated to keep doing it in different cultures is precisely that, because you so often historians are specialized, and I am a sort of semi-historian, but I'm not a specialized historian. So I'm allowed to look at different cultures, and my reputation will not be in tatters if I talk about something else. But it is interesting that often it's ignored. A huge event is happening in another part of the world, on another continent, and it's not discussed at all. But it could be very relevant. Obviously, communication was a lot in those days, but that's in the book as well. I think there's a timeline of things to give that snapshot of like, well, what else is happening? I didn't know that was happening then. You don't imagine, because you often study it in isolation, you don't imagine that these things are contemporary. And yeah, things like the plague, which affects other parts of the world, which you wouldn't imagine, or gold, like in the sub-Saharan cultures, that where this guy Mansa Musa had so much gold and he went on a shopping trip to North Africa, and the price of gold crashed, and then it crashed in Europe. So it was important what this African kingdom was doing to the Genoese traders. It was interconnected. So yeah, it's a big part of the book is that kind of, let's have a look at what's happening everywhere. So yeah.
Awesome. All right, well, check out the book. And again, thanks, Mark, for bringing this up and discussing this book with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's let this share end. And then while that's happening, don't forget to RSVP for the social hour. We'll be having that just after the presentations end. But again, you need to grab a separate Zoom link for that if you want to join in. So it's free. You just have to go over to the Save Ancient Studies website and sign up for it. All right, now we're going to start session 6, Power. And this next presentation is going to be from Dr. Christina Monir Ibrahim, and it's called Representations of Servants' Clothes and Coptic Textiles till the 7th century AD. And I'll just give a brief bio here. Sorry, I've got too many screens. There we go. Give me a second. Okay. Dr. Christina Monir has a PhD in Coptic and Byzantine archaeology from Alexandria University in 2022 and is an archaeologist in the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities in Egypt. Okay. Dr. Christina, go ahead. Thank you for joining in the conference, and it's all yours.
Thank you. Is it clear now?
Yes, we can see it. We can see it yep, there it is. There it is. Good.
Hello, everyone. It's really my pleasure to present my research about representation of servant clothes in Coptic textile till the 7th century AD. This study examines how servants were depicted in Coptic art and explores what their clothing reveals about social identity, occupation, and daily life in late antique Egypt. Through the analysis of selected examples, the presentation highlights the artistic conventions as well as the historical significance of this representation. Now we are supposed to ask an important question. What did the Coptic community wear in the early centuries? Let's start with an example from Burial Chamber of Theodosia, who died at the age of 15 from Antinoe. Dates back to the 5th century. The saint marked by inscription as Agios Kalotos wears a white chiton with black stripes and a white himation, unusually rich clothes worn by a saint, perhaps because he was a doctor. The girl marked by inscription as Theodosia wears a light yellow chiton decorated with brown woolen ribbons, which were the most popular decoration of that period. These include two liner ribbons ending in two medallions under the chest, two decorative squares on the bottom of the chiton, and embellishments on the sleeves. Also wearing light brown himation and a transparent head covering that reveals her arranged hairstyle and is appropriate for her young age. The Blessed Virgin Mary, marked by the inscription as Agia Maria, where the chiton and himation are made of the same dark brown fabric, and without decoration except for a yellow ribbon. It should be noted that the edge of the himation cloak covering the Virgin Mary's head shows a white headband underneath it. Likewise, gravestones are rich source of information to tell us about the proper appearance of women and men. Despite the different ways of wrapping the himation cloak, it is present on most tombstones because it served as an official image of the deceased. In textiles, the examples were most diverse due to the variety of depicted subjects, which allowed for the depicting of different styles of society clothing. But what about the servants' clothing? We all know that the ancient Egyptian artist was interested in depicting servants in various household activities. But how were servants depicted in Coptic art and why? In Coptic art, depicting of servants were limited to the curtains of guest room and dining rooms. In this example from the 5th century AD, on a linen curtain embroidered with wool, we see how the waver presents a depiction of a sumptuous room in a palace, with a massive ornate columns and a servant preparing to draw back the curtain in anticipation of the guest's arrival. This topic on the curtain tells us that the house was very simple. Architecturally simple with no columns or arches, economically simple with no servants, and if there were servants, their attire certainly wouldn't be like that of the emperor's servants, such as this embroidered and decorated robe. This time, the example is closer to reality. The columns aren't massive, and the servant's clothing is more realistic, as he wears the well-known Coptic tunic. The richness of the colors is evident. Tunic is green and decorated with orange. The belt is red. Shoes are blue and also decorated with orange. All colors meant evoke joy. Unfortunately, we lost sight of the curtain. But what was the servant holding in his hand? In another similar example, might answer that. As usual, between the two columns, this time supporting a gable, stands a waiting servant. In the middle, holding a large key, perhaps the key of the food storage room, in his right hand, because his left hand he holds half a watermelon, as if he had just brought it and was about to offer it to the guests. As for the servant's attire, the tunic is yellow, the belt and the trim are black, the socks are green, and shoes are orange. This type of curtains continued into the 4th, 5th, until 7th centuries, as if it were fashionable for that era. It was noting here that this trend depicting the waiting servant also existed in Greece, but just in style of fresco, only wall painting. Here the wall painting depicted a servant holding a plate of figs. Another hypothesis arises. Did the depiction of waiting servant come as a way to replace the idea of having servant in the house in reality? Or is there a religious symbolism in the depiction of waiting servant? From Luke 12, like servants who are waiting their master. Another sentence, servants whose master finds them awoke and ready when he returns. come at midnight or even later. Must be ready. Come at an hour when you are not expecting him. Is a faithful and wise servant. He is the one that his master will put in charge to run the household and give the other servants their share of the food at the proper time. How happy that servant is if his master find him doing this when he comes home. However, the depiction of the waiting servant is only a decorative element replacing the real one, or a symbolic idea reminding the homeowner of Christ's commandment about waiting and spiritual vigilance. The image itself gives us an idea of servants' clothing. There is no tonic, excuse me, there is no chiton or hemation to restrict movement, only a short tunic, a belt at the waist, and shoes. Clothing that suggests ease of movement and constant readiness. Thank you for your kind attention.
Okay. All right. So thank you for that. That was very entertaining, very educational, actually. I was really interested in the reasons for depicting servants, because I was actually thinking of that question, like, why do we have so many depictions of servants? And then you went and gave somewhat of an answer for it. So, but do we think those depictions, I mean, if they were saying, hey, if I have a picture of a servant in my house, but I can't actually afford one, maybe this is somewhat of a status. How much do we trust how those servants were depicted? You know what I mean? Like, it could have been very stylized up, I guess, from what normal servants are. I don't know. Is there any thoughts on that?
I am with the opinion of symbolic idea. Just, Coptic art depends on a symbol more than how to act the reality. He preferred to depict the symbol. So I am with the opinion of it's just only a symbolism idea.
Okay. And we had another question from the chat as well, referring really just in general to some of the dyes that were used for some of these. Do you have any idea on what kind of dyes were used, where they may have sourced these? Because the colors were so vibrant on some of the depictions that you had in there. So do you have any information on that?
We actually find the tonic a lot of colorful. It's already best colorful, a very colorful tonics. It's we found it especially in Upper Egypt. So it's already existed to be green with orange, white with black, brown with yellow. So it's already exists. Yes.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you for that. We appreciate it. And again, thank you very much. You can end your presentation. It looks like you've ended your presentation. That's good. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. We're going to bring on our next speaker a little bit early. And let me get myself prepared here. Okay. So this next one is from Lucas Tamargo, and it's called Dressing the Tyrant, the Semiotics of Emperor Gaius Caligula's Attire. This should be interesting. All right, so Lucas Tamargo is a pre-doctoral researcher in ancient world studies at the Universidad Autónoma de Madrid and a graduate of the inter-university master's degree in history and science of antiquity. I'm not going to read the Spanish version of that because I'll get it wrong, but offered jointly by the UAM and the Universidad Complutense de Madrid. Sorry about that. He writes his thesis about Emperor Caligula's figure, both in the ancient historiography and between 18th and 21st centuries. His areas of research include the process of Hellenization in Rome, the conception and expression of power in late Republican and early Imperial Rome, and the historiography and reception of antiquity. And while I'm getting sorted here and we're bringing Lucas up, I will remind you, if you want to join in the social hour, go to Save Ancient Studies website and RSVP for that, because you do need a special Zoom link for that. So just going to keep reminding people of that as we're nearing the end of our presentations. We've got a few more to go. Okay, Lucas, how's it going?
Hi, one moment. I will try to discover how to put my presentation on.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, here it is. Do you see it
Looks
well
good.
correctly?
Yep, I see it. There it is.
Okay, perfect. So I start. Sorry, because I will read the presentation from a script. English is not my native tongue, and I prefer to read to make it clearly. So, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the introduction. Over the next 15 minutes, I would like to show how the ancient literary tradition uses Caligula's clothing as a deliberate rhetorical device, a coded language through which the sources construct and reinforce his image as a tyrant. Let me begin with a brief introduction to my subject. Gaius, whom we know by his nickname Caligula, reigned as emperor from March of the year 37 to January of the year 41 of our era. Our knowledge of his reign depends of all on 4 authors: Suetonius, Cassius Dio, Philo of Alexandria, and Flavius Josephus, with more incidental contributions from Seneca, Tacitus, and Pliny. Caligula is generally regarded as the first of the so-called Mad Caesars. His authoritarian style of rule broke with the consensus established under Augustus, and this, I would argue, goes a long way towards explaining both the hostility of our sources and his premature death. Indeed, he was the first emperor to be assassinated, and given that Rome had only 3 emperors by that point, this fact alone tells us a great deal about the fragility of the new imperial system. To analyze the passages devoted to Gaius' clothing, I have found it essential to draw on the work of 2 sociologists, George Simmel and Curtis Veblen. From Simmel's Philosophy of Fashion, published in 1905, I take the idea that fashion performs 2 functions simultaneously: cohesion and differentiation. It unites a given social circle while distinguishing it from others. Within this framework, foreign products acquire particular prestige, since their unfamiliar origin provides both inaccessibility and a self-identity marker for the elite that consumes them. From Veblen's theory of the leisure class, published in 1899, I take the notion that certain garments symbolize the leisure class precisely because they are impractical for manual labor. This is especially visible in women's clothing, but Veblen also notes that in the pursuit of maximum ostentation, men could border on cross-dressing, and it is precisely this dynamic that will concern us today. Our richest depiction comes from Suetonius, who offers what amounts to an inventory of the emperor's wardrobe. Allow me to read the passage in full, since it is the cornerstone of my entire analysis. In his clothing, his shoes, and the rest of his attire, he did not follow the usage of his country and his fellow citizens, not always even that of his sex, or in fact that of an ordinary mortal. He often appeared in public in embroidered cloaks covered with precious stones, with a long-sleeved tunic and bracelets, sometimes in silk, and in a woman's robe, now in slippers or buskins, again in boots, such as the emperor's bodyguards wear, and at times in the low shoes which are used by females. But oftentimes he exhibited himself with a golden beard, holding in his hand a thunderbolt, a trident, or a caduceus, emblems of the gods, and even in the garb of Venus. He frequently wore the dress of a triumphing general, even before his campaign, and sometimes the breastplate of Alexander the Great, which he had taken from his sarcophagus. As you can see, in a single passage, Suetonius manages to weave together 4 distinct accusations: cross-dressing, effeminacy, ostentation, and what I will call divine cosplay, impersonating the gods themselves. Every garment named here will reappear in more detail over the course of this talk. Cassius Dio corroborates this image, focusing above all on the motive of cross-dressing. Indeed, to match the change of name, he would assume all the rest of the attributes that belonged to the various gods, so that he might seem really to resemble them. Now, he would be seen as a woman holding a wine bowl and thyrsus, and again he would appear as a man equipped with a club and lion skin, like Hercules, or perhaps a helmet and shield. He would be seen at one time with a smooth chin and later with a full beard. Sometimes he wielded a trident and again he brandished a thunderbolt, Poseidon or Zeus. Now he would impersonate a maiden equipped for hunting or for war, and a little later would play the married woman. Thus, by varying the style of his dress and by the use of accessories and wigs, he achieved accuracy in many diverse parts, and he was eager to appear to be anything greater than a human being or an emperor. Notice how Dio closes the passage. Caligula, he says, wishes to appear anything but a human being and an emperor. That closing line will matter a great deal when we reach my conclusions. These 2 testimonies, Suetonius and Dio, already give us the essential coordinates of the problem: a wardrobe that constantly slides between genders, between human and divine, and between Roman and foreign. In this image, we can see a scene from the famous 1976 series I, Claudius, in which the emperor is depicted wearing one of the divine costumes mentioned in the sources, dressed entirely in gold, including his beard, identifying himself with Zeus, Jupiter, and his sister Drusilla with Hera. In addition to illustrating the descriptions found in the sources, this image helps us highlighting how these depictions were received in the collective imagination. Flavius Josephus, and as we will see shortly, Seneca as well, insist on these same charge of cross-dressing, and they do so with a very particular rhetorical purpose: to underline the irony of an emperor who mocked the effeminacy of Cassius Charea, the very officer who would later assassinate him. Now, although he had sometimes put on women's clothes and had been wrapped in some embroidered garments belonging to them, and done a great many other things, in order to make the company mistake him for a woman, yet did he, by way of reproach, object the like womanish behavior to Charea. The accusation, in other words, rebounds on its author. Caligula condemns in Charea precisely the trait for which he himself was most notorious. Once again, I present the scene from my Claudius, in which Caligula dresses as a woman and dances before the senators, depicting exactly what we have just read in Flavius Josephus, along with an anecdote from Suetonius, according to which one night he woke the senators and brought them to the palace to teach them a dance he had just invented. We can identify each of the garments named by Suetonius, together with its social connotations. The paenula was a sleeveless cloak worn by both sexes as a kind of raincoat. In Gaius' case, embroidered and studded with jewels, clear signs of ostentation. Manuleatus refers to long-sleeved tunics, a fashion associated far more with women than with men. Bracelets, armillatus, were for women and foreigners, exactly like silk, sericatus. The kiklas was a light, circular garment with decorated edges worn by women. The crepidae were sandals typical of the Greek world. The soki, Greek-style footwear worn by comic actors. And the coturni high boots worn by tragic actors. The caligae, finally, were studied military sandals, associated with the speculatores, praetorians who served as special agents and executioners. Taken together, this inventory presents Gaius as a man who dresses as a Roman who dresses as a Greek, an emperor who dresses as an actor, and a man who dresses as a god. In short, the classic image of the tyrant as a transgressor of boundaries, the negation of everything he ought to be. This same logic extends to what we might call barbaric dress. Foreign garments allow the sources to portray the tyrant as an outsider, not simply to Roman custom, but to civilization itself. The long sleeve, the silk, the jewels, even the Hellenistic and Oriental references we will discuss shortly, all serve to consistent narrative purpose, to place Gaius outside the boundaries of what a legitimate Roman princeps should be, and to align him instead with the stereotype of the Eastern despot. Let us look more closely at what is perhaps the least obvious of these effeminate markers for a modern reader, the long sleeve. Our best explanation comes from Aulus Gellius, writing in the Attic Nights during the reign of Marcus Aurelius. It was considered indecent in Rome and throughout Latium for a man to wear tunics that extended beyond the arms, down almost to the fingers. Our people called these tunics chiroditae, long-sleeved, and considered that such garments were proper only for women. Publius Africanus reproached Publius Sulpicius Gallus, an effeminate man, for wearing tunics that completely covered his hands. In Scipio's own words, will anyone doubt that he who, as a young boy, dressed in a long-sleeved tunic, reclines at banquets beside his lover, that he does what sodomites do? Applying Veblen's theory to the Roman case is, I think, particularly illuminating here. Roman men originally favored short sleeves precisely because long sleeves are impractical for manual labor. This mattered enormously in a culture that tied virtue directly to virility, and that places the great value of labor, cultivation, and combat, even among the elite. A garment that hindered the use of one's hands was not merely uncomfortable, it was a visible symbol of distance from the Roman civic ideal. It was through Greek and Eastern influence that the long sleeve slowly entered Rome, and since the passive partner in a homosexual relationship, the kinaeus, was defined by adopting traits of the opposite gender, it is natural that the long sleeve came to be associated with that figure as well. Silk presents a particularly interesting case. It reached Rome via the Silk Road at enormous cost and functioned as the ultimate symbol of ostentation. Because of its transparency, it was considered indecent, typically worn by women, and criticized even when women wore it. Seneca the Elder puts it bluntly, I see there raiments of silk, if that can be called raiment, which provides no covering for the body, nor even the one's modesty, whereby no woman can honestly swear that he is not naked. This semi-transparency turned silk into a marker not only of effeminacy but of indecency, so much so that the Senate banned its use by men in the year 16 under Tiberius. Yet, from Gaius' own perspective, wearing silk was coherent with his representational program. Its high cost displayed economic power, and its Eastern origin matched the Hellenistic style of the rest of his wardrobe. Here, then, we are dealing less with cross-dressing than with the expression of power through dress, for Simmel, with effeminacy emerging for Veblen as a side effect of maximal ostentation. The triumphal garb takes us into a different register altogether, not effeminacy, but the usurpation of an honor reserved to very specific, exceptional occasions. On Caesar, Cassius Dio says, first, then, they vowed that he should always ride, even in the city itself, wearing the triumphal dress, and should sit in his chair of state everywhere except at the games. The same for Augustus. This is precisely the honor that has been granted to Julius Caesar. For Gaius to wear the triumphal dress on a daily basis, and even before any actual military campaign, was to appropriate an exceptional distinction and turn it into an ordinary habit. Another instance of that same logic of transgression we have been tracing throughout this talk. Finally, I would like to close this survey of specific garments with what is, in my view, the most complex case, the breastplate of Alexander the Great, which Gaius reportedly removed from Alexander's own sarcophagus in Alexandria. Says Suetonius, sometimes the breastplate of Alexander the Great, which he had taken from his sarcophagus. Cassius Dio adds further detail, describing the occasion of the famous bridge of boats between Baiae and Puteoli that Gaius made construct. When all was ready, he put on the breastplate of Alexander, or so he claimed, and over it a purple silk chlamys adorned with much gold and many precious stones from India. Moreover, he girt on a sword, took a shield, and donned a garland of oak leaves. This episode brings together everything we have discussed: Oriental luxury in the silk and the Indian gemstones, Hellenistic emulation in the breastplate itself, and monarchic pretension in the deliberate imitatio Alexandri. Whether an emulation of Alexander is read as praise or as condemnation depends, in Roman tradition, on whether the emperor compared to him is judged as good or as a bad scholar. Since our sources have already decided that Gaius belonged to the second category, his admiration for Alexander becomes, in their hands, proof of megalomania rather than of virtue. Let me now draw these threads together. Across all of the passages we have examined, the ancient sources use clothing as a coherent and deliberate strategy to portray Gaius as a tyrant, built around 5 recurring traits. First, effeminate traits and cross-dressing. Second, barbaric garments, which construct the tyrant as an outsider to the Roman community and, by extension, to civilization itself. Third, ostentation, expressed through jewelry and flashy clothing. Fourth, the inappropriate use of military attire, whether the triumphal regalia of Alexander's breastplate. And fifth, megalomania, expressed through what I have called living cosplay. What I hope to have shown in that is that these are not isolated anecdotes, but a single, coherent, semiotic system. Clothing, in this test, is never merely descriptive, it is argumentative. Each garment functions as a coded sign, and reading that code lets us reconstruct the mechanisms through which Roman authors built the literary image of the tyrant. Thank you very much for your attention. I would be delighted to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, we do have a few questions. First off, that whole him wearing Alexander the Great's breastplate, I had no idea about that. That's interesting. Is that just one example you put in here, or were there other examples where he took things from past people's graves, for lack of a better way to say that, and wore them?
Yeah, indeed, if you have saw Caligula's 1979 film by Tinto Brass, there is a scene when he wears the breastplate. Doing this, the Romans were very familiar with cosplay as a performative parallel with past personages, like in the funerals, when they wore the mask of the defunct of the family. In this manner, Caligula says, I am like Alexander. This can be interpreted in two ways. In a positive way, I am a great conqueror, I am the best king, and so on. Or in a negative way, as the authors say. Alexander the tyrant, Alexander the Greek, not the Roman, an orientalized one that aimed to and absolute power. So the Romans have two Alexanders, and the representation with the breastplate has two translations.
Okay, interesting. All right. Another question from the chat. You mentioned, images of him and discussions of him wearing women's clothing. How do we actually know that it was specifically women's clothing, like exclusive to women, and not just more gender neutral clothing that he probably preferred?
Yeah, as I said, there was difficult cases such as silk. The silk could be interpreted as a very luxury dress to say I have a lot of money and I show it, or can be interpreted as a translucent dress appropriate for women and particularly for prostitutes. So as Thorsten Veblen said, in this association into feminine dress and ostentation, there are definite boundaries, and one dress that can be interpreted by Gaius like expensive, ostentative, could be shown by his fellow citizens as feminine. The objective cases are the dresses of gods. If he dresses as Athena, as Hera, as Artemis, it is clearly cross-dressing with a difficult sense. Is he associating with the goddesses for his virtues, for a gender question? It's difficult, and we even don't know in which circumstances, in which cases he did so. In a parade, in a quotidian contest, we don't know when he did it. We have small tessellas from the mosaic and try to give a general image that is difficult to say.
Okay. I'm curious too, with a lot of cultures, famously like, England and things like that in the 1800s, when the leader does something, right? The leader dresses a certain way, acts a certain way, has a certain behavior. A lot of times that perpetuates throughout the culture and other people start acting that way. Do we have any evidence that his eccentric style of dress carried through beyond either beyond his death? I mean, he was assassinated, so it's not like they liked what he was doing. But did anything carry through? Did his style, perpetuate?
Yes, for Caligula's style of dress, I don't know. We know of another emperors who imitates him, Nero, Domitianus. They have a similar dress, but the common people or the senators is more difficult to say. In a sculpture, we can see it. No, there is no senators that has cross-dressing sculptures. We know that in concrete periods, the senators imitate the hairstyles of the emperor, like we see in the Augustan period with his particular haircut. In the Ulpioian, in the Antonine period, they imitate the beard. So there are cases. Caligula did a few things that validated things that were forbidden by his predecessors. Two cases. The silk. Tiberius forbids the silk, and Caligula uses it. So he says, now you can. And with the memory of Mark Antony, because Augustus banned the celebration of Actium Victory, the celebration of Antony figure, and Caligula celebrated his birth and the victory. So without changing the law, he validated some acts with his own acts. in an imitative way.
Okay, interesting. All right. Well, thank you very much, Lucas. We appreciate your talk here at the conference today. And again, thank you very much. All right. So we are a little bit ahead of schedule. We're going to move on to our next one. First, I'll remind you in the chat should be a link to take you to the SASA page where you can sign up for the social hour. That's going to be coming up here in a bit. You just have to sign up, and then you should get a link. Usually when you sign up for stuff like that, you'll get a link through the email. But you should get a link for the social hour. It's a Zoom link. So if you don't have Zoom, make sure you go download that, or you can probably just use it online. But that's what it's going to be. And we will have that as soon as the presentations are over. Okay. Just give me 1 second here. All right. So this next presentation in session 6 on power is called Dressing Power, Clothing, Embodiment, and Social Hierarchy in the Late Post-Classic Mexico Tenochtitlan. And this is by Rosa Mayra Avila Aldapa. I probably said that wrong, and I apologize. But let me say her bio real quick before we get on to the presentation. Rosa Mayra Avila Aldapa is a historian specializing in ancient Mexico and professor researcher at the Autonomous University of Mexico City. She holds a PhD in history from the National Autonomous University of Mexico, where she also completed her undergraduate and master's studies in history. Her academic work is situated at the intersection of history, archaeology, and cultural studies, with a particular focus on material culture, clothing, and the construction of social hierarchy in Mexica society during the late post-classic period. Her current research explores the production, circulation, and symbolic significance of luxury objects in Mexico Tenochtitlan, emphasizing the role of artisans and material practices in shaping sociopolitical structures. She is particularly interested in how dress functioned as an embodied and performative system that articulated identity, status, and power. Dr. Avila Aldapa has an extensive academic career spanning over 3 decades, including teaching at undergraduate and graduate levels, research, project leadership, and thesis supervision. She has participated in numerous national and international conferences and has published on culture history, tourism, and education, including her widely used book, Cultural Tourism in Mexico, Scope and Perspectives. Her work also engages with educational research, integrating critical and interdisciplinary approaches into the teaching of history and the training of new scholars in higher education. Okay. Let's see here. All right. Rosa, you are free to present. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I'll just stay on and make sure we get that presentation going.
Okay. I'm going to share.
Okay.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizing committee of the Safe Ancient Studies Alliance for the invitation to participate in this international gathering dedicated to the study of fashion in antiquity. It's a true honor to share with you a research of the history of fashion in the Mexico Tenochtitlan city during the last post-classic period. I'm going to present in Spanish because my English is quite poor, as you have been able to hear. Thanks. Bien, mi ponencia lleva por título Vestir el poder, indumentaria y jerarquía social en México Tenochtitlan. Generalmente, al pensar en la moda antigua, la atención se dirige hacia otras culturas como Egipto, Grecia o Roma. Sin embargo, las sociedades mesoamericanas desarrollaron sistemas de indumentaria igualmente sofisticados, profundamente regulados y cargados de significado político, económico y religioso. Mi propósito es mostrar que en el caso mexica, vestir nunca fue un acto individual ni una simple decisión estética. La indumentaria constituía un auténtico lenguaje visual mediante el cual se hacía visible el orden social y se legitimaba el poder político. La investigación parte de una pregunta aparentemente sencilla, pero con profundas implicaciones históricas. ¿Cómo codificaba la indumentaria el poder político y social en México Tenochtitlan? Mucho tiempo, la historiografía abordó la indumentaria prehispánica como un tema secundario, casi siempre limitado a describir prendas o identificar elementos decorativos en los códices. Sin embargo, hoy existen nuevas perspectivas. En lugar de preguntarnos únicamente qué vestían los mexicas, debemos preguntarnos qué hacía socialmente esta vestimenta. En otras palabras, cómo contribuía la ropa a construir el orden político. Considero que la indumentaria funcionaba como un auténtico código de poder. Cada material, cada color, cada tipo de fibra, cada adorno y cada diseño comunicaban información específica acerca del rango, el linaje, la función política, el mérito militar o la condición religiosa de quien lo portaba. El cuerpo vestido se convertía así en un documento público. La sociedad podía leer ese cuerpo del mismo modo en que nosotros leemos hoy una insignia militar o una toga judicial. Como puede observarse en esta infografía, el tlatoani, los nobles, los guerreros, los sacerdotes y la gente del pueblo común aparecen claramente vestidos con materiales diversos, accesorios y diseños específicos. La jerarquía no necesitaba explicarse, era visible. Esta imagen representa uno de los momentos más significativos para comprender la dimensión política del vestido, la entronización del tlatoani. En este caso, pues de Moctezuma Xocoyotzin como un ejemplo. La ceremonia de investidura no consistía únicamente en nombrar un nuevo gobernante. Era, sobre todo, un proceso mediante el cual el cuerpo del soberano era transformado visualmente en un cuerpo sagrado. Cada uno de los elementos que observamos posee un significado específico. El penacho de plumas, que vinculaba al tlatoani con el poder divino y con el poder ritual, el pectoral que significaba riqueza, pero también la conexión con diferentes ámbitos rituales. El tilmatli o la manta era probablemente uno de los marcadores más visibles del poder político. Incluso las sandalias tenían un profundo significado social. Diversas fuentes nos indican que solamente determinados personajes podían utilizarlas dentro de la ciudad y dentro del palacio del tlatoani. De este modo, el cuerpo del gobernante se convertía en una síntesis material del universo político mexica. Vestir al tlatoani era, simbólicamente, investir el poder mismo. Para comprender este fenómeno es conveniente situarlo en un contexto histórico. La Ciudad de México Tenochtitlan se fundó aproximadamente en 1325 y en poco menos de 200 años se convirtió en la capital de uno de los sistemas políticos más complejos de Mesoamérica. La formación de la Triple Alianza en 1428 permitió consolidar un vasto sistema tributario. Durante el gobierno de Axayácatl comenzaron a documentarse con mayor claridad las leyes suntuarias que regulaban estrictamente quién podía usar determinados textiles y ornamentos. Bajo Moctezuma II, sin embargo, entre 1502 y 1520, estas normas alcanzaron probablemente su máxima expresión. En este momento de máximo desarrollo es el que constituye nuestro objeto de estudio. Finalmente, la conquista española de 1521 interrumpió este sistema político, aunque muchas de sus tradiciones textiles sobrevivieron durante el periodo colonial y siguen existiendo aún hoy en día. El análisis de la indumentaria exige pues un enfoque necesariamente interdisciplinario. La propuesta que nosotros presentamos articula tres perspectivas complementarias. La primera corresponde a la semiótica del vestir. Retomando las ideas de Roland Barthes, se considera que el vestido funciona como un sistema de signos. Las prendas comunican información social. Por otro lado, la segunda perspectiva procede de la economía política. Los textiles no eran únicamente bienes de consumo, ni los adornos, desde luego. Eran tributos, riqueza acumulable, mecanismos mediante los cuales el Estado organizaba la redistribución de la economía del imperio. Finalmente, a partir de la arqueología y las excavaciones y descubrimientos que se han hecho en el proyecto de Templo Mayor, sabemos que se han recuperado restos textiles, malacates, objetos de plumaria y numerosos ornamentos que confirman la información proporcionada por las fuentes etnohistóricas. Estos tres enfoques nos permitieron comprender que la indumentaria no es un fenómeno aislado, sino que formaba parte de un sistema mucho más amplio en el que convergían economía, religión, política, producción artesanal y representación visual del poder. En la siguiente parte vamos a adentrarnos un poco en las evidencias históricas y arqueológicas que tienen que ver con este tema. La idea central de nuestro estudio puede resumirse en una sola afirmación. Vestir el poder significa hacerlo visible. La indumentaria era más que un conjunto de prendas, constituye una auténtica tecnología política de visibilidad, es decir, un sistema mediante el cual el Estado mexica lograba hacer reconocibles las diferencias sociales en el espacio público. Si observamos este esquema, el concepto de vestir el poder incluye 6 componentes fundamentales. El primero corresponde al Templo Mayor, no solo como espacio religioso, sino como escenario donde el poder se materializaba mediante ceremonias, ofrendas, rituales de investidura. El segundo elemento es la cultura material. Se retoman las propuestas de Apaduray y Hell para señalar que los objetos poseen una dimensión social. Los textiles, las joyas, los penachos no eran bienes pasivos, participaban activamente en la construcción del prestigio y la autoridad. El tercer componente es la indumentaria, integrada justamente por la... permítanme un segundo, por favor, integrada por pues, las materias primas, por los materiales, etcétera, que pues estaban regulados además de manera totalmente legislada, ¿no? Y que además implicaban pues una relación muy estrecha con el estatus de quien lo portaba. Luego están, desde luego, las leyes suntuarias. Existen dentro de los diferentes, de las diferentes fuentes mucha información con respecto a leyes estrictas que indicaban pues cómo se debía vestir y quién podía utilizar o no utilizar las prendas y cierto tipo de no solamente algunos elementos, algunas materias primas, sino sobre todo los diseños que eran pues exclusivos. Por otro lado, tenemos pues los artesanos especializados. Sin ellos no hubiera sido posible el tener toda esta producción y ellos garantizaban que el prestigio permaneciera asociado exclusivamente a ciertos grupos. Otro elemento importante pues es el de las fuentes pictográficas, en donde pues destaca el Códice Mendoza, sobre todo para este tema particular, porque constituye una fuente visual para reconstruir el sistema de representación. Todos estos componentes convergen en una misma función: comunicar estatus, legitimar el poder y reproducir el orden político. En esta investigación se ha trabajado con 2 grandes tipos de fuentes. La primera corresponde a las fuentes pictográficas, particularmente el Códice Mendoza, como les he mencionado, elaborado, es cierto, pocas décadas después de la conquista, pero que se basa en información proporcionada por la matrícula de tributos, que es de origen indígena. Este códice es un extraordinario registro de la organización política, del sistema tributario y especialmente de la diversidad de prendas utilizadas por los distintos grupos sociales. La segunda fuente proviene de la arqueología. Los hallazgos del proyecto del Templo Mayor han permitido recuperar e identificar restos de textiles, fibras de algodón, plumería, malacates, agujas de hueso y numerosos objetos asociados a la producción y el uso de la indumentaria. La importancia de combinar ambas evidencias y pues está en que los códices muestran no solo cómo se representaban las prendas, sino que la arqueología muestra que esos objetos realmente existieron y formaban parte de la vida cotidiana y ceremonial. En otras palabras, la cultura material confirma la información proporcionada por las fuentes visuales. Por otro lado, podemos ver aquí una lámina, parte de una de las láminas del Códice Mendoza, en donde aparecen representados varios guerreros y lejos de tratarse de simples variantes decorativas, cada diseño identificaba una posición específica de los guerreros que podían ir desde la más simple hasta la llamada de los Cuaupipiltin, que implicaban los guerreros de mayor importancia y que habían capturado varios cautivos para justamente para el sacrificio. Y en la siguiente, en la otra imagen, lo que vemos es una representación del Códice Florentino que también presenta pues a estos guerreros nada más que durante el combate. Ambos documentos pues nos ayudan a comprender que la indumentaria y nos muestran que la indumentaria funcionaba como un sistema gráfico de clasificación social. Los códices constituyen testimonios valiosos para comprender la relación entre la vestimenta y el poder político. Sin embargo, esta información visual se ve además complementada por las descripciones que aparecen en otro tipo de fuentes escritas como las obras de Durán o de Sahagún. Ahora bien, la sociedad mexica organizaba el acceso a la indumentaria mediante una estricta jerarquía. Aquí el tlatoani se encontraba pues en la parte superior. Él era pues la máxima autoridad política, económica, social, religiosa y era el único personaje autorizado a portar ciertas insignias que eran exclusivas del poder, como mosaicos de plumas o adornos de turquesa. Después estaban los pipiltin o la nobleza, que podían vestir algodón fino, joyas y ornamentos, aunque siempre dentro de límites claramente establecidos. Finalmente estaban los masehualtin, que utilizaban prendas mucho más sencillas, generalmente confeccionadas con fibras de maguey o algodón, de menor calidad cuando éste estaba disponible. Esta regulación no respondía únicamente a criterios económicos. Su propósito era impedir que los símbolos de poder circularan libremente. De esta manera, la vestimenta contribuía a preservar la estabilidad del sistema político, haciendo visibles las diferencias sociales en todo momento. Una prenda que puede sintetizar el significado político de la indumentaria mexica es el tilmatl o la manta, que era mucho más que eso, porque funcionaba como un marcador visual de prestigio y de poder. En el Códice Mendoza, como podemos ver, particularmente en las láminas que están dedicadas al tributo, observamos una gran cantidad de mantas que fueron clasificadas con diversos diseños, como vamos a ver en una lámina posterior. Cada patrón geométrico indicaba una combinación específica de rango, mérito militar, etc. Entonces, estas mantas formaban parte de esa tributación que sostenía la economía del imperio. Por otro lado, la plumería constituye otra de las manifestaciones más refinadas del arte mesoamericano. Los amanteca, artesanos especializados en el trabajo de las plumas, desarrollaron técnicas sumamente complejas en el trabajo de las plumas. Desarrollaron, por ejemplo, conocimientos textiles, iconográficos y rituales. Usaban plumas de quetzal, de cotinga, de guacamaya, que provenían de regiones muy lejanas y que requerían complejas redes comerciales y tributarias para llegar a Tenochtitlan. El célebre penacho de Moctezuma, que está atribuido a él, constituye quizá el ejemplo más conocido, aunque las excavaciones del Templo Mayor han recuperado numerosas ofrendas con restos de aves tropicales y elementos de plumería. Las plumas, pues eran no solo un adorno, sino eran una forma de riqueza portátil, un símbolo de prestigio, una expresión tangible de la capacidad del Estado para controlar recursos procedentes de amplios territorios mesoamericanos. Hasta ahora hemos analizado la dimensión simbólica de la indumentaria. Sin embargo, para comprender de manera más plena su importancia, debemos comprender cómo se sostenía económicamente. El lujo mexica no surgía únicamente de la habilidad artesanal, dependía de una compleja organización tributaria que organizaba y que integraba decenas de provincias sometidas. Como puede observarse en este mapa, el imperio mexica articuló un sistema de extracción de recursos que tenía uno de sus principales productos justamente los textiles. De acuerdo con la matrícula de tributos y con el Códice Mendoza, numerosas provincias entregaban periódicamente cerca de 400 mantas por provincia cada determinado tiempo. Se ha llegado a plantear que llegaban a México Tenochtitlan anualmente 1 millón de prendas. Por otro lado, había 38 provincias tributarias y prácticamente todas tenían que entregar algún producto textil. Los códices, por otro lado, registran más de 20 diseños registrados acerca de estos textiles que son de lujo precisamente. Sin embargo, a pesar de que el sistema tributario era muy amplio, no sirve exclusivamente para comprender ni explicar la diversidad de materiales que se utilizaban en la nobleza mexica. Hay que considerar pues la labor y la importancia que tuvieron los Posteca, que fueron comerciantes especializados que recorrían enormes distancias que iban desde México Tenochtitlan hacia el norte, hacia el sureste, hacia las costas o hacia la península de Yucatán, inclusive para obtener productos que eran imposibles de obtener en la cuenca de México, como plumas de quetzal que procedían de Chiapas y Guatemala, conchas marinas que venían de las costas, cacao, algodón fino, tintes, pieles y metales preciosos que provenían pues de otras provincias, sobre todo en Tierra Caliente. Los pochtecas además no solo eran comerciantes, desempeñaban funciones diplomáticas y de inteligencia política. Eran agentes del Estado responsables de mantener el abastecimiento de aquellos bienes indispensables para construir el prestigio visual de la élite gobernante. De esta manera, la moda mexica también fue el resultado de extensas redes económicas y geopolíticas. Ahora bien, las rutas comerciales llevaban los materiales hasta la capital, los tributos hacían que llegaran cantidades enormes de productos, pero el gran espacio que permitía que esos bienes circularan en la región, sobre todo en México Tenochtitlan, pues era el mercado de Tlatelolco. En las crónicas de Hernán Cortés y de Bernal Díaz del Castillo, pues estos autores describen este mercado como uno de los más impresionantes del mundo conocido. Miles de personas acudían diariamente para intercambiar productos cuidadosamente organizados por especialidades. En esta reproducción, lo que podemos ver es una sección dedicada justamente a los textiles y ornamentos. Ahí se podían encontrar mantas de algodón, bordados, plumerías, tintes, fibras, joyería y numerosos objetos destinados tanto al consumo cotidiano como al ceremonial. Es importante señalar que el algodón no era solamente una materia prima. En muchas regiones funcionaba como unidad de valor e incluso como medio de pago. De esta manera, la producción textil se integraba simultáneamente en tres esferas: la economía, la producción, el prestigio social, perdón, y la representación política. Los textiles circulaban como mercancías, pero también como símbolos del poder estatal. Las mantas, conocidas como cuaxli y también las tilmatli, que portaba el emperador, constituían uno de los bienes de mayor importancia económica dentro del imperio. Diversos estudios han mostrado que se podían utilizar como tributo, como salario, como medio de intercambio e incluso como reserva de riqueza. En consecuencia, controlar la producción y circulación del algodón significaba controlar una parte esencial de la economía imperial. El algodón representaba simultáneamente riqueza material y prestigio político. Quien dominaba los textiles dominaba también una parte significativa del poder económico del Estado mexica. Ahora bien, detrás de cada textil, de cada tilma, de cada huipil, de cada bordado, de cada insignia, existían personas concretas que producían estos objetos. En el caso del tejido, estas personas fueron principalmente mujeres. Desde edades muy tempranas, las niñas aprendían a hilar y tejer. Las fuentes etnohistóricas nos muestran que esta enseñanza formaba parte de su formación y tejer no era únicamente aprender un oficio, era participar activamente en el sostenimiento del orden social, político y económico. Cada hilo contribuía literalmente a vestir el poder. Las mujeres producían buena parte de los textiles que después circulaban mediante el tributo, el comercio o las ceremonias palaciegas. La producción textil constituye uno de los espacios donde las mujeres participaron de manera decisiva en la economía política de México Tenochtitlan. Sin su trabajo cotidiano, el lenguaje visual del poder probablemente no hubiera existido. Finalmente, antes de pasar a las conclusiones generales, quisiera detenerme brevemente en las herramientas de producción. Con frecuencia imaginamos el tejido prehispánico como una actividad artesanal sencilla. Sin embargo, la evidencia arqueológica muestra un elevado grado de especialización técnica. Malacates de distinto tamaño, usos, agujas de hueso, telares de cintura y diversos instrumentos permitían elaborar textiles que estaban destinados a diferentes consumidores, desde la población común hasta la nobleza y el propio tlatoani. La tecnología textil fue, por lo tanto, una tecnología política. No solamente permitía fabricar ropa, hacía posible la producción material de la jerarquía social. Cada herramienta representaba un eslabón dentro de una extensa cadena que comenzaba con la obtención de fibras y concluía con la construcción visual del poder sobre el cuerpo de quienes gobernaban. Finalmente, quiero comentar que hasta el momento pues hemos visto lo que las fuentes documentales describen. Sin embargo, las excavaciones del proyecto del Templo Mayor han transformado profundamente nuestro conocimiento sobre la cultura material mexica. Se han encontrado numerosas ofrendas en donde destacan restos de textiles que se han conservado pues casi milagrosamente. Fragmentos de algodón, malacates, agujas, figurillas vestidas y diversos objetos relacionados con la producción y el uso ceremonial de la indumentaria. Es particularmente relevante la ofrenda 102, descubierta durante las excavaciones en el recinto sagrado. En ella se localizaron diversos textiles de algodón que se han conservado, asociados a un conjunto de unos 150 objetos depositados entre los años 1502 y 1519, que fue la última etapa de la ampliación del Templo Mayor. Este hallazgo muestra que los textiles no eran simples bienes de uso cotidiano, sino que formaban parte del ritual del Estado mexica. Cuando analizamos conjuntamente el tributo, las rutas comerciales, la producción artesanal y los mercados, comprendemos que la articulación de los textiles era en realidad la circulación del prestigio. Cada manta que era entregada, como tributo, cada penacho que era realizado por los amantecas y cada pieza de algodón distribuida por el Estado contribuían a reproducir el orden político. Los textiles conectaban territorios distantes, movilizaban enormes cantidades de trabajo especializado y permitían que la autoridad de Tlatoani se materializaba sobre los cuerpos de quienes integraban la élite. Por ello, creo que es necesario entender el comercio textil no únicamente como un fenómeno económico, sino como una estrategia de construcción del poder imperial. Permítanme ahora presentar algunas conclusiones. La primera es que la indumentaria mexica debe entenderse como un sistema semiótico de poder. Las prendas no solamente cubrían el cuerpo, sino que pues ayudaban a comunicar información política, económica, religiosa. La segunda conclusión señala que las leyes suntuarias desempeñaron un papel fundamental en la reproducción del orden social. Al restringir el acceso a determinados materiales como el algodón fino, las plumas de quetzal, la turquesa o ciertos diseños textiles, el Estado garantizaba que el prestigio permaneciera asociado exclusivamente a quienes ocupaban sus posiciones privilegiadas. La tercera conclusión sería que la producción textil involucró una compleja red de actores, mujeres tejedoras, amantecas, comerciantes posteca, provincias tributarias y funcionarios encargados de la redistribución de los bienes. Todos ellos participaron en la construcción material del poder imperial. Finalmente, propongo comprender la indumentaria como una tecnología política de la visibilidad. Un cuerpo vestido hacía inmediatamente reconocible la posición social de cada individuo. En consecuencia, el vestido no reflejaba la jerarquía, la producía, la legitimaba y contribuía a reproducirla cotidianamente. La investigación que he presentado pues es el resultado de la consulta y la búsqueda de información en una gran cantidad de fuentes de distintas disciplinas. Y bueno, pues por último, me gustaría concluir regresando a la pregunta que dio origen a esta investigación. ¿Cómo codificaba la indumentaria el poder político y social de México Tenochtitlan? La evidencia presentada espero que nos permite sostener que la respuesta va mucho más allá de la descripción de un conjunto de prendas. En la sociedad mexica, vestir significaba participar activamente en la construcción del orden político. Cada fibra de algodón, cada mosaico de plumas, cada piedra de turquesa y cada diseño tejido sobre un manto constituían signos visibles de una estructura jerárquica cuidadosamente organizada. Desde esta perspectiva, la moda no fue un fenómeno exclusivamente europeo ni exclusivamente moderno. Las sociedades mesoamericanas desarrollaron complejos sistemas de representación corporal en los que la indumentaria desempeñó funciones políticas, económicas y rituales comparables a las otras grandes civilizaciones de la antigüedad. Muchas gracias por su atención. Estaré encantada de responder sus preguntas.
Okay, gracias. The translation for me didn't pick up until a little ways in, but we still have some questions. One from the chat. You mentioned and showed some garments and images with feathers on them. What do the different colored feathers symbolize, or was it just the presence of feathers, or do different colors have different meanings?
Bueno, contesto en español. Las plumas, las más importantes o las que tenían mayor valor, pues eran las de las tres aves que mencioné, quetzales, cotingas y cotorras o loros. De estas, probablemente la que tenía mayor valor eran las de quetzal y por supuesto el color azul era pues el más importante, porque el color azul se relacionaba con muchos elementos, con el agua, con el cielo y con otros elementos que tienen que ver con pues la cosmología y la cosmogonía mesoamericanas.
Okay, excellent. Additionally, well, first off, I thought it was fascinating that traders could be used as intelligence people and for political reasons too. It seems so natural for people who travel so far and wide to be gatherers of intelligence and representatives of the government, although I don't think I've ever thought of that with other cultures before. That's pretty fascinating. Is that unique to Tenochtitlan and that part of central Mexico, or was that a widely used practice?
No, yo creo que eso era algo exclusivo de Tenochtitlan. No conozco que en otras culturas o que otros estados hayan utilizado a los comerciantes como agentes pues como especies de espías que iban informando acerca de lo que iban encontrando. Los comerciantes pues eran muy especializados en muchas cosas, no solo en las transacciones comerciales. Por ejemplo, sabían hablar diversos idiomas, los idiomas de todas las poblaciones por donde iban pasando, justamente para que no fueran descubiertos de que eran de origen mexica. Muchos pueblos pues eran enemigos de los mexicas y hubieran podido, si los lograban identificar, pues como sucedió además, pues sacrificarlos. De hecho, cuando un comerciante era hecho prisionero o era sacrificado, ese era un motivo de guerra.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. One last question from me. You mentioned, and I don't think the translation came through very well, but the blankets worn by used by the emperor, you said they were so highly regarded they could be used as wages or tribute or something like that. I'm curious, just a thought that came to my head. If they're used as almost currency, could the blankets be chopped up, like broken up and cut up, and then still used, or was it the blanket as a whole that held value? If they cut it up or damaged it, it had no value anymore.
No, en algunas ocasiones, bueno, tienen un valor en sí mismos, a veces funcionan como equivalentes económicos, pero las que utiliza el emperador son exclusivas del emperador. Nadie más puede ni siquiera tocarlas, ¿no? Nadie puede utilizarlas y menos tocarlas. No se utilizaban para como medio de cambio. Los medios de cambio eran unas mantas pequeñas llamadas quashley que se utilizaban para intercambiar. Eran como funcionaban un poco como moneda, como el cacao, por ejemplo, que servía como un intercambiador general. Pero las del Tlatoani, pues esas eran exclusivas para él. Parece ser que, aunque no se ha podido determinar, que cuando se incineraba el cuerpo del Tlatoani, pues iban con él todas sus prendas, entre ellas pues la tilma.
Indeed. Okay, well, thank you very much. Gracias. We're going to have the translation for these responses and for the presentation over the produced video because we do have a transcript for this. So sorry for the Zoom translations not working so well. But again, Rosa, thank you very much. This was fascinating. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. David, I think we'll throw it back to you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much, Rosa. That was wonderful. I really enjoyed your presentation. I'm sorry we couldn't get the translations and the captions to work. It's been a wonderful conference. I really thank everybody for joining us here over the last 2 days. I would love to see all of you come back to saveancientstudies.org, to our website, participate in our other projects, such as our live events, our ongoing reading groups and masterclasses this summer. Please check out the events page there. Also, please check out the new scholarships program. We really are looking to support some wonderful undergraduates this coming fall, and we're aiming to reach our goal of $1,000 so we can send somebody. We're getting there. Please, everybody, send in your donations to support young, budding, potential scholars, undergraduate students who otherwise wouldn't necessarily have the funds to attend a conference in person, to enable them to do so. Now we're going to sign off and end the conference and then head over to a social hour. If anybody wants to join me and other folks from the conference, please go to saveancientstudies.org, go to the virtual conference page, and then you can RSVP at the specific event for the social hour, and you will be sent the private Zoom link, which will not be live streamed, and we can chat about anything you're interested in. Thank you all again very much. Thank you to our moderators. Thank you to Chris. Thank you to APN. And thank you to the wonderful virtual conference team at SASA, who put in all of this hard work to make this all possible today. Have a wonderful week.